Duan Ling Tian's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard what Zhao Lin said, but the expression on his face was still as though nothing had happened. The first thought in his heart was, how could this Zhao Lin know of 10,000-year stalactite milk? Since he'd discovered the 10,000-year stalactite milk, besides he and the two little girls, there absolutely wasn't a fourth person that knew of it. This was something that he was incomparably sure of. Of course, he was confident that it was absolutely impossible that the two little girls had leaked the news. So now there was a problem. How the heck did Zhao Lin know of it? Elder Zhao Lin, what did you say just now? What's stalactite milk? Why don't I understand anything that you said? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Duan Ling Tian's expression didn't change and looked at Zhao Lin with a calm gaze, then frowned slightly with a confused expression. Duan Ling Tian was extremely confident in his control of changing his expressions. He was confident that, right now, even if Zhao Lin were to carefully size him up, it would be impossible for him to see any inkling of the truth from his expression. Misunderstanding. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a sneer and his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, needless to say, you're extremely good at acting, as if you really don't know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But you can't deceive me. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean? What do you mean by I'm acting? Duan Ling Tian frowned, and his face seemed to be enveloped in a layer of confusion, as if he was not affected by Zhao Lin's words in the slightest. What do I mean? Zhao Lin glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the changes of your body have completely sold you out. I heard from Elder Lu Qiu that when you just entered our 7-star sword sect a few days ago, your skin was bronze. But overnight, you allowed yourself to undergo a change that seemed like rebirth. And even your skin was transformed to become delicate like a baby. As he spoke up to hear, Zhao Lin stopped and stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. I once saw the records relating to the 10,000-year stalactite milk in an ancient book, and the changes of your body are absolutely unable to not be related to 10,000-year stalactite milk. So, you don't have to conceal it before me, because you're utterly unable to deceive me. What Zhao Lin said caused Duan Ling Tian to be shocked in his heart. Now, he finally understood why Zhao Lin would know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, so it turned out that everything was his own fault. This Zhao Lin associated the changes on his body with the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unfazed as he lightly smiled. Elder Zhao Lin, I think you've misunderstood. Before this, I was completely unaware of any 10,000-year stalactite milk. As for the rebirth you spoke of, it ought to be related to the cultivation method I'm cultivating. Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't admit that he'd consumed 10,000-year stalactite milk. Do you think that you can deceive me like this? Zhao Lin stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Duan Ling Tian calmly gazed at Zhao Lin, then slowly replied indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, believe it if you want to. I never asked you to believe me. I only want to tell Elder Zhao Lin that Cloud Continent is extremely large, and there isn't only the 10,000-year stalactite milk that you spoke of that is able to allow one to undergo rebirth. The cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, is similarly able to allow one to undergo rebirth. Zhao Lin frowned, and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's face. At this moment, any changes in Duan Ling Tian's expression would be unable to escape his observation, and he paid particularly close attention to his eyes. Slowly, even if Zhao Lin was any more confident, his heart couldn't help but be slightly swayed. He naturally knew what Duan Ling Tian said wasn't nonsense, as the size of Cloud Continent was far beyond his imagination. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was something he'd seen within an ancient book, and before that he was completely unaware of the existence of 10,000-year stalactite milk and its effects. Duan Ling Tian's heart slightly jerked, as now when he saw the change in Zhao Lin's expression, he knew that Zhao Lin was swayed. His objective had been achieved. You really don't know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Zhao Lin looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pair of eyes that flickered with a fierce gaze, and the aura of a void-prying stage martial artist pressed onto Duan Ling Tian. Although this aura was absolutely nothing to Duan Ling Tian, at that time Duan Ling Tian intentionally trembled. He then took a deep breath before his face turned red from suffocation and spoke with a trembling voice. Elder Zhao Ling, everything I said is the truth. Zhao Lin no longer suspected Duanling Tian when he saw him standing firmly to what he said before. So much so that even while enduring his entire imposing manner, there wasn't much of a change in Duanling Tian's expression. He was convinced that even if Duanling Tian was a capable actor, he absolutely would be unable to continue acting under the imposing aura of his void-prying stage cultivation. When he saw Zhao Lin's current expression, Duanling Tian was clear in his heart that Zhao Lin had already dispersed all suspicion of him. As for why Zhao Lin would so easily dispel the suspicion on him, Duanling Tian naturally knew the reason and couldn't help but snicker. Zhao Lin really thought that a mere first-level void-prying stage imposing aura was able to cause him to bend over? Wishful thinking. Elder Zhao Lin, if there's nothing else then I'll be taking my leave. Duanling Tian nodded to Zhao Lin, then spoke before walking off in large strides. This time Zhao Lin didn't stop Duanling Tian. He turned around and his gaze descended onto Duanling Tian's leaving figure, the corners of his mouth lightly jerking up as he muttered. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll? A cultivation method able to allow one to undergo rebirth? Looks like I still have to pay more attention to this Duanling Tian. If the cultivation method is really able to have the same effect of rebirth as the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's eyes abruptly lit up and within it the traces of greed and desire were mixed. Zhao Lin's gaze caused the surrounding crowd of Migra's peak disciples to shudder in fear, and they all moved aside, deeply afraid of being targeted. Oh my God! Elder Zhao Lin actually let that pretty boy leave. Could it be that he's succeeded? Didn't all of you notice Elder Zhao Lin's current gaze? I think he ought to have succeeded. That junior brother is really pitiable. In the end he was still unable to flee from Elder Zhao Lin's evil clutches. The crowd of Migra's peak disciples whispered in discussion. Duanling Tian naturally didn't know about all this. After he walked past Zhao Lin, he'd slipped back and forth between the streams of people on Migra's peak. Winding around for half an hour, he confirmed that it was impossible for him to be followed and once again headed towards the peak. On the way, Duanling Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh. So close! Duanling Tian still had a slight lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the incident earlier. He'd nearly been exposed. He never imagined that Zhao Lin had actually linked the changes in his skin to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Moreover, Zhao Lin had guessed correctly. Luckily, Zhao Lin was thoroughly bluffed by him and ought to not look for trouble with him in the short term. Whoosh! Duanling Tian once again leaped down the cliff at the top of Migra's peak, then passed through the clouds and missed to descend onto the tilted tree. After returning into the stalactite cave behind the passage within the cave in the cliff, Duanling Tian withdrew a pile of materials and started inscribing the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was an inscription that was capable of annihilating an existence at the half-step void stage. The spiritual force that was spent for merely one inscription was comparable to 3 bone corrosion inscriptions. When he inscribed the last step, Duanling Tian's eyelids were heavy and he fell into a deep slumber. Duanling Tian didn't know how long he slept for. In his deep slumber he had a dream. Within the dream, he once again encountered the void stage powerhouse Sun Rue that he'd once met in the misty forest. After trampling on his honor, Su Rue attacked him, and a terrifying force swept over to envelop him. Ah! Duanling Tian was instantly jolted awake, his body drenched in cold sweat from fear. Only after some time did he release a breath of air. It was a dream. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and his eyes blazed coldly. Sun Rue, I'll come to the Black Fiend sect to look for you sooner or later. He'd had the same dream no less than 10 times these last few years. Duanling Tian never expected that Sun Rue's existence would actually become his nightmare. The scenes from that year were still vivid in his mind when he recalled it now. He knew that if he wanted to remove this nightmare, then he must start with Sun Rue. Only by trampling Sun Rue beneath his feet would he be able to completely dispel this nightmare and cause it to not appear anymore. Duanling Tian's gaze slowly descended onto one of the spatial rings on his hand. It could be vaguely seen that on a side of the spatial ring was a complicated pattern that combined into a small flame brand. This was the blaze inscription. Now that Xianxia isn't by my side, my strongest move is this blaze inscription. Duan Tian took a deep breath and focused his gaze. However, even this blaze inscription is unable to be of any use against a void-prying stage martial artist like that Zhao Lin. Even though he's only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, it's impossible for my blaze inscription to deal with him. Duan Tian felt pressured. Although he'd already removed Zhao Lin's suspicions, unconsciously he had the feeling that, with the nature of that Zhao Lin, he wouldn't let go of the matter so easily. Never mind, this is the 7-Star Sword sect after all. So long as there are 7-Star Sword sect disciples present, he probably wouldn't dare lightly make a move against me. Duan Tian shook his head as he knew he was thinking too much. Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of the 7-Star Sword sect after all, and unless he had a legitimate reason he wouldn't dare to lightly make a move against Duan Tian. So hungry. In next to no time, Duan Tian roasted another suckling pig and gobbled it down. This was the last suckling pig that Duan Tian had stored. Even though there were many spatial rings in his possession, most of them were only grade 7 spirit weapons. They had limited space and were only able to contain a certain amount of suckling pigs. Looks like I have to suitably store up more food, Duan Tian thought inwardly. He never treated himself shabbily when it came to food, because he knew that only when he ate well would he have more strength and be able to obtain better results from less effort during cultivation. If he ate food that lacked nourishment like dry rations, there wouldn't be a shred of benefit to his body. So, when it came to food, Duan Tian always paid extremely great attention to it. There was a wide variety of things being traded in the Migres Peaks trade hall, and among them was the flesh of various wild animals and fierce beasts. Duan Tian arrived at the trade hall once again and spent a bit of silver to buy a large amount of wild animal meat that was frozen, filling a few of his spatial rings. Duan Tian walked out of the trade hall. Just when he intended to leave, he seemed to notice something and looked into the distance. On the chain bridge, 2 figures walked swiftly to step onto the stone platform of Migres Peak. These 2 young men were similar to him in that they were both 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciples. Duan Tian wasn't unfamiliar with these 2 people. Enemies really are bound to meet. After he recognized these 2 people, the corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. When he noticed these 2 people, who'd just walked off the Migres Peak stone platform, noticed Duan Tian as well. Instantly, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. It's him. He finally appeared. After the 2 young men noticed Duan Tian, their faces were full of excitement and wind blew past their legs as they swiftly flew over in the blink of an eye. They exerted their movement techniques to the utmost limit. Duan Tian didn't feel surprised when he noticed these 2 people flashing over towards him. He withdrew his gaze from the 2 people, completely disregarding them as he walked towards the mountain path on Migres Peak. But would these 2 people let him leave just like that? The answer was no. Whoosh! Whoosh! As if 2 gusts of wind blew by, the 2 young men obstructed Duan Tian's path. Duan Tian, still thinking of fleeing? The young man who spoke was precisely the outer court disciple that chose Duan Tian to enter the Migres Peak a few days ago, when Duan Tian entered the 7-Star Sword sect. He was also one of the 3 7-Star Sword sect disciples that Duan Tian ordered Xianxia to throw out from the restaurant in Black Bamboo City over 10 days ago. Duan Tian remembered that this person seemed to be called Xianxia. The day he'd arrived, on the way to Migres Peak, Xianxia had revealed hostility towards him at every turn, as if Xianxia wished for nothing more than to kill him. Later on, when he went to receive his outer court disciple's attire, he was surprised to notice that Xianxia had left. At that time, he had been suspicious of whether Xianxia had noticed that he wasn't simple. Now it seemed like that wasn't the case, or Xianxia wouldn't be obstructing his path now. Duan Tian, today, Yuan Wu will properly get even with you for the enmity in the Black Bamboo City's restaurant that day. The young man beside Xianxia looked at Duan Tian and his eyes emitted traces of a vicious gleam that seemed ready to swallow Duanling Tian up. Duanling Tian had a slight impression of this young man. It was precisely the other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple that was thrown out of the restaurant by Xiong Quan. Now, besides the inner court disciple from that day, the other two seven-star sword sect disciples from that day had gathered. "Oh? How are you going to get even with me?" Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits and his tone was calm as he questioned them. "Humph!" Yuan Wu sneered and a dense flame jumped about within his eyes. Do you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me? Life and death arena? Duanling Tian frowned and his face slightly sank when he heard Yuan Wu. The life and death arena was a place that only seven-star sword sect disciples with irreconcilable enmities would choose to enter to conduct a life and death battle, which didn't end until one party died. Life and death arena? Yuan Wu's voice wasn't soft, causing some of the Migres Peak outer court disciples that passed by to hear it. They exclaimed in low voices before instantly surrounding them. Before long, the amount of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded them grew more and more. It's senior brother Xianxia and the Mizar Peak's senior brother Yuan Wu. Before long, someone had recognized Xianxia and Yuan Wu. As for Duanling Tian, although he'd once been involved in a farce with Zhao Lin here, the people who had an impression of him were far fewer than the amount of people that had an impression of Xianxia and Yuan Wu. "You're called Yuan Wu?" Duanling Tian deeply gazed at Yuan Wu. "Yuan Wu, I don't feel that the incident from that day can be considered as having any sort of enmity with you. The grudges between us are something that you all provoked. If it wasn't for you all trying to forcefully buy something from me, would I have asked my servant to throw all of you out? After all is said and done, this is all something that all of you asked for. Now, for this small matter, you want to invite me, this outer court disciple that has just entered the seven-star sword sect, to ascend to the life and death arena for a battle? Don't you think you're going too far?" As he finished speaking, traces of cold lights arose within Duanling Tian's eyes. He wasn't afraid of ascending to the life and death arena. However, this Yuan Wu wanted to ask him to ascend to the life and death arena, and wanted to kill him just for the small matter from the other day. This caused him to be unable to help from having flames of rage arise within his heart. So that's how it is. Looks like it ought to be that this junior brother got into a conflict with senior brother Yuan Wu before he entered into the sect. Forcefully purchase? If it's really like this, then senior brother Yuan Wu is really going too far. Then isn't he going even more overboard now? Senior brother Yuan Wu is a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, and supposedly is soon to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, asking an outer court disciple who just entered our 7-star sword sect to ascend to the life and death arena. Isn't this bullying the weak? Actually, it's nothing, so long as this junior brother refuses. The spectating Migres Peak disciples couldn't help but discuss animatedly amongst themselves. Yuan Wu frowned when he heard the discussions from the surrounding crowd, and his face sank as he looked at Duanling Tian and sneered. "Small matter? Overboard? I, Yuan Wu, have lived to such an age in this lifetime, but it was still the first time I suffered such a humiliation. In my, Yuan Wu's, heart, you, Duanling Tian, are my absolutely irreconcilable enemy, an enemy I desire to kill." As he finished speaking, Yuan Wu's tone had traces of bloodthirsty icy coldness mixed within. Duanling Tian's face sank. Yuan Wu started laughing when he saw Duanling Tian's expression. "Of course, I know you surely don't have the guts to accept my life and death arena invitation, but let me say first that if you don't agree to my life and death arena invitation today, then in the future, I'll heavily injure you every time I see you. So long as I don't kill you or cripple you, the sect rules are unable to do anything to me." As he finished speaking, the smile on Yuan Wu's face had traces of madness mixed within. "Me too," Xianxia spoke out as well, and looked at Duanling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze. "Duanling Tian, what Yuan Wu said earlier is what I want to say as well. Today, if you don't dare agree to Yuan Wu's life and death arena invitation, then in the future, there will be no place for you to have a foothold within Migres Peak. As expected, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples were stirred the moment Hua Xian spoke. Senior brother Hua Xian has a grudge with this junior brother as well? Oh my god! This junior brother only just entered our 7-star sword sect, and he's already offended 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage senior brothers. He's really too formidable. I have to hand it to him. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and they looked at Duanling Tian with gazes filled with a conflicting combination of admiration and pity. As far as they were concerned, Duanling Tian's courage deserved compliments for daring to offend both Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. However, now that he had to endure the rage of both of them, his end could be easily imagined. It would surely be extremely miserable. Hua Xian, you want to kill me as well? Duanling Tian took a deep breath, then looked at Hua Xian with a calm gaze as he asked with a deep voice. Of course. Hua Xian practically didn't hesitate in the slightest as he replied with a cold voice, and his tone had traces of viciousness mixed within. Duanling Tian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were overbearing that day in the Black Bamboo City's restaurant when they helped the other 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, desiring to forcefully by his jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Later on, he only asked Xiongquan to throw them out as a small form of punishment. He felt he'd already showed mercy. But today, these two people weren't regretful in the slightest towards the mistakes they made that day, and instead atrociously wanted to kill him. Duanling Tian's gaze flickered, and traces of killing intent couldn't help but jump about within his eyes. Duanling Tian, have you made a decision now? Do you want to accept my life and death arena invitation, and allow me to give you a swift death? Or do you want me and Hua Xian to slowly torture you in the future? Yuan Wu looked at Duanling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. Just when he was about to speak, isn't this junior brother that brother from 2 days ago? I didn't recall it if you didn't say so, but it's really him. I heard he seems to have already obeyed Elder Xiaolin. What? He's that pretty boy that obeyed Elder Xiaolin. Look at his delicate skin that seems as if it would be injured with a flick of the finger. There probably isn't a second person in our Migres Peak who can possess it. It ought to be him. Some of the spectating Migres Peak disciples recognized Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples, and was nearly angered to death. When did he obey Xiaolin? Moreover, Duanling Tian noticed that after Hua Xian and Yuan Wu heard the discussion of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, their expressions went pale. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, their eyes had a sense of fear and disgust. Duanling Tian, you're really capable. I really never imagined that you'd only just arrived at Migres Peak and you've already gotten together with Elder Xiaolin. Even though Xiaolin had noticed earlier that Duanling Tian's skin had become white, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now when he heard the discussion of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, he couldn't help but recall the matter that was spread and gave rise to much discussion within the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak during these past few days. The Migres Peak's outer court elder, Xiaolin, had a special hobby. He'd taken a fancy towards a pretty boy disciple of Migres Peak, and the disciple had even obeyed him. Hua Xian couldn't help but be slightly afraid in his heart when he thought of Xiaolin. If this Duanling Tian really had this layer of relationship with Xiaolin, then he and Yuan Wu would probably have no means of taking revenge on Duanling Tian. Xiaolin, the outer court elder of Migres Peak, was someone that they couldn't afford to offend. Duanling Tian, you really are capable. Yuan Wu's face was gloomy as he looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian frowned, then looked at the surrounding Migres Peak disciples that were discussing animatedly, and abruptly shouted out explosively with an unsightly expression. Enough! Instantly, all the Migres Peak disciples went silent, but their gazes when they looked at Duanling Tian had a sense of ill feelings, then once again went into an uproar. I heard senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu say earlier that this pretty boy seems to be called Duanling Tian? What a waste of such a good name. An outer court disciple that has only just entered our 7-star sword sect dares to yell before us? Don't all of you forget that he now has the backing of Elder Xiaolin. Duan Ling Tian's expression was incomparably unsightly, and wished for nothing more than to tear apart the mouths of these Migres Peak disciples. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from afar, and everyone could see a middle-aged man walked over in large strides. Elder Zhao Lin! Elder Zhao Lin! The crowd of Migres Peak disciples instantly shut their mouths when they saw Zhao Lin arriving, no longer daring to rashly discuss anything anymore. What are all of you gathered here for? Zhao Lin frowned, then swept the crowd of Migres Peak disciples that were present with his gaze. His eyes then descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and was slightly surprised before shooting his gaze onto Xianxia and Yuan Wu, who stood opposite of Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, a Migres Peak disciples that desired to stir up trouble spoke of the sequence of events of the matter. Zhao Lin's gaze quickly descended onto Xianxia and Yuan Wu's figures. Instantly, Xianxia and Yuan Wu's faces went grim, and their heart were filled with nervousness. As far as they were concerned, if Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lin really had the relationship like in the rumors, then they would surely be met with misfortune today. Looks like senior brother Xianxia and senior brother Yuan Wu are going to suffer misfortune. Elder Zhao Lin is surely going to stand up for Duan Ling Tian. Most of the Migres Peak disciples present now all had the same thoughts as Xianxia and Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu, you intend to invite Duan Ling Tian for a battle on the life and death arena? Zhao Lin's gaze descended onto Yuan Wu as he slowly asked. A trace of brilliance lit up deep within his eyes. As far as he was concerned, this was perhaps a chance to probe Duan Ling Tian. He was filled with interest towards Duan Ling Tian's cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. He wanted to know if the rebirth within the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll was similar to the rebirth provided by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and was able to increase natural talent in the martial Tao. If he was able to prove that both of them were similar, then he must obtain this cultivation method from Duan Ling Tian. But now when Yuan Wu heard Zhao Lin's question, he thought that Zhao Lin wanted to condemn him. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm in the wrong. I didn't know earlier that Duan Ling Tian is yours. What Duan Ling Tian is mine? Zhao Lin's face sank and said furiously, could it be that you believe those fictitious rumors as well? Yuan Wu was stupefied, as he never expected Zhao Lin's reaction would be so huge. Humph! Zhao Lin coldly swept Yuan Wu with his gaze. If you've worried about me, then you can be at ease. There's no relationship between me and Duan Ling Tian. Whether he's dead or alive has nothing to do with me. If Duan Ling Tian really has an irreconcilable enmity with you, then you can continue to invite him to the life and death arena. The Migres Peak life and death arena hasn't seen blood in years, and I really look forward to it. Swoosh! Zhao Lin's words were like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. The spectating crowd of Migres Peak disciples were all shocked. Could it be that Elder Zhao Lin really has no relationship with Duan Ling Tian? Nonsense! Elder Zhao Lin already said so. It has nothing to do with him whether Duan Ling Tian is dead or alive. How could they possibly have a relationship? Exactly. If it was you, would you allow your lover to ascend the life and death arena to give his life away? Even though what Zhao Lin said caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely uncomfortable, as it was like instigating Yuan Wu to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. But now that the relationship between him and Zhao Lin had been cleared up, it caused him to heave a sigh of relief as well. It didn't matter if others misunderstood him on any other matter. But this, he wasn't willing to be misunderstood. Yuan Wu's eyes lit up when he heard what Zhao Lin said, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slightly evil smile. Xianxia, who stood beside him, had a face full of smiles as well. It looked like they could take revenge like they wished. Duan Ling Tian noticed the expressions of Yuan Wu and Xianxia, and his eyes narrowed as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. If Yuan Wu and Xianxia were really impervious to reason, then he wouldn't show mercy. There was a ball of fire that was burning within Duan Ling Tian's heart, and would explode out at any moment. Before long, Duan Ling Tian saw Yuan Wu take 2 steps forward and look at him. Duan Ling Tian, have you finished considering? Will you agree to battle me in the life and death arena? Or will you refuse and allow me and Xian to slowly torture you in the days to come? A smile of victory appeared on the corners of Yuan Wu's mouth, as if Duanling Tian was only a piece of meat on the chopping block. Along with Yuan Wu once again proclaiming his invitation to battle on the life and death arena to Duanling Tian, the gazes of the surrounding Migra's peak disciples all descended onto Duanling Tian. They didn't think that Duanling Tian would agree. After all, Yuan Wu was a 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, where Duanling Tian was only an Outer Court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, and seems to be around 20-year-old. As far as they were concerned, at such an age, his cultivation would at most be at the 1st level of the Origin Core Stage. Zhao Lin stood at a distance, and lightly stared at Duanling Tian with a calm expression. Just as he'd said, whether Duanling Tian lived or died had nothing to do with him. What he wanted to confirm was whether the rebirth within the cultivation method Duanling Tian cultivated, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, was able to increase the natural talent in the martial Dao. Duanling Tian. Xian looked at Duanling Tian with a vicious expression. If you refuse, then so long as you appear in the future, I'll break all the bones on your body, then allow you to slowly heal up. In the future days, you won't have any more time to cultivate, because your time will all be used to tend to your injuries. The surrounding Migra's peak disciples felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Xian. Senior brother Xian is too ruthless. Looks like senior brother Xian really hates Duanling Tian. Aren't you talking nonsense? If he didn't hate him to the utmost limit, would he invite Duanling Tian to battle in the life and death arena? What Xian said caused the burning flames within Duanling Tian's heart to be unable to be suppressed any longer, and it completely exploded out. Xian. Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto Xian, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. I can agree to Yuan Wu's invitation to battle on the life and death arena, but I have a demand. What demand? Speak. Xian hadn't even spoken when he heard Duanling Tian's words, when Yuan Wu's gaze had already lit up and he asked eagerly. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duanling Tian was willing to ascend to the life and death arena, and have a life and death battle with him, he would agree to any demand that wasn't too overboard. What demand? Xian frowned as he asked. I hope that it's 3 people who ascend to the life and death arena today. If you're unwilling to agree, then I won't ascend TP the life and death arena. Duanling Tian looked at Xian as spoke of his demand. 3 people. Could it be that this Duanling Tian wants to get help? The life and death arena, battles were ordinarily 1 against 1. Duanling Tian is actually shameless to the point of wanting to get help. The surrounding Migra's peak disciples were in an uproar, as they all felt that Duanling Tian's demand was going too far. What? You want to get help? Xian sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like you know your own limitations, and know that it's impossible for you to be a match for Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu frowned, as he never expected that Duanling Tian would put forth a demand that was excessive. Xian, I think you've got it wrong. I don't want to get help. Duanling Tian heard the discussions of the surrounding Migra's peak disciples, then heard what Xian said, and he knew that everyone misunderstood what he meant. You don't want to get help? Then why did you put forth such a demand? Xian and Yuan Wu said at almost the exact same time, and their eyes that looked at Duanling Tian revealed dense and ruthless coldness. Humph! Duanling Tian said coldly. Since your comprehension ability is so bad, I'll say it more directly. I can ascend to the life and death arena, but I don't hope to only have 1 opponent. I hope that I can battle both of you at the same time in the life and death arena. 1 person, against the 2 of you. A battle of life and death that doesn't end until one side dies. As Duanling Tian finished speaking, his voice was sonorous, and filled with a majestic and powerful imposing manner. Don't you 2 want me to ascend to the life and death arena? Then I'll ascend to it. Moreover, not only will I, Duanling Tian, ascend to the life and death arena, but I'll even fight the both of you alone. At the same time, Battle intent and killing intent converged together within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and leapt up. The blood in his body boiled. As Duan Ling Tian finishing speaking, the scene went deathly silent, terrifyingly silent. Now, even if one were to throw a needle on the floor, perhaps one could clearly hear the sound. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely stunned. At this moment, as they gazed upon Duan Ling Tian's figure that stood there, a portion of the Migres Peak disciples felt that Duan Ling Tian was so lofty like a mountain, as if he transformed into an undefeatable war god that caused everyone to feel heartfelt admiration. Moreover, not to mention anything else, just the courage from Duan Ling Tian daring to say this was already worthy of their admiration. Even if Duan Ling Tian was killed in the life and death arena today, he would still have died a glorious death, and would be remembered in their hearts. This was an outer court disciple who'd only just entered the 7-star sword sect and dared to challenge 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists in the life and death arena. Of course, there were also a portion of Migres Peak disciples that did not spare a glance when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Overestimating yourself. A mere outer court disciple that just entered our 7-star sword sect dares to be so arrogant? Wanting to battle 2 senior brothers in the life and death arena? He's simply courting death. According to me, he probably feels that if he faces senior brother Yuan Wu alone, he won't die fast enough. I think so too. If senior brother Xianxia and senior brother Yuan Wu attack together, this Duan Ling Tian would probably die in a single move. Nearby, Zhao Lin's brows knit, and he looked at the faraway Duan Ling Tian, as if he was absorbed in thought and his heart jerked. This Duan Ling Tian, did he really have confidence, or was he overestimating himself? He urgently wanted to know the answer now. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia and Yuan Wu glanced at each other with faces full of shock, then couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure you want to ascend to the life and death arena and battle the 2 of us together? Xianxia suppressed his laughter with great difficulty, then looked at Duan Ling Tian. His brows knit and his eyes were filled with a trace of amusement. I really hope that I'm able to battle you with Yuan Wu, as in this way, I'll be able to kill you with my own 2 hands to vent the hatred in my heart. There was a total of 7 life and death arenas in the 7-star sword sect. As one of the 7 great sword peaks in the 7-star sword sect, there was a life and death arena on Migres Peak. The Migres Peak life and death battle arena was situated on a platform halfway down the mountain, and was paved with a layer of crimson-red bricks that were like blood. With a glance, it caused one to feel a chill run down their spines. Normally, the platform where the life and death arena was located would be peaceful, and very few people would come here. But today, it was completely seething with excitement. Today, someone would be ascending to the life and death arena to undergo a bloody battle that would only end when one party died. Hurry up! We'll miss it if we're late. I've been on the Migres Peak for 2 years already, and today is still the first time that I heard of someone ascending to the life and death battle arena to undergo a life and death battle. I absolutely can't miss it. Supposedly, our Migres Peak's life and death arena hasn't seen blood in many years. On Migres Peak, so long as it was a Migres Peak disciple that heard of the news, no matter what they were doing at that moment, they practically all put down what they were doing and swarmed over. The life and death arena was situated on a vast platform halfway down the mountain, and it was a high platform that has been painstakingly formed from many piles. Now, the surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with Migres Peak disciples. The gazes of all the Migres Peak disciples descended on the 3 figures that stood atop the life and death arena. Why are there 3 people on the life and death arena? Instantly, some people had faces full of wonder as they asked curiously. In next to no time, there were people who told them of the sequence of events, and only then did they come to a sudden understanding. Their hearts were filled with shock at the same time. Their gazes unconsciously descended onto the young man on the life and death arena that was around 20 years of age, and they felt their scalps go numb. This young man was the outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect for a few days, Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian who was going to fight a battle of life and death with 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists in the life and death battle arena? Around 20 years old, Even if his natural talent in the martial Tao is even more heaven-defying, he would at most be at the second level of the origin core stage. Yeah, he actually dared to ascend to the life and death battle arena to battle a fourth-level origin core stage martial artist. Moreover, it's even two fourth-level origin core stage martial artists. He's virtually courting death. Are young men nowadays also rash? Similar discussions rose and fell around the life and death arena. In the life and death arena, Duanling Tian stood there, not moving like a mountain, with a calm expression. Even though his surroundings were completely in an uproar, he still remained unmoved and calmly stared at Huaxian and Yuan Wu, who stood opposite him. Duanling Tian, today, I and Yuan Wu will join forces to send you to your death. In one move, I and Yuan Wu only need one move, and we'll be able to kill you. Since you gave me the chance to kill you, I'll be merciful and give you a swift death. Huaxian looked at Duanling Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Don't worry, you won't feel pain, because you'll die in an instant. Yuan Wu's gaze had traces of cold lights as he looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you ought to be extremely regretful in your heart now, right? You offended us just for the sake of an infant goldfur mouse, and are about to be killed by us. Unfortunately, Senior Brother Fan isn't here. Otherwise, I believe he would be interested in today's scene as well. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled at an angle, seeming to be smiling but wasn't smiling. Regret? Perhaps there were things that he would regret, but it was impossible for him to regret this. Even if that 7-star sword sect inner court disciple was present, he would still not be regretful in the slightest. Haha, Duanling Tian, can you hear the discussions of these senior brothers and junior brothers? Listen, they're all saying you're overestimating yourself and saying that you're courting death. I really don't know where you got the courage to actually dare to invite the both of us to battle in the life and death arena with you. Huaxian laughed loudly, and his gaze swept the surroundings of the life and death arena, his laughter full of arrogance and complacence. I heard Huaxian say that those two girls that have appearances like flowers and could be called peerless have arrived at 7-star sword sect as well. You can be at ease. Once we kill you, we'll help you properly take care of them. Ha 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 ha. As Yuan Wu spoke, he started laughing as well, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duanling Tian being killed by him and Huaxian. Duanling Tian's calm expressions finally changed. Every dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and one would absolutely die. His reverse scale was undoubtedly the two little girls. This Yuan Wu actually was disrespectful to his women. Yuan Wu. Duanling Tian took a step forward. The killing intent on his body rushed into the sky, and a demonic crimson red appeared in his eyes. Duanling Tian was furious. Completely furious. Duanling Tian's entire body was currently completely enveloped by killing intent, as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that had walked out from the depths of hell. The 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on his body fluttered without wind and emitted whistling sounds. What? Angry. Yuan Wu noticed Duanling Tian's current appearance, and a smile bloomed on his face. Then he said to Huaxian, who was beside him, Huaxian, I like the hot-bodied girl among the two. You won't fight with me for her, right? Of course not. The other isn't bad either. She's delicate and touching. She suits my taste. Huaxian licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted traces of lust. Bang! Duanling Tian's eyes practically completely became crimson red, and the hairband that bundled up his hair instantly broke apart. His long hair spread out and fluttered without wind, matchlessly elegant. Huaxian, you said earlier that the two of you can kill me in a single move? Duanling Tian's voice was filled with traces of a gloomy aura, as if it sounded out from the depths of hell, and caused the surrounding crowd of Migre's peak disciples to feel a chill run down their spines when they heard this. Exactly. I and Yuan Wu together only need a move, an instant, and it would be sufficient to kill you. After you die, I and Yuan Wu will surely take good care of the two beauties by your side. You can go in peace. Ha 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 ha. Huaxian noticed that Duanling Tian was enraged to the limit as well, and intentionally infuriated Duanling Tian a step further. His felt delighted in his heart for no reason when he saw Duanling Tian like this. Xianxia, I'm slightly unable to wait any longer now. Those beauties are probably waiting for me now. Yuanwu laughed slyly, and cooperated with Xianxia to provoke Duanling Tian. Needless to say, their actions did indeed work. It caused the rage in Duanling Tian's heart to rise to the limit. His flames of rage were soaring. One move. Duanling Tian's crimson-red eyes had a gaze that was icy cold and unfeeling, and it descended onto Xianxia and Yuanwu as he said with an icy cold and hoarse voice, "In one move, you two will surely die." As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the noisy Migres peak disciples that were surrounding the life and death arena went silent for a moment. His Duanling Tian, what did he say? Kill Xianxia and Yuanwu in a single move? They were all struck dumb by what Duanling Tian said. Xianxia and Yuanwu, who were in the life and death arena, were stunned as well, and Xianxia, who recovered from his shock, first sneered as he said, "Duanling Tian, you're dreaming, right? Kill us in a single move? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if you're given another 5 years, you might not be able to do it." Wishful thinking. Yuanwu's gaze emitted a cold light, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. "All right, Yuanwu, let's begin." Xianxia grinned, his smile full of evil, and his gaze that looked at Duanling Tian seemed as if he was looking at a dead man. In his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Origin energy was raging atop the 3-foot-long blade. Whoosh! Above Xianxia, 76 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. At the same time, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in Yuanwu's hand as well. The number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above him were exactly similar to the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xianxia, both being 76. 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists. 2 Grade 7 Spirit Swords. This was the strength of Xianxia and Yuanwu. And currently, the Migres peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena that were struck dumb by what Duanling Tian said, had finally recovered from their shock. When they looked at Duanling Tian once again, their gazes were filled with disdain. This Duanling Tian had really gone mad. Kill Xianxia and Yuanwu in a single move? Simply fool's talk. Xianxia and Yuanwu are both 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists, and both have Grade 7 Spirit Swords. Even a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist that possessed a Grade 7 Spirit Sword wouldn't dare say that he was able to kill Xianxia and Yuanwu, who had joined forces within a single move. Perhaps this is him boosting his courage before death. The Migres peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena all regarded what Duanling Tian said earlier as beneath contempt. As far as they were concerned, Duanling Tian was bound to be killed by Xianxia and Yuanwu. Zhao Lin stood there outside the life and death arena, and as he saw the scene before him, the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of disdain. This Duanling Tian is really arrogant. Arrogance is something that requires strength. Without strength, you can only be the meat on another's chopping block, and be trampled on by another. But in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Heaven! What did he see? No! Impossible! How could this be possible? This isn't real. It absolutely isn't real. Unbelievable! The Migres peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena and were just mocking Duanling Tian a moment ago were now startled as they gazed at the sky above Duanling Tian. What did they see? Whoosh! Above Duanling Tian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and gathered to form 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, along with a 3-foot-long blade appearing within Duanling Tian's hand. Another 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duanling Tian, a total strength of 72 ancient mammoths. Presently, the 3-foot-long blade that Duanling Tian held in his hand was the Grade 8 Spirit Sword he refined himself, and was able to amplify his strength by 20%. He didn't even use a Grade 7 Spirit Sword, because, as far as he was concerned, There was no need. Fourth level origin core stage. Seeing the ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above Duanling Tian, Huaxian and Yuanwu glanced at each other, and could both see the astonishment in each other's eyes. A fourth level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20? For a moment they felt their scalps go numb. What sort of monstrous and abnormal natural talent was this? What terrifying natural talent! This Duanling Tian looks to be around 20 years of age, but is actually a fourth level origin core stage martial artist. In our entire 7-star sword sect's younger generation, such natural talent is something no one is able to compare to. Unbelievable! The surroundings of the life and death arena were in a complete uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were shocked by the cultivation that Duanling Tian revealed. It was unknown what sort of expression they would have if they knew that Duanling Tian was still holding back. After all, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, Duanling Tian was currently able to exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths at full force, and was comparable to a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. Just like before in the primeval forest, he was only able to kill that fierce beast savage tiger once he revealed his full strength. Now, he intentionally only revealed a strength of 60 ancient mammoths that was comparable to a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Perhaps, as far as Duanling Tian was concerned, Huaxian and Yuanwu weren't worthy of him using his full strength. Looks like the cultivation method this Duanling Tian cultivated does indeed have its own uniqueness, even to the extent that the rebirth provided by the cultivation method he cultivates is indeed able to increase the natural talent of a martial artist. A trace of burning desire and greed appeared in Zhao Lin's eyes, even when Duanling Tian had held back quite an amount of his strength now, but it was still sufficient to attract the greed within Zhao Lin's heart. However, even if this Duanling Tian is a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, the strength he exerted by relying upon a grade 8 spirit sword is weaker than any one of Huaxian or Yuanwu. I hope that his cultivation method is within his spatial ring. Otherwise, it's a troubling matter. As he thought up to that point, Zhao Lin frowned. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, the battle atop the life and death arena was something no one could obstruct. Even though he was a Migres Peak outer court disciple, he didn't dare interfere in the battle of the life and death arena under the gazes of everyone present. Obviously, Zhao Lin didn't look favorably upon Duanling Tian, even if Duanling Tian revealed a cultivation that caused him to be extremely shocked. Duanling Tian. In the life and death arena, Huaxian suppressed the shock in his heart, then looked at Duanling Tian with eyes that were suffused with dense killing intent. I really never imagined that you actually concealed yourself so deeply. You are actually a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. But today you're dead for sure. The might of Duanling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao also caused Huaxian to tremble with fear. Now he was slightly rejoicing. Luckily, Duanling Tian had ascended to the life and death arena. Otherwise, with Duanling Tian's natural talent, it probably wouldn't be long before Duanling Tian would be able to surpass him. If that time really came, then the one who would suffer misfortune would be him. It wasn't only Huaxian who was rejoicing, as Yuanwu was similarly rejoicing as well, and his eyes that looked at Duanling Tian were even gloomier and more vicious. He knew that if Duanling Tian didn't die today, then Duanling Tian would surely be a great future trouble. Duanling Tian. Even if you're a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, today, you'll surely die. Even though Duanling Tian was a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, he only had a grade 8 spirit weapon, and as far as Yuanwu was concerned, it posed no great threat to him. Moreover, he was now dealing with Duanling Tian while joining forces with Huaxian, and this made him feel even more strongly that there wouldn't be any suspense from killing Duanling Tian. I've already said it. Both of you will surely die in a single move. Duanling Tian's long hair that spread out, fluttered without wind, and his crimson-red demonic eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring cold light as it descended onto Huaxian and Yuanwu. At this moment, besides him, it seemed that only Huaxian and Yuanwu remained within his world. He was a hunter. Huaxian and Yuanwu were his prey. Shameless boasting. Xian shouted coldly. Then his figure jerked as the origin energy beneath his feet exploded out, and his entire figure seemed to have transformed into a sword that brought along a shocking, imposing manner as it swept out towards Duanling Tian. Humph! At almost the exact same instant Xian made a move, Yuanwu moved as well, practically moving shoulder to shoulder with Xian. The grade 7 spirit sword in his hand radiated a dazzling sheen, and seemed to transform into a venomous snake that bit towards Duanling Tian. At this time, Duanling Tian moved as well. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Xian and Yuanwu, who joined forces. He moved to intercept them head-on, and raging origin energy suffused into the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand. The origin energy lightly vibrated, and the frequency it vibrated slowly grew higher and higher. This detail was something no one was able to notice. The surroundings of the life and death arena were deathly silent as everyone held their breaths, and all their gazes descended onto the three figures that swiftly flashed atop the life and death arena. The three figures encountered each other in practically an instant. Die! Xian and Yuanwu's faces emitted madness when they saw Duanling Tian coming over to intercept them, and the grade 7 spirit sword in their hands whistled out as it transformed into sword images that filled the sky before enveloping downwards towards Duanling Tian, as if wanted to instantly annihilate Duanling Tian. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into an evil smile when faced with Xian and Yuanwu's incomparably swift sword skill that was difficult to find any flaws in. Exactly, Duanling Tian was smiling. At this instant, including Xian and Yuanwu, all the people surrounding the entire platform that the life and death arena was located on noticed Duanling Tian's smile. It was difficult for them to understand. Why was Duanling Tian still able to smile at this moment? It was simply bizarre. At the instant that the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a smile, his crimson-red eyes squinted abruptly, and the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand lightly vibrated, as if transforming into swimming dragon that was dancing about in the air. As the origin energy vibrated, it seemed it even caused circles of ripples to be formed in the air. Sword drawing arts. Duanling Tian's sword strike didn't have any fancy style, and wasn't hesitant in the slightest. If a word was used to describe it, it would be straightforward. The sword drawing arts. The sword moved out like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and accurately intercepted the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuanwu's hand that whistled over. Yuanwu's sword was the closest to Duanling Tian as well. Duanling Tian's sword instantly found Yuanwu's sword within the sword images that covered the sky, and directly fiercely smashed onto it. Clang! The grade 8 spirit sword instantly crashed onto the grade 7 spirit sword. Duanling Tian's gaze abruptly went cold. Quake energy. The cold smile on the corners of Yuanwu's mouth that curled up when he originally saw Duanling Tian actually daring fight head-on with him quickly froze, and his eyes emitted dense terror. And Yuanwu's expression stopped at this moment forever. The grade 8 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand used the overbearing quake energy to directly blast the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuanwu's hand, flying. Right when the palm on the hand Yuanwu used to grasp his sword split open, and fresh blood dripped out. Whoosh! A sword light that one was barely able to catch a glimpse of flashed past Yuanwu's throat. All this only happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone hadn't been able to react, the grade 8 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand turned to intercept the other sword that was only inches away from him. The owner of this sword was Xian. Xian hadn't even had the chance to react to what had happened when he noticed the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand be fiercely knocked away by Duanling Tian's grade 8 spirit sword. Instantly, he felt a terrifying force of vibration transfer towards him form the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. He didn't dare hesitate and directly let go, because he could perceive that if he didn't let go, his arm, even his body, would most likely be quaked to the point it shattered. Even after letting go, his palm still burst open, and fresh blood splattered. No! At practically an instant, when Xian's thoughts hadn't even had the time to move on, he saw a strand of sword light flash towards him. His throat seemed to be forcefully choked by someone, as he wanted to make a noise but was unable to do so. In the next moment, he felt his throat go cold, and everything before his eyes blurred. At the instant before his consciousness withered, he only had one remaining thought. What the heck was that method that Duanling Tian exerted earlier? The grade 8 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand flashed, then vanished into thin air, as it was put away by him into his spatial ring. Presently, the Migra's peak disciples with somewhat weaker strength and slightly inferior eyesight only saw a flash before their eyes. Then the throats of Huaxian and Yuanwu spouted out a line of blood that scattered down. The Migra's peak disciples with stronger strengths were instead able to clearly see that along with a line of blood appearing on Yuanwu's throat, in practically the blink of an eye, a line of blood appeared on Huaxian's throat as well. It was difficult for them to imagine how the speed of a grade 8 spirit sword in the hands of a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist could actually be swift to this extent. How could this be possible? Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, as he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. As the one and only void-prying stage martial artist present, he naturally clearly saw every detail when Duanling Tian attacked with his sword. Such sword speed, how could a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist possibly exert it? Moreover, he actually used the strength of 72 ancient mammoths to completely suppress Huaxian and Yuanwu's strength of 76 ancient mammoths, knocking both their swords flying. Zhao Lin's breathing became hurried. He was inexplicably excited in his heart, and his eyes emitted a flowing light of greed. Looks like the Duanling Tian's moves ought to be related to the cultivation method he cultivates, the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. Bang! Bang! On the life and death arena, Yuanwu and Huaxian's bodies crashed onto the ground one after the other, emitting a heavy sound. When these two sounds entered into the ears of the Migra's peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena, it caused them to be as if jolted awake from their dreams and completely recovered them from their earlier shock. Subsequently, an uproar rose as expected. Oh my God! Duanling Tian actually killed senior brother Yuanwu and senior brother Huaxian. He used a grade 8 spirit sword, and it was only the strength of 72 ancient mammoths. Senior brother Huaxian and senior brother Yuanwu used grade 7 spirit swords, and the offensive strength of any one of them was comparable to the strength of 76 ancient mammoths. How the heck did Duanling Tian do it? This is completely not logical. Could it be that what he cultivated is an Earth rank sword skill? Earth rank sword skill? Do you think it's possible? Who doesn't know that an Earth rank sword skill is only able to be cultivated by a void-prying stage expert that has comprehended force? He's an origin core stage martial artist. How could he cultivate an Earth rank sword skill? Senior brother Huaxian and senior brother Yuanwu's sword skills were both high-grade profound rank sword skills at the perfection stage, but even then, they still died at Duanling Tian's hand. I'm afraid only Duanling Tian himself knows how he killed those two senior brothers. The gazes of the Migra's peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena descended onto the proud and aloof figure on the life and death arena. These gaze were either dumbstruck, shocked, full of veneration or adoration. The words that Duanling Tian spoke earlier and were ridiculed by them couldn't help but reverberate by their ears. In a move, you too will surely die. At the beginning, no one believed it. But now, Duanling Tian instead used his strength to prove that what he'd said wasn't nonsense. Duanling Tian stood in the life and death arena, and his restless mood slowly calmed down. His rage that had boiled to the utmost limit completely calmed down when Huaxian and Yuanwu were killed by him. His head full of long hair that fluttered without the wind slowly dropped down. His crimson-red eyes slowly recovered to their normal state, and the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' attire that fluttered on his body calmed as well. Duanling Tian's gaze was calm as he glanced at the two corpses on the floor, as if he'd done something that was of no great importance. Duanling Tian put away Huaxian and Yuanwu's grade 7 spirit swords and spatial rings. He frowned when he felt the gazes that locked onto him from the surroundings of the life and death arena, and then he strode off, intending to leave. Duanling Tian. Right at this moment, Duanling Tian's eardrums trembled, and he clearly heard a voice, condensing origin energy into sound. an ability that only a martial artist at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above could master. When the other person's voice was transmitted by this method, only he would be able to hear it. Duanling Tian didn't turn around, and continued to walk forward. As he was able to discern that this was Zhao Lin's voice, Duanling Tian didn't have any good impression towards Zhao Lin and directly ignored him. In next to no time, Zhao Lin's origin energy that was condensed into sound once again entered into Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian, share the cultivation method you're cultivating with me. I can use other things to exchange with you. Duanling Tian's body slightly stopped when he heard what Zhao Lin said, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Zhao Lin didn't have any good intentions, as expected, actually wanting the cultivation method he cultivated in. Of course, he also knew that the cultivation method Zhao Lin wanted to obtain was surely the cultivation method he mentioned when bluffing Zhao Lin the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Actually, he didn't possess such a cultivation method at all. It was only something he casually made up when bluffing Zhao Lin. Duanling Tian's gaze focused as he looked into the distance, and with a glance he noticed the outer court elder Zhao Lin who stood behind the crowd and was staring at him with a burning gaze. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he casually swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then walked swiftly off the life and death arena. The Migres Peak disciples would consciously move to open up a path wherever Duanling Tian went. Duanling Tian, you're really formidable. Yeah, how the heck do you cultivate? You look like you're around 20, but your strength is so strong already. Duanling Tian, how about we be friends? The crowd of Migres Peak disciples were incomparably zealous wherever Duanling Tian passed. Duanling Tian's gaze was as calm as if it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed, and he directly walked in large strides to leave the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Duanling Tian. Zhao Lin's face sank. The mocking gaze that Duanling Tian swept him with earlier was undoubtedly refusing him. Zhao Lin slightly clenched his fists, and his eyes emitted an awe-inspiring coldness. Duanling Tian. I always get what I want. Along with Duanling Tian's departure, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples dispersed as well. But at the same time that they left, they didn't stop the discussions about Duanling Tian, as the strength that Duanling Tian revealed had completely shocked them. A 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist at around the age of 20, relied on a Grade 8 Spirit Sword to kill 2 4th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples that possessed Grade 7 Spirit Swords, and the latter even joined forces. Such an achievement in battle could be called shocking. After Duanling Tian left the life and death arena, he wound around the windy mountain paths for a while before returning to the mountain peak. He was worried that Zhao Lin would follow him. Even though Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, Duanling Tian was able to discern that Zhao Lin was a person that would use every means possible to obtain his goal. Now, Zhao Lin had targeted the sheer fictitious Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in his possession, and would surely not let the matter go. So, he must be careful and absolutely must not allow Zhao Lin to obtain an opportunity. Duanling Tian went along the tilted tree to once again return to the stalactite cave. Where's Little Black and Little White? Duanling Tian had only just entered the stalactite cave when he noticed the 2 little pythons had disappeared. His face instantly went grim, and his heart burned with anxiety. Even though Little Black and Little White like to play, but usually, they have never left arbitrarily. Could it be that something happened? Duanling Tian realized that it was no use of him to be anxious, and he must calm down, as only then would he be able to make the most accurate judgment. Could it be that someone came here? Duanling Tian's heart couldn't help but jerk. In next to no time, he started searching along the floor of the stalactite cave and the cave passage. In the end, he confirmed one thing. Besides him, there wasn't a second person that had come here. Moreover, he'd noticed the traces the 2 little fellows had left behind on the cave passage. In other words, the 2 little fellows left themselves. Where did Little Black and Little White go? Could it be that they went to look for me? Duanling Tian noticed that the traces the 2 little pythons left behind ended at the tilted tree before vanishing. Duanling Tian returned to the peak of the mountain and searched for a while, but in the end he discovered that there weren't any traces of the little pythons on the mountain peak. In other words, the two little fellow didn't come to the mountain peak. Could it be that they can grow wings and fly? Duan Tian frowned, and before long his heart couldn't help but tremble. Or maybe they fell from the tilted tree. Duan Tian took a deep breath, and his mood that had only just calmed down a while ago once again became restless. Duan Tian left the Migres Peak to arrive at Dubhe Peak, then left the 7-star sword sect. He didn't go anywhere else, but instead went to the foot of Migres Peak, as he wanted to confirm if the two little fellows had fallen down. Under the precipitous Migres Peak, Duan Tian discovered the traces of the two little pythons after all. Duan Tian glanced at the precipitous cliff, and he noticed that there were traces of the little pythons moving on it. In other words, the two little fellows had climbed down along the cliff. They really have guts. Duan Tian glanced at Migres Peak that stood perfectly straight up. The precipitousness of this sword peak caused Duan Tian's heart to be unable to refrain from having traces of coldness arise within. I wonder where little black and little white went. Duan Tian followed along the tracks on the ground to search all the way, and in the end he discovered that unknowingly, he'd once again arrived at the primeval forest, the dense forest where fierce beasts and demon beasts gathered in great numbers. The little python's tracks completely vanished after entering into the primeval forest, causing Duan Tian to have no way of finding them. What did those two little fellows come here for? Duan Tian shook his head, his face full of a bitter smile. Since I've come here, then I'll look around and see if I can find them. If I find them, then I must surely teach them a lesson. So disobedient. Duan Tian was worried and angry towards the two mischievous little fellows. Even though the two little pythons were fierce beasts, but they were no different from family to him. Now that they'd suddenly left, to a certain extent they'd thrown Duan Tian's life into confusion, and for some time caused Duan Tian to find it difficult to adapt to it. On the way going deep into the primeval forest, Duan Tian encountered many fierce beasts, and they were practically cleanly swept through by Duan Tian. Slowly, Duan Tian noticed something. His quake energy wasn't all-powerful. His quake energy was only able to produce the use it ought to have when faced with opponents that had a difference of strength of within 10 ancient mammoths from him. Once the strength of his opponent was more than 10 ancient mammoths from him, his quake energy would be completely useless. For example, no matter if it the elephant rhino or the savage leopard he encountered when he entered the primeval forest earlier, or even the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, Xianxia and Yuan Wu, that he'd killing in the life and death arena today, even though the strength Duan Tian used when dealing with them was lesser than them, but it didn't exceed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. It was still within the scope of effect of the quake energy. In other words, relying on this current strength that was comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, the quake energy is able to affect martial artists at the 6th level of the origin core stage, but it was of no use against 7th level origin core stage martial artists. Duan Tian thought in his heart, and he quickly came to an understanding. A 6th level origin core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and there was only a difference of the strength of 9 ancient mammoths from Duan Tian's current strength. Thus it was within the quake energy's scope of effect. However, if a 6th level origin core stage martial artist were to utilize a grade 7 spirit weapon, his offensive strength would increase explosively, even if I use a grade 7 spirit weapons. Solely in terms of offense, I will surely be thrown off by the strength of more than 10 ancient mammoths. Duan Tian pondered slightly. Under these circumstances, I'm unable to use the method I used to deal with Xianxia and Yuan Wu today, on a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. After all, the amplified strength that my opponent receives from his grade 7 spirit sword will be within the spirit sword in his hand, and if I were to use my spirit sword to go head-on with my opponent's spirit sword, the quake energy would be unable to be of any use. If I want to defeat my opponent, then I can only think of a way to seize my opponent's sword, or maybe find a suitable opportunity to force him to fight with me with bare hands. A 6th level origin core stage martial artist possessed a strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and once a grade 7 spirit sword was utilized, the offensive strength would increase explosively to a strength of more than 100 ancient mammoths, whereas Duanling Tian only possessed the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword, his offensive strength would only be close to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. In this way, the difference between the two would exceed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. And it just happened to exceed the scope of effect of the quake energy. Truly a headache. Looks like if I really want to battle a 6th level origin core stage martial artist who possesses a grade 7 spirit sword, I still have to prepare some auxiliary inscriptions. Only then would I be much safer, Duanling Tian thought in his heart. If he didn't use an inscription and only a grade 7 spirit weapon, under the circumstances that his opponent had a grade 7 spirit sword as well, if he wanted to win then he could only launch a surprise attack or lure his opponent to abandon his opponent's spirit sword. But there was a certain amount of danger in doing so. Once his opponent wasn't deceived, he would be forced into a passive position, even to the extent he might be defeated or killed. Cultivation. I still have to properly increase my cultivation. Along with the increase in my cultivation, the might of the quake energy would increase as well. At that time, it would surely not be limited within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Duanling Tian took a deep breath, and as he thought up to here, he was even more dedicated towards cultivating. Duanling Tian searched in the primeval forest for a day and night, but didn't discover the tracks of the two little pythons and could only helplessly leave in the end. He believed that with the viability of the two little pythons, they ought to not be in any danger within the primeval forest. Duanling Tian returned to the 7-star sword sect after leaving the primeval forest. He'd only just entered the sect and walking on the mountain path of the main peak, the Dubhe Peak, when Duanling Tian heard two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that passed by whispering in discussion. Have you heard? A monster appeared in the Migres Peak this time. One of the outer court disciples said to the companion beside him. I heard. Supposedly he's even a new disciple that had only just entered our 7-star sword sect. At the 4th level of the origin core stage at an age of around 20. Such natural talent is absolutely a top-notch existence within the young generation of our 7-star sword sect. The other outer court disciple nodded. He'd only just entered our 7-star sword sect, and had already ascended the life and death arena to kill two 4th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Too formidable. The former praised. Duanling Tian's brows knit, then shook his head. He never expected that he'd only killed Xianxia and Yuanwu yesterday, and it had already spread all over the 7-star sword sect today. On the way, Duanling Tian noticed that practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples he encountered on the way were discussing the deed he performed from yesterday. Luckily, these 7-star sword sect disciples didn't recognize him. Otherwise, he would probably be looked upon like a rare animal. Duanling Tian once again walked past the chain bridge and returned to Migres Peak. Duanling Tian had only just stepped on the Migres Peak stone platform when he was stopped by a young man at around the age of 23 or 24. The young man had an ordinary appearance, the type that couldn't be found anymore once thrown into a crowd. But Duanling Tian didn't dare look down upon him. Duanling Tian's sharp spiritual force allowed him to realize that the cultivation of this young man was stronger than Xianxia and Yuanwu. Is something the matter? Duanling Tian frowned as he didn't know this person and didn't know why they would block him. Could it be a good friend of Xianxia and Yuanwu? Duanling Tian couldn't help but think in his heart. Duanling Tian, Elder Zhao Lin asked me to come look for you. If you're sensible then hand over the thing Elder Zhao Lin wants. Otherwise, you won't have a foothold in Migres Peak any longer. The young man looked at Duanling Tian and said in a low voice. Even though he's head of the deed Duanling Tian performed yesterday, he didn't take it to heart. Yesterday, even if it was him, he would similarly be able to kill Xianxia and Yuanwu who had joined hands. As a 5th level origin core stage martial artist, he had this confidence. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding when he heard the young man. It was someone Elder Zhao Lin sent. Duanling Tian started laughing brilliantly. What are you laughing for? The young man's face sank, and he frowned. Fuck off. Duanling Tian's laughter was instantly restrained, and he shouted out explosively with a voice that was like a clap of thunder, causing the young man to be muddled and was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. "You told me to fuck off?" The young man was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian, as if he'd encountered an inconceivable matter. Along with Duan Ling Tian's explosive shout, many Migra's peak disciples from the direction of the trade hall noticed the commotion and surrounded them. Watching a scene was human nature. It's Duan Ling Tian. Who actually dares to offend Duan Ling Tian? Isn't this Lu Yu? How did he get at odds with Duan Ling Tian? Senior brother Lu Yu is in existence at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Even though Duan Ling Tian was able to kill 2 4th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples, he might not be a match for senior brother Lu Yu. He actually dared to infuriate senior brother Lu Yu. I don't think so. On the life and death arena yesterday, either Hu Xian or Yuan Wu had stronger offensive strength than Duan Ling Tian. But in the end, weren't they killed by Duan Ling Tian in a single move? Exactly. Duan Ling Tian's strength can't be judged by logic. I think so too. Since he dared be like this before senior brother Lu Yu, then he surely isn't afraid of senior brother Lu Yu. The crowd of Migra's peak disciples that surrounded them had recognized Duan Ling Tian, and recognized the young man that had blocked Duan Ling Tian. Lu Yu? 5th level Origin Core stage. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man before him and frowned as he heard the discussions of these Migra's peak disciples. No wonder he dared block Duan Ling Tian, so it turned out that he was a 5th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple. But that Zhao Lin was really looking down on him. He thought that just a 5th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple was able to force him to hand over the cultivation method. Moreover, not to mention there was no such cultivation method in his possession. Even if there was, he still wouldn't give it to Zhao Lin. Lu Yu was originally completely infuriated by Duan Ling Tian asking him to fuck off. When he heard the discussions of the surrounding Migra's peak disciples, his expression flickered between a livid expression and a pale expression. His pair of icy cold eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you another chance. Hand over the thing I want, otherwise you'll surely regret it. The spectating Migra's peak disciples came to a sudden understanding when they heard Lu Yu. So it turned out that this Lu Yu wanted to seize Duan Ling Tian's possession. I'll surely regret it? Duan Ling Tian suddenly laughed when he heard Lu Yu's threats, and the smile on the corners of his mouth had traces of evilness mixed within. I'm really curious. How will you make me regret it? You're courting death. Lu Yu never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's attitude was so unyielding, and his face sank, slightly getting angry from embarrassment. I'm courting death? Duan Ling Tian took a step forward, and his fierce gaze descended onto Lu Yu, as he asked in a low voice. Since you dare say this, I presume you're extremely confident towards your own strength. Since it's like this, I, Duan Ling Tian, invite you to battle me on the life and death arena. How about it? Do you dare? Do you dare? Duan Ling Tian's voice was like a clap of thunder that instantly spread out. For a moment, even more Migra's peak disciples noticed the commotion and flocked over from the direction of the trade hall. They'd also recognized Duan Ling Tian and Lu Yu. Before long, they found out the sequence of events from the Migra's peak disciples that had surrounded over much earlier. Instantly, their gazes descended onto Lu Yu, as they all wanted to know how Lu Yu would reply. After he heard Duan Ling Tian's provocation, Lu Yu's face flushed red. Do you dare? What Duan Ling Tian said ceaselessly reverberated within his mind. Thinking about the deed Duan Ling Tian performed yesterday, and perceiving Duan Ling Tian's confidence at this moment, he was slightly perturbed in his heart. If it was only an ordinary spar, so what if he agreed to it? But Duan Ling Tian instead wanted him to ascend to the life and death arena now. Once a 7-star sword sect disciple ascended the life and death arena, it would also mean that they'd put their lives as the wager. He and Duan Ling Tian couldn't be considered to bear any deep grudges. Moreover, he came to find Duan Ling Tian today only because the Migra's Peak's elder Zhao Lin sent him here. As far as he was concerned, there was completely no necessity to throw his life in for the sake of this matter. Of course, most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was too mysterious. Although he didn't go to the life and death arena to see that battle with his own two eyes, but he'd heard of the specific details of the battle. In merely a single move, Duan Ling Tian relied on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples who possessed grade 7 spirit weapons and had the same cultivation as Duan Ling Tian. Such ability caused him to be shocked. Duan Ling Tian couldn't be judged by logic. So, although he was confident in his own strength and felt that he ought to not lose to Duan Ling Tian, he didn't dare agree to Duan Ling Tian's life and death arena invitation. Humph! How could Duan Ling Tian not know what Lu Yu was thinking when he saw Lu Yu's expressions change between a livid expression and pale expression, and didn't reply after a long time? Duan Ling Tian instantly had a disdainful expression. Fuck off! Lu Yu was still pondering when he abruptly heard Duan Ling Tian's sudden shout. He unconsciously took a few steps backwards and was in a slightly sorry state. 5th level origin core stage? Nothing special. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lu Yu with a cold and indifferent gaze, then laughed in ridicule, not giving Lu Yu the slightest amount of face. As far as he was concerned, he and Lu Yu had no enmity against each other, and Lu Yu wanting to seize his cultivation method was only asking for insult, and wasn't worth being pitted. Only Duan Ling Tian left did Lu Yu recover from his shock, and a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Earlier, he indeed was afraid. He was afraid that he would be killed by Duan Ling Tian. Before his life, everything else seemed that much more unimportant. Yet Lu Yu didn't know now that it wouldn't be long before he would understand that how wise and correct his decision today was. The spectating crowd of Migres Peak disciples booed ceaselessly. Their faces revealed a wisp of ridicule when they saw Lu Yu leaving in a sorry state. Since this Lu Yu doesn't dare agree to Duan Ling Tian's life and death arena invitation, then don't act brave and go offend Duan Ling Tian. Now, he's incurred the dislike of all parties. Simply asking for insult. Duan Ling Tian is really formidable, scaring Lu Yu shitless with a single sentence. Of course, Duan Ling Tian is the little freak of our Migres Peak, and can't be judged by logic. Now, even if he's able to kill a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian returned to the mountain peak of Migres Peak, and after he returned to the stalactite cave, he sat on the stone platform and calmed his heart to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python Form. Now, the task of top priority for Duan Ling Tian was to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. At that time, not only would his strength obtain a swift increase, but even the quake energy would obtain an increase. He was extremely curious as to what extent the quake energy would increase to once he broke through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. Migres Peak, in a gorge that possessed adequate rays of light. A middle-aged man and a young man stood facing each other. Elder Zhao Lin, forgive me, you should look for another person. Lu Yu looked at Zhao Lin. A trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he had a slight lingering fear. What? He refused you? Zhao Lin's eyes squinted, and contained piercingly cold lights within his gaze, as he asked in a low voice. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. You didn't teach him a lesson? Zhao Lin continued asking. Lu Yu shook his head. Why? Zhao Lin frowned. As far as he was concerned, although Duan Ling Tian killed 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists yesterday, Lu Yu was a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist after all, and ought to be able to frighten Duan Ling Tian. But now it would seem that the facts weren't like this. He invited me to a battle on the life and death arena. I didn't dare gamble my life. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lin. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. Then he bid his farewells before turning around and leaving. Bang! Origin energy palm prints condensed into form with a life of Zhao Lin's hand, and it whistled out smash a nearby stone table to pieces. Then he said with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice, Duan Ling Tian, since a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist can't do anything to you, then I'll go look for a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. No matter what, I'll make you hand over that cultivation method. Since the day the 2 little pythons left and after Duan Ling Tian returned, He'd cultivated in the stalactite cave all the time, and didn't leave the top of Migres Peak. Of course, he was most worried that the two little fellows would return and be unable to find him. Luckily, he'd bought quite a lot of meat from the trade hall the other time, and it was sufficient for him to eat for a few months. Time passed quickly in the twinkling of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On the stone platform in the stalactite cave, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged there, cultivating with a calm heart. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and a trace of a dazzling luster appeared in his eyes that had flowing lights revolving within. Only a little bit and I can break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. After he returned to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh with a slight sense of loss. Those two little fellows wouldn't have settled down in the primeval forest, right? It's already been 2 months and they haven't returned. Looks like I should find some time to continue looking for them in the primeval forest. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto his 2 hands. Now, even though Duan Ling Tian's hands were still smooth as jade like before, but they weren't as fair and delicate as before, and this was all the results of him frequently bathing under the sun on the peak of the mountain for these 2 months. His skin had finally recovered to a comparatively normal color. Now, Duan Ling Tian was much more matured than before, as he'd already turned 20. It's been 2 months. I should go see those 2 little girls. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a light smile when he thought of Li Fei and Ku Er. Then he stood up and left the stalactite cave. Before long, Duan Ling Tian left the mountain peak and arrived nearby the trade hall. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard an urgent cry. He glanced over, and a Migres Peak disciple walked over from afar. Duan Ling Tian frowned, and his face slightly sank. Could it be that it's again someone that Elder Zhao Lin sent? Duan Ling Tian, you've finally appeared. Duan Ling Tian quickly noticed that this Migres Peak disciple seemed to not have been sent by Zhao Lin. Moreover, when the disciple saw Duan Ling Tian, he seemed to heave a breath of relief. You are. Duan Ling Tian had a questioning expression, as he didn't recognize this Migres Peak disciple. This Migres Peak disciple was a young man with a thin and weak figure, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I'm a friend of Hu Li's. Hu Li? Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up when he heard what the young man said, and his expression eased up as he lightly smiled. Hu Li's friend is my friend. What are you called? Hu Li, one of the 2 friends he's gotten to know that day in the primeval forest. A straightforward young man. That day, the experiences in the primeval forest also made him take Hu Li as a good friend. I'm He Chun, Duan Ling Tian. Come with me to see Hu Li. 1 month ago he came here to look for you. I and Hu Li were waiting for you for half a month. But you didn't appear, and he returned to Fekta Peak half a month ago. He Chun sighed, and a trace of dejection appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked when he saw He Chun's expression. What? Has something happened to Hu Li? At the first moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled that Xiao Fei, who'd been members of the same small team as him, Shirlan, and Hu Li in the primeval forest 2 months ago. Could it be that Xiao Fei asked his old brother to take revenge on Hu Li? He Chun nodded, and a trace of melancholy and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Take me to see Hu Li. What the heck actually happened? Duan Ling Tian urged He Chun to lead the way. He asked as he walked swiftly, his face filled with anxiety. 2 months ago, in the primeval forest, Hu Li was willing to die to fight for a chance for survival for Duan Ling Tian. Since that moment, he's taken Hu Li as a friend of life and death in his heart. Now, when he heard something had happened to Hu Li, he had a burning anxiety in his heart. At the same time, he urgently wanted to know what the heck happened to Hu Li. Whoosh! Right when Duan Ling Tian and He Chun wanted to step onto the chain bridge, a figure that was swift like the wind obstructed before Duan Ling Tian's group of 2. This was a young man around the age of 25. He had handsome and refined features, and a pair of incomparably fierce eyes. Senior brother Tang Bai. He Chun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw this young man. Meanwhile, many Migres Peak disciples saw this scene and surrounded over. It's Duan Tian. He's finally appeared. And I still thought that he was intentionally hiding because he knew Senior Brother Tang Bai was looking for him all over. Senior Brother Tang Bai has searched for him for more than a month. He's finally appeared. The crowd of Migre's peak disciples that surrounded over discussed animatedly. Fuck off! A trace of crimson red appeared in Duan Tian's eyes as he stared at the young man that obstructed his path and shouted out in a cold voice. Duan Tian's current thoughts were all on Hu Li, and he urgently wanted to see Hu Li now, wanting to know what exactly happened to Hu Li. Formidable. Duan Tian is too formidable, directly asking Senior Brother Tang Bai to fuck off. He couldn't be unaware of Senior Brother Tang Bai, right? Senior Brother Tang Bai isn't someone that Lu Yu from 2 months ago can compare to. Senior Brother Tang Bai's face has gone grim. This Duan Tian is surely going to suffer a great misfortune. I really wonder where he got the courage. Even if he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists, but what about it? Senior Brother Tang Bai is a famous outer court disciple in our Migre's Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. The crowd of Migre's Peak disciples looked at Duan Tian with gazes filled with pity. Even though Duan Tian had shocked all of them 2 months ago, but as far as they were concerned, even if Duan Tian was any more heaven-defying, he was still only a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. And even if he was even more heaven-defying, he would at most be equal to a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Faced with a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, he would only be bashed. Tang Bai's expression went gloomy. On Migre's Peak, there hadn't been a single outer court disciple that dared be so arrogant before him. Duan Tian, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm like that trash, Lu Yu, right? Tang Bai looked at Duan Tian, and a wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. His eyes contained a piercingly cold light as he stared fixedly at Duan Tian. Duan Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest as he looked at Tang Bai and said in a low voice, "You're looking for me? For the same reason as Lu Yu?" Tang Bai sneered. "It's good that you know. If you're sensible, then quickly hand it over. Otherwise, I'm not trash like that Lu Yu." Duan Tian suddenly burst out into a laugh when he heard Tang Bai, and his face was covered with a layer of coldness. "Is that so? Since that's the case, I presume you ought to dare agree to my invitation to the life and death arena, right?" Duan Tian never imagined that Zhao Lin would actually go on endlessly like this. First sending Lu Yu, then now sending another Tang Bai. However, he urgently wanted to see Hu Li now, and didn't have time to talk nonsense with Tang Bai here. So he directly brought out the life and death arena, wanting to make Tang Bai retreat after becoming aware of the difficulties. Even though Tang Bai was a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, he wasn't afraid. "You want to invite me to the life and death arena?" Tang Bai was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Tian. Even though he heard about Duan Tian using the life and death arena to scare Lu Yu to retreat 2 months ago, as far as he was concerned, it was because Lu Yu was cowardly. Even if this Duan Tian was any more mysterious and his method any more bizarre, but he was still only a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. In the eyes of he, a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist was no different from an ant. If he wanted to kill Duan Tian, it was even easier than cutting grass. Swoosh! What Duan Tian said caused the spectating crowd of Migre's Peak disciples to be completely stunned. They only recovered from their shock after a long time. "I didn't hear wrongly, right? This Duan Tian wants to invite Senior Brother Tang Bai to battle in the life and death arena. Is he courting death?" The crowd of Migre's Peak disciples were all shocked by what Duan Tian said. As far as they were concerned, even if a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist skills were any more brilliant, it would still be impossible to defeat a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. There was a difference of an entire strength of 20 ancient mammoths amongst the two. The strength of 20 ancient mammoths was a chasm that's difficult to leap over. "What? Dare to obstruct me? But don't dare to agree to my life and death arena invitation." Duan Tian stared at Tang Bai with a cold and indifferent gaze, and mocked. "If you don't dare, then quickly fuck off. I still have urgent matters to attend to, and don't have time to talk nonsense with you. What did you say? You said, I don't dare. Tang Bai was amused to laughter by Duan Ling Tian, and he laughed arrogantly. Duan Ling Tian, since you actually want to court death, then I'll grant your wish. I agree to ascend the life and death arena to battle you. It's up to you as we go over directly right now or set a time. I can give you some time to arrange your funeral affairs. Tomorrow at noon, I'll fight you in the life and death arena. It won't end until one of us dies. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and he had a face full of killing intent. Now fuck off. All right, tomorrow at noon. I'll wait for you in the life and death arena. I hope that at that time you won't be cowardly and not show up. Tang Bai stood aside, and trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He'd achieved his objective, and his mood was incomparably at ease. As far as he was concerned, so long as he forced Duan Ling Tian into a situation of life and death, he wasn't afraid that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't hand over the things Elder Zhao Lin wanted. At that time, he would be able to obtain the generous rewards that Elder Zhao Lin provided. I'm worried you wouldn't dare come. Duan Ling Tian, who had a burning anxiety in his heart, brought He Chun along as he walked out in large strides. And when he heard what Tang Bai said, he couldn't help but sneer as he replied, He Chun, let's go. Take me to see Hu Li. Duan Ling Tian's tone was incomparably anxious, and his figure flashed out to step onto the chain bridge and move towards Dubhe Peak. Duan Ling Tian, you're too rash. That Tang Bai is a famous outer court disciple in our Migra's Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage. He Chun followed by Duan Ling Tian's side, and had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually invite Tang Bai to ascend to the life and death arena and conduct a bloody battle that wouldn't end until one party died. Similar to the crowd of Migra's Peak disciples, he didn't look favorably on Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the entire Migra's Peak started spreading the news of Duan Ling Tian inviting Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena tomorrow, and Tang Bai had agreed. For a time, the entire Migra's Peak was in an uproar. 2 months ago, I just happened to be in closed-door cultivation and missed that life and death arena battle. I must not miss tomorrow's battle. Truly causing one to look forward to it. One is our Migra's Peak's little freak. The other is our Migra's Peak's famous 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Right when all the Migra's Peak disciples were looking forward to the battle in the life and death arena tomorrow, Duan Ling Tian and He Chun arrived at Dubhe Peak and went through another chain bridge and stepped onto Fecta Peak. Fecta Peak was similar to Migra's Peak, and were both sword peaks that 7-star sword sect male disciples gathered. Here, not even one female disciple could be seen. Although Duan Ling Tian could be considered as famous in the 7-star sword sect outer court, but only some of the Migra's Peak disciples had really seen him, and practically no one amongst the disciples of Fecta Peak recognized him. Under He Chun's lead, Duan Ling Tian walked into a gorge that couldn't be considered as spacious. Duan Ling Tian's expressions wasn't sightly now. On the way, he'd asked He Chun about Hu Li many times, but He Chun would hesitate to speak every time, seeming to find it difficult to speak. A bad premonition arose within his heart. When Duan Ling Tian once again saw Hu Li, his eyes instantly transformed into crimson red. A terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Ling Tian's figure. Hu Li, who did it? Duan Ling Tian's voice practically come out as he gnashed his teeth. His voice had an awe-inspiring killing intent mixed within, as if it came from the depths of hell. He Chun, who stood beside Duan Ling Tian, was enveloped by Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. His face went ghastly pale as he retreated a few steps in panic, then looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face of terror. The killing intent that arose from Duan Ling Tian's body caused him to feel heartfelt awe. It was hard for him to imagine what exactly a young man of around 20 experienced to actually be able to develop such a terrifying killing intent. Duan Ling Tian's figure violently trembled. At this moment, it seemed that only Hu Li, who hobbled out of the wooden house earlier, remained in his gaze. One of Hu Li's legs had vanished without a trace now, and he now relied on one leg and a cane to walk now. Hu Li didn't have his edge from before, Instead, he had a disheveled face full of stubble that wasn't cleaned up, and he stood there with a drooping spirits. Even though he was alive, but he seemed to be in even more pain than if he were dead. As a martial artist, losing a leg was equivalent to losing one's future. Duan Ling Tian. Huli saw Duan Ling Tian, and a trace of vigor appeared on his ghastly pale face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile with great difficulty. A sense of bitterness was mixed within his smile. It's Xiao Fei's older brother who did it? Duan Ling Tian's heart was trembled, and the accumulated flames of rage in his heart was practically about to blast his chest open. Huli lightly nodded. Take me to see him. Duan Ling Tian's crimson-red eyes had dense killing intent suffused within. A killing intent that seemed ready to swallow Xiao Fei and his older brother up. A blood debt would be repaid in blood. Duan Ling Tian. Huli shook his head, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Don't go. If you go, then you'd have fallen into his trap. If even you suffer his revenge, then Shirlan would absolutely not die in peace. As he finished speaking, Huli's figure trembled lightly, and a man that bled but didn't shed tears couldn't refrain 2 rows of clear tears from dropping down. A man's tears weren't easily shed, only because he hasn't met with heartbreak. Huli. Seeing Huli on the verge of collapse, He-chun walked forward a few steps and supported Huli. What did you say? Shirlan. Shirlan is dead. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck, and the voice his throat emitted became hoarse. He was completely stunned on the spot with a face full of disbelief. He-Li's body twitched, and utmost hate appeared on his face. He was agitated to the point he couldn't speak. Duan Ling Tian, I'll tell you. He-chun looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Xiao Fei's older brother Xiaoying first severed one of Huli's legs, then looked for Shirlan, desiring to rape Shirlan and sully her. Shirlan had an unyielding temper, and would rather die than submit, so she directly leaped off Alcade Peak. Although He-chun didn't continue, but Duan Ling Tian already knew the result. The Alcade Peak was one of the 7 great sword peaks of 7-star sword sect. One would die without a doubt from falling. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian's body trembled, and his face went gloomy. The outer court disciple's attire on his body whistled without wind. Xiaoying! Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a blood-thirsty sheen, and the flames of rage within his heart completely exploded out. After a short amount of time, the rage on his body withdrew, and flames of rage that seemed to be able to burn everything had condensed within his eyes as he said in a low voice, Huli, take me to the Fekta Peak's life and death arena. Fekta Peak's life and death arena. Huli guessed Duan Ling Tian's intentions, and his face went ghastly pale. Even though he'd heard of the matter of Duan Ling Tian killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples on the Migras Peak's life and death arena 2 months ago, but he wasn't surprised, because he knew that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation wasn't at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage as the rumors say, but was at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. To Duan Ling Tian, killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples was easy like flipping his hand. However, Xiaoying was different. Xiaoying was a famous outstanding Outer Court disciple of Fekta Peak, with a cultivation that had stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, and had an extremely strong strength. Supposedly, he was already charging towards the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage right now. Duan Ling Tian, you've broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Huli took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian. The nearby He-chun was stunned. 6th level Origin Core Stage? Wasn't Duan Ling Tian a 4th level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Even if Huli wanted to ask of Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, he ought to ask whether Duan Ling Tian has broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Now, he only thought that Huli had spoken wrongly. He-chun, however, didn't know that Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation was indeed at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, but because of certain reasons, he was able to exert a strength comparable to the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, and had even displayed it before Huli. So, in Huli's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a 5th level Origin Core Stage martial artist since long ago. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when faced with Huli's question. His current cultivation was similar to when he entered the primeval forest that time, only at the 4th level of the origin core stage, but was able to exert a strength comparable to the 5th level of the origin core stage. That won't do. Duanling Tian, that absolutely won't do. You aren't a match for Xiao Ying. I know you want to take revenge for me and Shirlan, but even if Shirlan was still alive, I believe she wouldn't let you help us take revenge now. You looking for Xiao Ying now is completely giving away your life. Hu Li had an agitated expression as he looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, listen to me. With your natural talent, surpassing Xiao Ying in the future is a matter of time. Just endure for a few more years, and once your cultivation surpasses Xiao Ying, then take revenge for me and Shirlan. Duanling Tian understood that Hu Li was worried about him. Duanling Tian never imagined that even after being harmed by Xiao Ying to such a state, Hu Li still forcefully suppressed the hatred he had towards Xiao Ying for the sake of Duanling Tian's safety. He felt even worse in his heart when Hu Li did this. Hu Li, though, that Duanling Tian accepted his suggestion when he saw Duanling Tian going silent, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same times, traces of bitterness appeared on the corners of Hu Li's mouth, and his eyes emitted infinite regret. Duanling Tian, during these days, I've always been regretful. I regret why I helped Shirlan that day to ask you to leave Xiao Fei alive. I actually believed the word of that type of shameless vile person as well. I regret. Hu Li could imagine that if he persisted on killing Xiao Fei that day, all this might not have happened. Shirlan wouldn't have died as well. His leg wouldn't have been crippled as well. But unfortunately, there was no medicine to treat regret in this world. The consequences that the choice that day brought upon him was something he was bound to bear himself. Duanling Tian lifted up his head and took a deep breath. His pair of crimson-red eyes didn't contain a trace of feelings. All that it contained was utmost icy coldness. I'm at fault in this matter as well. At that time, I shouldn't have listened to the opinions of both of you. If I acted arbitrarily and killed him, the later events wouldn't have happened. Duanling Tian shook his head. His voice went even hoarser, and it sounded calm but actually contained rage that was suppressed to the utmost limit. Duanling Tian, it has nothing to do with you. It was I and Shirlan who were too naive and mistakenly trusted Xiao Fei. Hu Li shook his head. He was clear in his heart that Duanling Tian listened to his and Shirlan's opinions that day because Duanling Tian respected them. When all is said and done, this matter was something that he and Shirlan's mistake caused. You rest properly. Duanling Tian nodded to Hu Li, then turned around to leave the gorge. Hu Li originally thought Duanling Tian was returning to Migres Peak, but it wasn't long before an uproar arose outside the gorge, causing a bad premonition to arise in his heart. He-chun, let's go out and take a look. When Hu Li walked out of the gorge under the support of He-chun, and heard the discussions from outside, his face went ghastly pale. Quickly go to the life and death arena. That Migres Peak's Duanling Tian have come and has spread word of challenging our Fecta Peak's senior brother Xiao Ying. Duanling Tian? The little freak that's around 20, and relied on a cultivation at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage to kill 2 4th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples 2 months ago. Exactly. Quickly go over, if we're late, there won't be any good spots left. The Fecta Peak disciples headed towards the direction of the Fecta Peak's life and death arena in an incomparably hasty manner. Duanling Tian, why didn't you listen to my advice? Hu Li's face was covered in melancholy and regret. I shouldn't have let Duanling Tian know about the matter of me and Shirlan. Never had Hu Li imagined that Duanling Tian would actually be so rash. Hu Li, even if Duanling Tian listened to your advice, he might not be able to live past tomorrow. He-chun, who stood beside Hu Li, had a bitter smile on his face. He-chun, what do you mean by this? Hu Li frowned, and stared at He-chun with a burning gaze. He-chun sighed and told Hu Li of the matter of Duanling Tian inviting another Migres Peak 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple to ascend the Migres Peak's life and death arena for a battle tomorrow. Hu Li went silent when he heard this, and his brows creased. At this moment, the worry in his heart instead slightly dispersed. Could it be that Duanling Tian had the confidence to deal with a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist? Even though he wasn't together with Duanling Tian for a long time, but the feeling Duanling Tian gave him wasn't the type of person who didn't know the seriousness of a matter. A trace of hope arose within his heart. I, Duanling Tian, a disciple of Migra's Peak, challenged the Fecta Peak's disciple, Xiaoying, to a battle on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. A battle that only ceases on death of one party. This sentence was the source of the Sur in Fecta Peak. In a short amount of time, it spread throughout the entire Fecta Peak. Fecta Peak, in a spacious gorge. Brother, that Duanling Tian couldn't restrain himself as expected. Your move is really too brilliant. The originally gloomy expression on Xiao Fei, whose leg was severed, had dispersed, and a trace of a smile from the plot being successful appeared on his face. So long as he really took Sherlan and Hu Li as friends, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. However, I never imagined that he actually dared to directly invite me to a battle in the life and death arena. The young man that spoke now had a slight similarity to Xiao Fei between his brows. It was precisely Xiao Fei's older brother, Xiaoying. Brother, that Duanling Tian isn't at the 4th level of the origin core stage like the rumors says. I can confirm that he was at the 5th level of the origin core stage 2 months ago. Moreover, he has a grade 7 spirit sword in his possession. Xiao Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble when he recalled the scene of Duanling Tian killing the savage leopard. The savage leopard was killed by him with a single sword strike. Now, he dares invite brother to battle on the life and death arena. Could he have broken through? As he finished speaking, Xiao Fei was slightly afraid. Broken through? Xiaoying didn't take it seriously. I only lacked the last step to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Within the Fecta Peak. No 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple didn't dare say they could firmly defeat me. Not to mention an outer court disciple that had only just broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. Even if he's broken through, I'm still not afraid. The corners of Xiaoying's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes had piercingly cold lights within. Today, I will wrench his head off in the life and death arena, and give it to you to kick like a ball. Thank you, brother. Xiao Fei's eyes lit up abruptly, as Xiaoying's confidence allowed him to be at ease. Little Fei, it's difficult for you to move around, so don't go. Wait for brother to bring home Duanling Tian's head for you. Xiaoying stood up and spoke to Xiao Fei. His eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as he turned around and left the gorge. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei glanced at his severed leg, and his eyes flickered with traces of cold light. Duanling Tian, I'm crippled all because of you. Today, my brother will take revenge for me and kill you. Ha 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 ha. After he muttered, Xiao Fei burst out into wild and arrogant laughter, as if he'd already seen the scene of Xiao Fei bringing Duanling Tian's head back. The Fecta Peak's life and death arena was similar to the life and death arena on Migra's Peak, both situated halfway down the mountain. After Duanling Tian spread word of his challenge to Xiao Fei at the Fecta Peak's trade hall, he arrived here under the lead of the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples. Duanling Tian quietly stood there on the spacious life and death arena, his eyes calm and dim, compared to the calmness on the surface. Raging waves had arose within Duanling Tian's heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Sherlan's lovely voice and happy countenance in his mind. He could still remember that when he first met Sherlan had made a move to help him kill a fierce beast. That warm girl caused Duanling Tian to have quite a good impression of her. Later on, as a woman, Sherlan was willing to die in order to pave a path of survival for him, causing his heart to shake because of this. This was a heroine with exceptional ability, a heroine that caused Duanling Tian to admire her. But now Sherlan was dead. Sherlan. Duanling Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes were slightly wet. Sherlan was in her prime, and would have a great future. However, now all of it was destroyed. Outside the life and death arena, a Fecta Peak disciple had sharp eyes and noticed the young man that walked over swiftly from afar, then exclaimed, "Senior brother Xiaoying has arrived." Instantly, The Fecta Peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena shot their gazes onto Xiaoying. Duanling Tian noticed the commotion. His gaze then descended onto the young man in the distance who had an appearance that was slightly similar to Xiao Fei. The age of this young man was older than Xiao Fei, around the age of 25. Xiaoying. Duanling Tian calmly gazed at Xiaoying ascending the life and death arena, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're Duanling Tian? Even though Xiaoying had heard of Duanling Tian before, but he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Duanling Tian today, as he never imagined Duanling Tian would be so young. Duanling Tian's eyes stared fixedly at Xiaoying, as if he was deeply afraid that Xiaoying would disappear from before his eyes. You ought to be a little over 20, right? I heard from my younger brother that you were a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist 2 months ago. Now, since you have the courage to fight me, I presume you've already broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Xiaoying looked at Duanling Tian and slowly spoke. Needless to say, your natural talent shocked me. But today you're bound to die here, to die by my hands. I, Xiaoying, can be considered to have not lived my life in vain, since I can kill a monstrous genius in the martial Tao like you in my lifetime. Even though Xiao Fei's voice wasn't loud, but practically all the Fecta Peak disciples present heard it clearly. Instantly, the surrounding of the life and death arena was in an uproar. Isn't Duanling Tian a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Why would senior brother Xiaoying say he's a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Moreover, Duanling Tian might have broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? How can this be possible? How old is this Duanling Tian? A young man that looks to be a little over 20 at most being able to cultivate to the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage has already caused us to be shocked. If he's at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, or even the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, how can we live on like this? Could senior brother Xiaoying be mistaken? No matter what, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples weren't willing to believe that Duanling Tian was a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist or a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Behind the crowd, He Chun supported Hu Li as they gazed at Duanling Tian, who was on the life and death arena from afar. Hu Li, is Duanling Tian really a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? He Chun was shocked as well when he heard Xiaoying, and asked with slight disbelief. 2 months ago, the strength he exerted was at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. As for the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, you saw earlier when we were still within the gorge, Duanling Tian denied having broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Hu Li shook his head, and his gaze that looked at Duanling Tian was filled with worry. Now, if Duanling Tian was killed by that Xiaoying, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself in his entire life. After all, if it wasn't for him telling Duanling Tian of he and Shilan's experience, Duanling Tian wouldn't go look for Xiaoying. In the life and death arena, Duanling Tian paid no attention when faced with Xiaoying's continuous chatter, and his hand trembled. Then a grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Now he only had one thought in his heart: kill Xiaoying and take revenge for Shilan and Hu Li. Looks like you're already impatient to court death. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Xiaoying's mouth when he saw Duanling Tian's actions, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Swoosh! Instantly, origin energy jumped about and raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Xiaoying's hands. Above him, 102 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, ready to dash out at any moment. 6th level Origin Core Stage, grade 7 spirit sword. Duanling Tian. There was still a smile on Xiaoying's face, as if everything before him was controlled within his hands. I've already promised my younger brother that after I kill you, I'll wrench off your head and give it to him as a ball to kick around. As he finished speaking, Xiaoying's tone had a dense killing intent mixed within. Swoosh! At almost the exact same time that Xiaoying spoke, origin energy jumped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand. Instantly, 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duanling Tian. He's really at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Unbelievable. A little over 20 and at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Such natural talent can probably be compared with the most outstanding in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, the 5 great young masters. In the current younger generation, it wasn't easy for our 7-star sword sect to possess a figure whose natural talent can compare to the 5 great young masters, but unfortunately, he's going to lose his life here today. Even if a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist utilizes a grade 7 spirit sword, the difference from Xiaoying was still another 12 ancient mammoths. The difference is too great. This battle is without suspense. Duan Ling Tian will undoubtedly die. Many Fecta Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao caused them to be shocked. However, as far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was bound to die in the life and death arena today. In the life and death arena. The coldness on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth grew colder when he heard Xiaoying and spoke to Xiaoying for the first time. Kick as a ball? Are you sure that cripple can still kick a ball? Cripple? Xiaoying's calm expression instantly went grim when Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Xiaoying's eyes transformed into a crimson-red color. Duan Ling Tian, if it wasn't for you refusing to help, how could my young brother become crippled? Today, I'll let your life repay the loss of my younger brother's leg. Then it would depend if you have the capability or not. It just so happens that I want to take your and Xiao Fei's lives, to console Sherlan's spirit in heaven. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold, and his flames of rage that were suppressed to the utmost limit completely exploded out. Sherlan? You mean that little virgin? Haha, she was rather good-looking. I originally wanted to give her some love. But who would have thought that she would actually be so unyielding, and would rather drop down a bottomless abyss than be willing to let me touch her? What a waste. Xiaoying suddenly laughed. He laughed arrogantly and wildly, without restraint. Meanwhile, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that there was such a deep enmity between Duan Ling Tian and Xiaoying. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Li's expression stiffened, and stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of worry. I originally thought you ought to have broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, but who would have known that you actually didn't break through? Truly boring. Since it's like this, then I'll send you off right now, and let you to gather together with that little virgin. Xiaoying looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke with a voice filled with disdain, and the Origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand increased explosively. Are you done? Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiaoying with a calm gaze and a carefree expression on his face. But the rage in his head was instead at the limit. Since you're so anxious to go to hell, then I'll send you off. Xiaoying sneered. His body flashed as if transforming into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Duan Ling Tian. And in the blink of an eye he'd arrived nearby before Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! The grade 7 spirit sword in Xiaoying's hand swiftly flashed out, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that went straight for Duan Ling Tian's throat. Cutthroat sword! At the instant that Xiaoying attacked, someone exclaimed in surprise as the person had recognized the sword skill Xiaoying executed. So fast! Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to intercept. Sword drawing arts. The sword light that flashed before vanishing, causing one to barely be able to catch a glimpse of it. In terms of speed, it wasn't inferior to Xiaoying's cutthroat sword in the slightest. Clang! Xiaoying's sword was blocked by Duan Ling Tian's sword. Xiaoying never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to block his sword strike, and shock appeared on his face. I never imagined that your sword skill was so formidable, executed with the strength of a mere 90 ancient mammoths. But the speed of the sword is able to compare with my cutthroat sword that I executed with the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. The sword-drawing arts stressed upon a single word: speed. Perhaps the might of the sword-drawing arts was inferior to most high-grade profound rank sword skills. But in terms of speed, high-grade profound rank sword skills could only fall far behind. Your sword skill is pretty good, but your strength is completely not on the same level as mine. Before formidable strength, you are unable to stop me. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Xiao Ying's mouth, and coldness leapt up within his eyes. The hand that held his grade 7 spirit sword trembled, and he was about to use his entire strength to directly knock away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand, and penetrate Duanling Tian's throat. Is that so? Right at this instant, Duanling Tian moved. His other hand instantly flashed out, and he pointed out a finger that bore through clouds and gave birth to mist. The finishing touch of the dragon's finishing touch. Whoosh! His finger pointed out, and piercing whistling sounds deafened the ears, as it pointed out towards Xiao Ying's eyes. The speed of this point wasn't much slower than the sword-drawing arts. Do you think that only you know martial skills other than sword skills? Xiao Ying sneered. His other hand moved as well, abruptly changing into a claw that tore through the sky and grabbed toward Duanling Tian's left hand that Duanling Tian used to point out a finger with. Duanling Tian started laughing, although Xiao Ying was slightly astonished when he saw the smile that suddenly appeared on Duanling Tian's face. But his claw strike still fiercely descended, grabbing out at Duanling Tian, wanting to hold onto Duanling Tian's left hand, then used the sword in his right hand to exert force and penetrate Duanling Tian's throat. He wasn't able to do two things at once after all. Whoosh! At the instant that a smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face, the finger that Duanling Tian pointed out instantly turned to intercept Xiao Ying's claw strike. You're overestimating yourself. Xiao Ying sneered when he saw this scene. As far as he was concerned, even if the claw he executed with a martial skill didn't utilize the strength of his spirit weapon, it was still powered by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas the finger Duanling Tian pointed out didn't have a spirit weapon to rely on as well, and only had the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Duanling Tian could only be trampled on by him. Only when the finger Duanling Tian pointed out and his claw descended down to collide with each other did Xiao Ying's expression change. First it was astonishment, then it was disbelief. Ah! Subsequently, Xiao Ying's shrill cry sounded out from deep within Xiao Ying's throat, as if he'd suffered utmost pain. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duanling Tian's finger penetrated into Xiao Ying's palm, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Not to mention this, everyone quickly noticed that at the same time that Xiao Ying's emitted shrill cries, his entire body vibrated. Even the hand that held the sword was now powerless, and the grade 7 spirit sword slipped from his hand and dropped to the ground. What's going on? All the Fecta Peak disciples had bewildered expressions as they looked at Xiao Ying, who was emitting shrill cries as he danced on the life and death arena, and completely didn't know what had happened. Crackle, crackle. Before long, a burst of clear sounds of bones fracturing sounded in their ears. The sound is coming from senior brother Xiao Ying's body. Oh my God! What did Duanling Tian do to him? The expressions of all the Fecta Peak disciples went pale. And now, Duanling Tian, who was on the life and death arena, had a cold smile on the corners of his mouth. This Xiao Ying really thought he was overestimating himself? Earlier, when his dragon finishing touch's finger pointed onto Xiao Ying's palm, he's used the quake energy to directly penetrate Xiao Ying's carpal bone. The terrifying quake energy used Xiao Ying's carpal bone as the starting point to spread onto the bones in Xiao Ying's entire body within a blink of an eye, instantly quaking Xiao Ying's bones to the point they shattered. Xiao Ying's body was penetrated by countless shattered bones, and after emitting shrill cried for some time, his voice stopped. Dead. When Xiao Ying died, his eyes were wide like saucers, and even until death he didn't know what had happened. Perhaps even till death he couldn't wrap his head around it. Even if not using a spirit weapon, why would Duanling Tian, whose strength was far inferior to him, be able to execute a martial skill and kill him with bare hands? Bang! Along with Duanling Tian withdrawing his attacks, Xiao Ying's body was unable to hold on any longer, and crashed onto the floor, completely without any signs of life. The surrounding of the life and death arena was deathly silent. Xiao Ying died just like that? Killed by Duanling Tian just like that? Too bizarre. I and Xiao Ying both didn't use origin energy. The might of his claw strike was comparable to the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. whereas the might of my finger strike was comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. It just happens to be within the scope of effect of the quake energy. Duanling Tian coldly swept Xiao Ying's corpse with his gaze, and thought in his heart as he thought about the scene from before. If he and Xiao Ying used grade 7 spirit swords, the difference in strength between the two of them was too huge, and had exceeded the scope of effect of the quake energy, and even as he utilized the quake energy it wouldn't be able to have any effect. So he could only choose to use his wits. Make Xiao Ying give up the amplification of strength from the grade 7 spirit sword, and fight with him bare-handed. Of course, in the eyes of Xiao Ying, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he would similarly be able to easily trample on Duanling Tian, who didn't use a spirit weapon as well. Unexpectedly, Duanling Tian instead had a monstrous thing like the quake energy to rely on. So long as the difference between the opponent's strength and Duanling Tian's strength was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths, he would be able to rely on the quake energy to overcome the strong with a weaker strength. Of course, there was a risk in Duanling Tian doing this. If Xiao Ying chose to execute the cutthroat sword and swing his sword to block Duanling Tian's finger strike, then he would be unable to use the quake energy as well. Once it was at that time, he could only use an offense inscription if he wanted to kill Xiao Ying. Could be said that Xiao Ying's choice earlier caused him to be bound to die. Of course, even if Xiao Ying chose differently, he was still bound to die, only in a different way. I still have to thank you for saving an offense inscription for me. Duanling Tian glanced at Xiao Ying, and a wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. The dense killing intent that condensed deep within his gaze had dispersed slightly. Shirlan, I've taken revenge for you. Duanling Tian secretly sighed, and silently said in his heart, "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Suddenly, a wave of loud laughter broke the silence in the surrounding of the life and death arena. It was Hu Li who'd recovered from his shock, and laughed cheerfully, then said in a sonorous voice, "Duanling Tian, thank you. If Shirlan is aware in hell, she would be able to rest in peace." Duanling Tian nodded, then casually put away Xiao Ying's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring, and then came to Hu Li's side before leaving the vast platform the life and death arena is located on with Hu Li and He Chun. The crowd of Fecta Peak disciples gazed from afar at Duanling Tian's group of 3 until they left, and only then did the crowd go into an uproar. Oh my god! This Duanling Tian actually killed Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying is a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and is able to exert the strength of 102 ancient mammoths when relying on his grade 7 spirit sword. So what? Even though Duanling Tian is only at the 5th level of the origin core stage, and is only able to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths when relying on his grade 7 spirit sword, but he still killed Xiao Ying. Truly beyond belief. How the heck did this Duanling Tian kill Xiao Ying? Too terrifying. Today, Fecta Peak was bound to not be at peace. Xiao Ying, the outstanding outer court disciple of Fecta Peak, who had a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, a figure that was known even within the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court. However, he was killed just like that. Moreover, he was killed by a 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Duanling Tian, you're too strong. You pointed a finger and killed Xiao Ying. On the way back, the gloominess that had accumulated between Hu Li's brows for many days had completely dispersed, and he was extremely excited and cheerful. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. He Chun supported Hu Li, and a tremendous change had occurred in his gaze when he looked at Duanling Tian. He never imagined that Duanling Tian's strength was so terrifying. Duanling Tian, being a 5th level origin core stage martial artist, already caused him to feel incomparably shocked. When he saw Duanling Tian kill Xiao Ying, his heart shook, and even now it still hadn't completely calmed. Hu Li, do you know where that Xiao Fei's residence is? A trace of icy cold killing intent flashed within Duanling Tian's eyes as he slowly asked. In a spacious gorge. Xiao Fei's mood was elated as he whistled and lay on the grass, bathing in the sun to his heart's content. Suddenly, a burst of sounds fell into his ears, causing his gaze to suddenly shine. Brother, you've returned. Xiao Fei's hands propped onto the ground, and he said joyously as he sat up. But when he saw the young man that appeared before him, His expression went completely pale. Duan Ling Tian, aren't you deciding life and death with my brother on the life and death arena? Why are you here? Why do you think I'm here? Duan Ling Tian gazed calmly at Xiao Fei as he spoke indifferently, with a tone that didn't contain any feelings. Moreover, the more he was like this, the more scary it was to Xiao Fei, and Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale as he unceasingly swayed his head. No, impossible. It's impossible. How could you possibly defeat my brother? Impossible, impossible, impossible. A trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. What's impossible about it? In the primeval forest 2 months ago, didn't you think it would be impossible for me to survive when you made me battle the elephant rhino? Xiao Fei's body trembled, although he still wasn't willing to believe all this was true. But he'd realized that milk was already spilt, and even if he wasn't willing, the facts were like this and he was unable to change it. Bang! Xiao Fei instantly fell to the ground and lay before Duan Ling Tian with a ghastly pale face. Duan Ling Tian, I'm already a cripple. Let me off. Let me off. I beg you, I beg you. How familiar was this scene before Duan Ling Tian to him? 2 months ago, Xiao Fei similarly lay before Shirlan and asked Shirlan to plead for mercy on his behalf, and Shirlan gave in because of this. But the result? Shirlan met with a tragic death. Hu Li, crippled. Xiao Fei's actions and voice when pleading for mercy causing the hatred concealed deep within Duan Ling Tian's heart to once again leap up. His eyes transformed into a crimson-red color as he stared at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, do you remember what I told you 2 months ago? Xiao Fei's face was deathly pale when he heard this, and his body trembled. Duan Ling Tian started laughing when he saw Xiao Fei's reaction. He laughed extremely coldly. Looks like you still clearly remember. I told you that if you were to get any ideas, then I'll make you die a graveless death. Duan Ling Tian, spare me. I beg you. I beg you. Xiao Fei fiercely knocked his head onto the ground, knocking to the point his head was bruised and bled, as if wanting to arouse Duan Ling Tian's sympathy. But would Duan Ling Tian have sympathy to Xiao Fei? Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked at Xiao Fei, who kowtowed and pleaded for mercy before him, and his heart was cold as ice. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. Whoosh! A sword strike flashed by, killing Xiao Fei. Hiss! Pill flame lit up and burnt Xiao Fei's body into ash, dying a graveless death. Duan Ling Tian didn't feel happy in the slightest after kill Xiao Fei and his brother one after the other. His mood was incomparably heavy. He couldn't get rid of Shirlan's figure in his mind. The girl who was full of yearning to the future, that girl that was filled with confidence, was gone just like that. In his eyes, even if Xiao Fei and his brother died 100 times, they wouldn't be able to atone for Shirlan's life. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and eased up his mood, then left the gorge and Fekta Peak. On the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Practically all the Fekta Peak outer court disciples were gathered at the life and death arena halfway down the mountain. After leaving Fekta Peak, Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the chain bridge and once again arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, then directly headed to Alcade Peak. He traveled familiarly to the place of cultivation of the 2 little girls, but noticed that it was silent within the vast gorge, and the gorge was overgrown with weeds. The wooden house was tainted with a layer of dust. Obviously, it had been a long time since someone stayed here. Looks like Ku'er and Li Fei ought to have moved out. Duan Ling Tian left the gorge and asked for the location of Elder Bai's residence from the Alcade Peak disciples, then went over. Duan Ling Tian met Elder Bai as he wished. Elder Bai. Elder Bai shook her head and smiled when she saw Duan Ling Tian. If it wasn't for Li Fei telling me, I still wouldn't know that the Migras Peak's little freak that gave rise to much discussion 2 months ago is actually you. Duan Ling Tian laughed embarrassedly, and as he thought about the reason he came to Alcade Peak, he hurriedly asked, Elder Bai, I went to the place little Fei and Ku'er cultivated before, but noticed they weren't there. Fei is here with me, but she's now in closed-door cultivation. As for that girl Ku'er, she's now in Alcade Hall on Dubhe Peak. Elder Bai lightly smiled and said, Alcade Hall. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Alcade Hall is the place of cultivation for the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, and is situated on a spirit point on Dubhe Peak. That place is the best place of cultivation of our 7-star sword sect. The cultivation location of the other Peak Masters are also there. Elder Bai slowly explained. Just like your Migres Peak's Peak Master, he also has a Migres Hall there. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding and nodded. As for what best place of cultivation, Duan Ling Tian neither agreed nor disagreed. The cultivation environment of that so-called spirit point was impossible to compare to the stalactite cave he lived in now. Is Ku Er well? Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Bai and asked concernedly. Don't worry. The Peak Master is extremely fond of this closed-door disciple. There's one thing that you were right on. 1 month ago, Ku Er broke through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. As Elder Bai spoke to this point, she glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Elder Bai, little Fei ought to have broken through as well, right? Yes. Elder Bai's face revealed a gratified smile. She was more and more satisfied toward her disciple. Fei went into closed-door cultivation this time precisely to prepare for charging towards the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. If there's no urgent matter. Even though Elder Bai didn't finish speaking, but Duan Ling Tian still understood what Elder Bai meant. Don't worry, Elder Bai. I don't have any urgent matter. Since little Fei at the critical juncture for breaking through, I won't disturb her, and I'll come see her next time. Elder Bai nodded in satisfaction when she saw Duan Ling Tian be so sensible. Elder Bai. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and asked under Elder Bai's wondering gaze. Do you know of the matter of a female disciple of your Alcade Peak was forced by someone to fall down the cliff and die? Elder Bai nodded. Yes. Alcade Peak isn't taking any action towards this matter? Duan Ling Tian frowned after that Xiaoying forced Shirlan to death. He seems to live unrestrainedly, and wasn't affected in the slightest. I'm furious on that matter as well, but she jumped off the cliff herself after all. Moreover, that Fecta Peak disciple didn't succeed. Coupled with the fact that Fecta Peak disciple is a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, the Fecta Peak is extremely protective of him. Elder Bai sighed. In this world, strength represents the worth of one's life. If the female disciple that jumped off the cliff was a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist as well, then our Alcade Peak would surely follow up this matter until the end. Just because she was dispensable to Alcade Peak, so Alcade Peak gave up on her like this? Traces of coldness arose suddenly within Duan Ling Tian's heart. His heart was cold like ice. This is the general trend, although I personally pity her, but I have the heart but not the strength. What? You know her? As she finished speaking, Elder Bai asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. If she's a friend of yours, and you and Ku Er have that layer of relationship, if you ask Ku Er to ask the Peak Master to step forwards, then you can punish that Fecta Peak disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and slowly said, It isn't necessary anymore. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, as he knew that even if the Alcade Peak's Peak Master stepped forwards, they still might not sentence Xiaoying to death, and at most would be sentence him to heavy punishment. Now, he's already killed Xiaoying and took revenge for Shirlan. It wasn't necessary to rely on anyone. It isn't necessary? Elder Bai didn't understand what Duan Ling Tian meant. You'll know very soon. Elder Bai, since little Fei is cultivating, then I'll leave first. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells, then turned and left, only leaving behind Elder Bai, who was a bewildered expression as she stood on the spot. This little fellow, what did he mean by what he said earlier? After an hour, a piece of news spread throughout Alcade Peak, causing Elder Bai to be dumbstruck. The Migres Peak's outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, used a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage to kill the Fecta Peak's 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Now, Elder Bai finally understood why Duan Ling Tian would say it wasn't necessary anymore. He'd already taken revenge for that Alcade Peak female disciple by himself. She remembered that the Fecta Peak disciple that caused the death of the female disciple was precisely Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying was dead just like this? As expected of the Migres Peak's little freak. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Elder Bai's mouth. Then she shook her head and muttered, "Fei, you found an extraordinary man. Possessing a cultivation at the 5th level of the origin core stage at the mere age of 20. Shocking. At the same time that the news of Duanling Tian killing Xiao Ying spread to Alcade Peak, it also spread to Migres Peak. Fuck. Duanling Tian killed the Fecta Peak's Xiao Ying. It can't be. This is too exaggerated. Unbelievable. No wonder he dared invite Senior Brother Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena. I wonder if Senior Brother Tang Bai will still dare ascend to the life and death arena tomorrow. I think it's slightly dangerous. Senior Brother Tang Bai's strength might not be stronger than that Xiao Ying. We'll naturally know tomorrow whether Senior Brother Tang Bai dares to ascend the life and death arena or not." The entire Migres Peak was in an uproar because of this piece of news. All the Migres Peak disciples were brimming with energy. Duanling Tian's actions could be considered as bringing honor to Migres Peak, and they as Migres Peak disciples all felt honored. At least, when standing before Fecta Peak disciples in the future, the Fecta Peak disciples were bound to be once lower than them, once they mentioned this matter. Within the stalactite cave on the mountain peak of Migres Peak, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on the stone platform and calmed his heart to cultivate. The 9 dragons war sovereign techniques WYRM Python form. The origin energy within Duanling Tian's body roiled, and ceaselessly charged at the 4th level origin core stage bottleneck, time after time, as if not knowing exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time. Bang! Finally, the roiling origin energy charged through the bottleneck, and completed a new transformation. Meanwhile at this time, Duanling Tian opened his eyes as well. His eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and he was entirely brimming with vigor and vitality. "I've broken through." A joyful smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. Lightly clenching his hand into a fist, above Duanling Tian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 81 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Similar to before, after he broke through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, his strength was an entire 10 ancient mammoths more than ordinary 5th level origin core stage martial artists. My current strength is stronger even if compared with a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. I possesses an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth more than a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. Right? I've invited that Tang Bai to the life and death arena today. In next to no time, Duanling Tian finally recalled his proper business and hurriedly left the stalactite cave, then jumped onto the mountain peak. He glanced at the sky and noticed that there was still a period of time before noon. "Who?" Duanling Tian let out a breath of air. "I can still make it." Duanling Tian left the peak of Migres Peak, then flashed towards the life and death arena halfway down the mountain, as if he transformed into a gust of wind. "Now that I've broken through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy ought to have advanced, but I wonder how much stronger it's become." On the way, Duanling Tian's mood surged. "Just nice, so long as that Tang Bai ascends the life and death arena, I'll only use the strength of an ordinary 5th level origin core stage martial artist, then use the quake energy to properly play with him." As he thought up to here, Duanling Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Before long, Duanling Tian arrived at the vast platform that the life and death arena was situated on. Now it was nearly noon. Duanling Tian noticed that incomparably vast streams of people flowed around the life and death arena, even to the extent there were many unfamiliar faces. "There's so many people in Migres Peak?" Duanling Tian was startled when he saw so many people, as these people practically filled the entire platform, a dense dark mass of people. "Why haven't Duanling Tian and Senior Brother Tang Bai come yet?" "Yeah, it's about to be noon, and they actually haven't come." He'd just come close to the crowd when Duanling Tian heard a burst of discussion. "It's Duanling Tian." In next to no time, someone noticed Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, the packed crowd automatically opened up a path for Duanling Tian. a path that headed to the life and death arena. After Duan Tian ascended to the life and death arena, he closed his eyes and started resting, silently waiting for the arrival of Tang Bai. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and noon came as scheduled. The vast platform that the life and death arena was located on was silent. Tang Bai still hasn't come. Duan Tian opened his eyes that were bright like an array of stars, and his gaze descended onto the area outside of the vast platform. But he didn't notice any traces of Tang Bai. It's already noon now, and Tang Bai still hasn't come. He probably doesn't dare come. I guessed it. Tang Bai is frightened as expected. Duan Tian had only just killed the Fecta Peak's Xiaoying yesterday, and Xiaoying's strength wasn't inferior to Tang Bai, so it's normal for him to not dare to come. Yesterday he was still putting on airs before Duan Tian, and said that at that time, he hoped Duan Tian would dare to come. Now, he himself didn't dare come. It's virtually slapping his own face. What a shame. The surroundings of the life and death arena were in a complete uproar. There's even female disciples. Duan Tian's gaze flashed past the surroundings of the life and death arena, and only now did he notice that there were quite a few female outer court disciples within the crowd of spectators. They were all Alcade Peak disciples. Looks like disciples from the other peaks have come to Migra's peak to join in the excitement as well. Duan Tian's thought inwardly. But unfortunately, they were bound to be disappointed. After waiting for a while more, Tang Bai still didn't appear. Duan Tian's brows knit and didn't wait any longer as he directly leapt off the life and death arena. Then left. He wasn't surprised that Tang Bai didn't show up. After all, once one ascended the life and death arena, it would mean the battle wouldn't end until a party died. That Tang Bai didn't have any deep enmity with him. Tang Bai agreeing to ascend the life and death arena yesterday was because Tang Bai was confident of himself, and he felt he was able to seize the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll cultivation method from Duan Tian. Now that the news of him killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, had spread out, Tang Bai showing caution and not daring to show up was within Duan Tian's expectations. Duan Tian's mood didn't have any large fluctuations, as from the beginning, he didn't take Tang Bai to heart. Moreover, Duan Tian was clear that after today's matter, that Tang Bai was bound to be infamous, and be held in contempt by all 7-star sword sect disciples. A person that agreed to a life and death invitation but didn't dare show up was undoubtedly a coward, and on the martial Dao it would be difficult for such a person to have any great accomplishments. When Duan Tian left, he could hear the burst of discussions that sounded out from behind him. They were without a doubt condemning Tang Bai. In a spacious gorge, the burning sunlight scattered downwards, causing everything inside the gorge to seem as if being paved by a layer of gold. Elder Xiaolin, you didn't tell me that he's even able to kill 6th level origin core stage martial artists. The young man, around 25 years of age, with handsome and refined features, had an extremely unsightly expression, and his figure lightly trembled as he looked at the middle-aged man before him and asked in a low voice. He knew that after today, he would have no reputation to speak of in 7-star sword sect. He was bound to become the target of everyone's disdain. This caused him to feel resentment and feel aggrieved in his heart. And all this was because of the middle-aged man before him. If it wasn't for this middle-aged man, his current situation wouldn't be so embarrassing. Tang Bai, do you think that I, Zhao Lin, would intentionally cause harm to you? Zhao Lin's face sank. Cold lights flickered in his eyes, and they were suffused with traces of killing intent. Even he didn't expect the incident from yesterday. That Duan Tian actually was able to kill even a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Such strength caused one's heart to tremble. He suddenly realized that it wouldn't be so easy for him to obtain that miraculous cultivation technique in Duan Tian's possession. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lin. I was too agitated earlier. Tang Bai took a deep breath when he saw Zhao Ling get enraged and even have killing intent to him, and he hurriedly changed his way of speaking. Only now did he realize that the person that stood before him was the Migra's Peak's outer court disciple, an existence at the void prying stage. Wanting to kill him was even easier than cutting grass. He didn't dare bear a grudge against Zhao Lin. So, he turned his belly full of hate to somewhere else. Duan Ling Tian. After Tang Bai left, Zhao Lin's eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring luster, and his voice was low and suppressed. Duan Ling Tian. I really never imagined that a mere young man that's a little over 20 like you actually possesses such formidable strength. It looks like my guess is correct. The muscle meridian rebirth scroll that Duan Ling Tian cultivated had a worth not lower than 10,000 year stalactite milk. The desire in Zhao Lin's heart was even more difficult to suppress. As far as he was concerned, it was all because of the muscle meridian rebirth scroll that Duan Ling Tian possessed such a cultivation at such an age. Since all of the outer court disciples are helpless against you, then I can only personally make a move. I don't believe that I'll be unable to find an opportunity to kill you, so long as I burn the corpse to destroy the evidence. Who would know that it was I who killed you? Zhao Lin muttered, and his eyes emitted utmost greed and dense killing intent. After Duan Ling Tian left the Migra's Peak's life and death arena, he didn't return to the stalactite cave, and instead once again went to Fecta Peak to look for Hu Li. Hu Li, what plans do you have for the future? Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Li and asked in a low voice. Hu Li wasn't dejected like before now, and was brimming with vigor and vitality, not dejected in the slightest because one of his legs was crippled. I'm a cripple now, even if the 7-star sword sect would temporarily not expel me, but once I'm 30, I'm bound to be unable to become an inner court disciple, and will be expelled all the same. So, I've decided to return home. You'll return like this. Although he knew that Hu Li's choice was wise, but now when he looked at Hu Li's severed leg, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. He could imagine how Hu Li's family members would surely have been very happy when Hu Li became a 7-star sword sect disciple, and they thought that Hu Li would soar up into the sky. But now, Hu Li would return with a crippled body, and would surely have to endure extremely huge pressure. Don't worry. Hu Li smiled brightly when he perceived Duan Ling Tian's worries. Isn't it only a leg? Unless it's a martial artist with the same cultivation as me, or perhaps someone abnormal like you, otherwise, it isn't so easy to defeat me. Duan Ling Tian nodded, as he was at ease when he saw Hu Li being so optimistic. I'll send you home? Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment, then said, There's no need. I've already written a letter home a while back, and my family members ought to arrive in another few days. Duan Ling Tian, cultivate properly, as the 7-star sword sect outer court martial competition is in another 3 months. At that time, take the first place so I can boast at home. As Hu Li finished speaking, he laughed heartily, and wasn't like a person who'd lost a leg at all, even though he knew that what Hu Li said was partially a joke. But Duan Ling Tian still had a serious expression as he nodded. Don't worry. I'll surely obtain first place in the outer court martial competition. No one can stop my footsteps. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a steadfast sheen. This was his promise to Hu Li. Why are you so serious for? Don't worry, so long as the 7-star sword sect doesn't change the rules of the outer court martial competition, the outer court disciples that participated in the outer court martial competition would at most be at the 6th level of the origin core stage. You're even able to kill Xiao Ying. Could it be that you're still afraid of other 6th level origin core stage disciples? Hu Li was extremely confident of Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, the first place in the outer court martial competition is something you'll surely take. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then accompanied Hu Li for a while longer. Before he left, he withdrew a pill bottle and passed it to Hu Li. Hu Li, take this. What medicinal pill is this? Hu Li received the pill bottle with a curious expression. This isn't a medicinal pill but a drop of wine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and slowly said, A drop of wine? Hu Li was first stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian, then laughed as he scolded. You're really stingy. How do I drink a drop of wine? Hu Li opened the pill bottle as he spoke. Along with the strong wine fragrance floating out, Hu Li's body trembled, and he didn't finish speaking when he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an astonished expression. Duan Ling Tian, what wine is this? Earlier, when he smelt the wine fragrance, Hu Li felt the origin energy within his body royal, and nearly allowed him to charge through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Even though he didn't break through, but Hu Li had the feeling that if he consumed this drop of wine within the pill bottle, he would absolutely be able to break through instantly. Monkey King Wine. Duan Ling Tian Light smiled as he said. Monkey King Wine? Hu Li was dazed. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that Hu Li hadn't heard of the Monkey King Wine, and instantly explained. Then have you heard of monkey wine? Of course I have, that's a great thing. Could it be that the monkey wine and Monkey King wine are related? Hu Li's eyes shone as was slightly excited. The monkey wine was an existence of legend, and he'd only seen record of it in some ancient books. Didn't you say I'm stingy earlier? This jug of wine is for you to drink until you're satisfied. Duan Ling Tian withdrew a jug of wine and passed it to Hu Li. This wine fragrance. Hu Li's gaze shone, although the wine fragrance from this jug of wine was far inferior to the Monkey King wine, but it was able to cause the origin energy within his body to be restless. This is monkey wine. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Drink and try it. This is monkey wine? Hu Li's eyes sprang wide open, but he didn't directly drink the monkey wine, and instead looked at the pill bottle in his hand. Even though he'd never heard of Monkey King wine, but he was extremely sure that this drop of Monkey King wine was absolutely more precious than this jug of monkey wine. Duan Ling Tian guessed his thoughts the moment he saw Hu Li's reaction, and lightly smiled. Hu Li, you can directly drink the monkey wine and cultivate, and if everything goes as planned, it ought to be able to help you break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. As for the Monkey King wine, properly store it. Duan Ling Tian, don't beat around the bush. What the heck is the use of this Monkey King wine? Hu Li rolled his eyes as Duan Ling Tian and asked impatiently. The Monkey King wine has a similar medicinal effect as the Void Advancement Pill, but better than the Void Advancement Pill. The Monkey King wine doesn't have the side effect of the Void Advancement Pill. Duan Ling Tian didn't waste time when he saw Hu Li becoming impatient, and directly spoke. Once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, one would have no fate with the Void Initiation stage in this lifetime, and at most could cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. Whereas consuming the Monkey King wine wouldn't have this side effect. What? When he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, Hu Li's pupils constricted as his figure trembled, and he had a face of inexplicable astonishment. Although Hu Li hadn't seen a Void Advancement Pill before, but he'd heard of it. The Void Advancement Pill, a precious grade medicinal pill that's able to allow a half-step Void stage martial artist to directly step into the Void Prying stage, and possessed extraordinary value. Now, the drop of Monkey King wine in his hand actually had the medicinal effect of a Void Advancement Pill, and it's the effect of a Void Advancement Pill without side effects. Wouldn't that mean that this drop of Monkey King wine is even more valuable than a Void Advancement Pill? Hu Li's breathing became hurried, and in the end he gritted his teeth before passing the pill bottle that contained the drop of Monkey King wine back to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this Monkey King wine is too valuable. I can't keep it. I'm perfectly satisfied and content that I'm being able to drink this monkey wine in this lifetime. As he finished speaking, Hu Li laughed slyly, and had a simple and honest expression as he looked at his other hand that held the jug of wine. You really don't want it? Duan Ling Tian received the pill bottle, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. No! Hu Li shook his head, and with a raise of his hand, he put the spout of the jug of wine against his mouth, then drank the monkey wine. Hu Li only drank a mouthful when his eyes couldn't help but spring open wide. Then he put down the wine jug and closed his eyes. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that Hu Li was cultivating and dissolving the medicinal strength of the monkey wine. When Hu Li opened his eyes once again, a strand of bright light flashed within. You broke through just like that. Duan Ling Tian was stunned as he looked at Hu Li, as relying on his sharp spiritual force. He perceived that minute changes that had occurred on Hu Li's body. I was originally only one last step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Now that I've drank the monkey wine, I directly broke through in one go. Hu Li laughed, and looked fixedly at the jug of monkey wine in his hand as if he'd obtained a treasure, as if deeply afraid the monkey wine would vanish from his hands. You really don't want this drop of Monkey King wine? With it, and relying on your natural talent, so long as you step into the half-step void stage in the future, you'll be able to break through to the void prying stage in one go. Duanling Tian shook the pill bottle in his hand that contained the Monkey King wine, and the smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider. Huli glances at the pill bottle with reluctance when he heard Duanling Tian, but in the end he shook his head. Keep it for yourself. I presume you don't have much of this Monkey King wine. In the future, you'll be able to use it eventually. Duanling Tian never expected that when faced with such great temptation, Hu Li would actually think for his sake, and his heart was slightly warm. Hu Li was worthy of being taken as a life-and-death friend by him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Keep it. Even though the Monkey King wine in my possession isn't many, but it's still enough. Duanling Tian didn't care about Hu Li's refusal as he shoved the pill bottle in Hu Li's hand, then turned around and left in an unrestrained manner. I'm leaving. I have some things to do. I won't send you off when you're leaving, right? Tell He Chun your house address later, and ask him to tell it to me. I'll go see you when I'm free in the future. At the same time that Duanling Tian left, he raised his hand and waved it, bidding his farewell to Hu Li. Even though he had a slight sense of loss in his heart, but he understood that all good things in this world must come to an end. Duanling Tian, thank you. Hu Li took a deep breath as he gazed at Duanling Tian's restrained figure vanishing into the distance and was slightly excited. He glanced at the Monkey King wine and monkey wine his hand, and his mood was slightly heavy. Duanling Tian's gift was too valuable. When he saw Duanling Tian's figure completely disappeared before him, Hu Li's eyes squinted and lit up with traces of bright light, then muttered, Duanling Tian, don't worry. Even if one of my legs is crippled, I won't die down just like this. I'll surely make you look at me in a different light the next time we meet. At this moment, Hu Li's will in the martial Tao was firm like a sharp sword, as if it could destroy everything. And it was precisely because of this determination that caused Duanling Tian to have a face full of shock and disbelief when he met Hu Li again many years from then. Who? Duanling Tian let out a long breath of air after he left the gorge Hu Li was in. Even after experiencing 2 lifetimes, when faced with farewells, Duanling Tian's heart still had an inexplicable feeling of sadness. Time to once again go look for those 2 little fellows that make me worry. After Duanling Tian left Fekta Peak, he didn't return to Migres Peak, and directly walked down Dubhe Peak. Then walked out of the sect to head towards the primeval forest that fierce beasts and demon beasts roamed unrestrainedly in. After Duanling Tian entered the primeval forest, he sped up. All the fierce beasts that he encountered on the way were practically killed with a single fist from him, even to the extent he didn't use martial skills or quake energy. Finally, along with him continuously entering deeper into the primeval forest, the fierce beasts he encountered became stronger, and there were even many 6th-level origin core stage fierce beasts. Practically all these fierce beasts had their throats slit with a single sword strike. With the strength that Duanling Tian controlled now, when he executed the sword-drawing arts, the speed of his sword was something that even 6th-level origin core stage fierce beasts wouldn't be able to react to. I should test some quake energy. Duanling Tian's gaze looked around, then his figure flashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Continue going deeper in. Roar. A loud roar that deafened the ears entered into Duanling Tian's ears, causing Duanling Tian's eardrums to hurt, as if a thunderclap piercing his ears. Bang! An enormous fierce beast came over from afar, as if transforming into a gust of wind that descended before Duanling Tian in the blink of an eye. When the fierce beast dashed, the ground shook as if the earth quaked and the hills swayed. In the air, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 7-level origin core stage fierce beast. Duanling Tian was shocked in his heart, and he seriously sized up the fierce beast before him. This was an enormous tiger that was covered in jet black and shiny fur, and spots of sunlight passed through the shroud of the forest to descend onto its body, causing its fur to flicker with a dazzling sheen. Relying on the erudite memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duanling Tian recognized this tiger-type fierce beast with a single glance. Black Tiger, 7th level origin core stage fierce beast. This black tiger was most adept at speed and strength, and its defense was slightly weak. Of course, saying its defense was weak was only comparatively weaker to other 7th level origin core stage fierce beasts. Roar! The dark gray colored eyes of the black tiger stared at Duanling Tian, and it opened its bloody mouth to emit a threatening low roar, as if warning Duanling Tian to leave its domain. Interesting. A smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth, and his eyes sized up the black tiger before him with interest. The black tiger saw Duanling Tian smiling and thought Duanling Tian was provoking it, then roared in rage before pouncing towards Duanling Tian. It opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit at him. The fangs of the black tiger flickered with a sharp and icy cold sheen. If Duanling Tian were to be bitten, it would be impossible for him to survive. So fast. The black tiger's speed relied on the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to power, and was far from something Duanling Tian's current speed could compare to. At the instant that the black tiger pounced over, Duanling Tian didn't dodge and instead leaped on the spot, perfectly dodging the black tiger's bloody mouth and those sharp fangs. Bang! The black tiger's pounce hit nothing, and a sense of rage arose within its dark gray eyes. Roar! The black tiger roared lowly, then it turned its head to once again bite at Duanling Tian. And just at this moment, Duanling Tian made his move. The strength of 81 ancient mammoths fully exploded out. Without holding back, dragon's finishing touch. Duanling Tian pointed out his finger with the profundity of a dragon's finishing touch, and brought about a burst of piercing sounds as it pointed onto the forehead of the black tiger. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's gaze went cold. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the tip of Duanling Tian's finger violently jumped about, and the frequency grew higher and higher. Pooh! Under the assistance of the quake energy, Duanling Tian's finger seemed to transform into a sharp sword that easily penetrated the black tiger between the brows, and fresh blood scattered into the air as his finger continued to point onto the black tiger's skull. Roar! The black tiger emitted a miserable low roar. Then its enormous figure abruptly trembled, wanting to resist. But unfortunately, his resistance was too late. Along with Duanling Tian's finger descending down and pointing onto the black tiger's skull, the terrifying quake energy instantly shattered the black tiger's skull and continued to spread onto the bones in the black tiger's entire body. Crackle, crackle. Ear-piercing sounds of bones fracturing slowly suppressed the low roars of the black tiger that slowly became dispirited. Bang! It wasn't long before the enormous body of the black tiger crashed onto the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. Duanling Tian's gaze abruptly shone as he looked at the black tiger's corpse that collapsed, and was slightly excited. I never imagined that the quake energy advanced so much. The finger strike Duanling Tian pointed out earlier relied upon all the strength in him, the strength of 81 ancient mammoths, whereas the black tiger instead possessed a strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Compared to it, Duanling Tian's strength was an entire 19 ancient mammoths lesser. If it was the quake energy from before, it would be impossible to affect the black tiger. Now, it instead killed the black tiger like cutting through dry leaves. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased significantly. In the past, the effect of the quake energy was only able to materialize on opponents who weren't more than 10 ancient mammoths stronger than Duanling Tian. In other words, the past quake energy scope of effect was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Now, based on the present circumstances, even if Duanling Tian and the black tiger had a difference of strength of 19 ancient mammoths between them, but the effects of the quake energy still manifested. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had already extended to the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. Specific details would still require Duanling Tian to test it by himself. Duanling Tian put away the black tiger's beast core, then continued to head deeper into the primeval forest. Subsequently, he successively encountered 3 7th-level origin core stage fierce beasts, and completely tested and found out the scope of effect of the quake energy he now controlled. The scope of effect of the quake energy was within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths currently. In other words, when Duanling Tian killed the black tiger with quake energy before, it just happened to be within the limit of the scope of effect of the quake energy. With my current strength and relying on quake energy, I'm practically invincible at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and below. If a 7th level Origin Core stage martial artist didn't use a spirit weapon, or perhaps their spirit weapon is inferior to mine, then they're all not a match for me. Duanling Tian slightly pondered and speculated in his heart. Of course, he knew that the latter circumstances might be possible in any other place, but if within the 7-star sword sect, it was practically impossible. Practically all 7-star sword sect disciples at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above possessed a grade 7 spirit sword. In terms of spirit weapons, he didn't have any advantages. Now, when he faced 7th level Origin Core stage disciples of the 7-star sword sect, it was similar to when he faced the Fecta Peaks Xiaoying when his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Unless he can make his opponent abandon the sword. Otherwise, if he didn't use an inscription, it would be extremely difficult to defeat his opponent. No matter what, Duanling Tian was extremely satisfied towards his current strength. Even in the foreign lands, having such accomplishments at his age could be considered to be not bad. Of course, it could only be considered to be not bad. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, the number of experts in the foreign lands were like the clouds in the sky, and some powers had even been around for 10,000 years. The future generations that those powers had fostered were all extremely formidable. Some geniuses amongst geniuses had even already broken through to the nascent soul stage at Duanling Tian's current age. Of course, the reason that these people's cultivations advanced so quickly was because they possessed the best cultivation resource. Even though they didn't have the assistance of the medicinal pills with over 90% purity that Duanling Tian refined, they instead had the various spirit fruits that the powers they belonged to had gathered. Those spirit fruits were all treasures of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought for, and were extremely difficult to come by. It could be said that the strength of those geniuses all relied on being piled up by treasures of heaven and earth that was difficult to imagine for ordinary people. Even in the entire cloud continent, my current natural talent can be considered top-notch, so long as my strength is sufficient in the future, and can leave the Darkhan dynasty to head to the foreign lands, then I can obtain the great treasures the Rebirth Martial Emperor left behind for his 3rd lifetime. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart when he thought up to this point. The 3 lives rebirth technique that the Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated required experiencing 3 lifetimes in order to attain perfection. So, during the 1st lifetime of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, he'd left behind numerous treasures for his 2nd lifetime, and during his 2nd lifetime, the Rebirth Martial Emperor relied on the treasures he left behind in his 1st lifetime to once again cultivate to the peak of the Martial Emperor stage in the shortest amount of time. During his 2nd lifetime, when the Rebirth Martial Emperor planned to carry out the cultivation of the 3rd lifetime for his 3 lives rebirth technique, he'd left behind a large amount of treasures. Those treasures encompassed a myriad of things. There were countless valuable materials and spirit fruit. He even left behind many royal-grade medicinal pills, royal-grade spirit weapons, and even formidable inscriptions that could be called heaven-defying, that ordinary people found difficult to imagine. Besides these, there were many other things. Countless things. These treasures were all kept within a royal-grade spirit weapon spatial ring by the Rebirth Martial Emperor. According to the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, the space within that spatial ring was even larger than the courtyard house he had in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City inner city. Unknowingly, Duanling Tian's breathing became hurried. Every time he went through this portion of the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, he couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement. Because these things would all be his in the future. Perhaps the Rebirth Martial Emperor never imagined that all he prepared for his 3rd lifetime would benefit me. Slowly, Duanling Tian suppressed the restless mood in his heart. To him, the things that the Rebirth Martial Emperor left behind were truly too shocking. Those things were practically all top-notch things in the Cloud Continent. Royal-grade medicinal pills and royal-grade spirit weapons. These things were something that only the rebirth martial emperor could refine in the 2 lifetimes he experienced. Even now, there might not be a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman in Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly. During the 2 age that rebirth martial emperor experiences, not to mention a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman, there wasn't even a quasi-royal-grade alchemist or quasi-royal-grade weapons craftsman. Below the rebirth martial emperor, the strongest alchemist and weapons craftsman was only a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapons craftsman. Duan Ling Tian, will surely once again stand at the rebirth martial emperor's peak all those years ago. No, I'll surpass the former rebirth martial emperor. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slowly became firm and deep within his heart. He'd pledged a resolution that no one and nothing could sway. What am I thinking off to? Returning to his sense, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his thoughts that had drifted off. I wonder where those 2 little fellow are now. Even if I rely upon a grade 7 spirit sword and quake energy, I would at most be able to kill a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast. There'll surely be nascent soul stage fierce beasts if I go slightly deeper in. With my current strength, nascent soul stage fierce beasts are difficult to deal with. Duan Ling Tian had a plan in his heart. He would go only slightly deeper, then start to search in the surroundings to see if he can notice the tracks left behind by the 2 little pythons. As for deeper in the primeval forest, Duan Ling Tian abandoned any thoughts of going deeper for now. Although he could rely on the bone corrosion inscription to kill nascent soul stage fierce beasts, but 1 bone corrosion inscription cost a few million silver, thus he couldn't use the bone corrosion inscription to kill all the way in. Even though the wealth in his possession wasn't little, but it couldn't withstand such expenditures. Moreover, there was plenty of money in his spatial ring, but materials to inscribe the bone corrosion inscription weren't plenty. At most it would be enough to inscribe 50 or 60 bone corrosion inscriptions. 2 little fellows that make me worry. Once I find the 2 of you, I'll surely properly teach you 2 a lesson. With feelings of helplessness, Duan Ling Tian continued to go deeper into the primeval forest, then started to search around the primeval forest. On the way, he'd encountered many 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts. These 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts had strength equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. However, Duan Ling Tian used his strength of 81 ancient mammoths and relied on the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword to execute attacks which attained the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths. By relying on the quake energy, it was difficult for even a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast to withstand a sword strike from him. Of course, once he encountered some 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts that were adept in speed and concealment, Duan Ling Tian would be in an extremely sorry state. Needless to say, the primeval forest was extremely large. Duan Ling Tian took a circle around the outer area of the primeval forest and spent 10 days and 10 nights. For 10 days and 10 nights, he slept in the open in the primeval forest. After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian practically turned the entire outer area of the primeval forest upside down, and in the end he still didn't notice even a shred of tracks that the 2 little pythons left behind. Forget it. I'll wait for those 2 little fellows to return by themselves. They ought to have entered the inner area of the primeval forest. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly helplessly, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest, and intended to return to 7-Star Sword Sect. On the way to leaving the primeval forest, he occasionally saw some people hunting fierce beasts, and when he saw the attire of these people, they were all 7-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian returned to the 7-Star Sword Sect and arrived at the entrance to the mountain. After entering, Duan Ling Tian ascended Dubhe Peak. Whoosh! A burst of piercing wind sounded out from ahead, causing Duan Ling Tian, who was walking on the mountain path, to frown, and at the moment he raised his head, he saw a figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning flashing down the mountain. Even though this person's speed was extremely swift, but Duan Ling Tian still saw his appearance. This was a young man with slightly hideous and distorted features, and his pair of triangular eyes caused Duan Ling Tian to have a familiar feeling. Duan Ling Tian saw the symbol of the young man's attire, similar to Duan Ling Tian. He was an outer court disciple as well. But When this outer court disciple dashed out, 100 ancient mammoths condensed into form above him. 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Duanling Tian moved aside when he discerned that this outer court disciple seemed to be in a hurry. But even then, when the outer court disciple flashed past Duanling Tian, he brought about a strong wind that still caused Duanling Tian's outer court disciple's attire to flutter and whistle in the wind. Duanling Tian frowned and continued up the mountain, then passed through the chain bridge and returned to Migres Peak. When Duanling Tian had just stepped onto the platform on Migres Peak, he noticed a burning gaze descending onto him. Duanling Tian looked over and saw a Migres Peak disciple with an ordinary expression. And when this Migres Peak disciple saw Duanling Tian's gaze sweep over, he hurriedly lowered his head. Relying on his sharp spiritual force and the experiences of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian was able to deduce that the cultivation of this Migres Peak disciple was at most at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. When he intended to return to the peak of Migres Peak, Duanling Tian noticed that Migres Peak disciple actually quietly following him from behind. Humph! Duanling Tian's sharp spiritual force noticed this Migres Peak disciple following him at the first possible moment, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. So long as it wasn't an existence at the void-prying stage or above that was following him, he could rely on his sharp spiritual force and his counter-tracking methods to easily notice the Migres Peak disciple. Duanling Tian intentionally walked into a remote path, then turned into the back of some bushes. As expected, that Migres Peak disciple followed over. Where's he? Before long, the Migres Peak disciple noticed that after his target turned here, his target actually vanished into thin air, and instantly, his face revealed a trace of confusion. Are you looking for me? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was concealed nearby, walked out from the bushes and looked at the Migres Peak disciple that had a panicked expression and said with a terrifyingly calm tone, No, I'm not. At the same time that this Migres Peak disciple was panicked, he hurriedly denied it. Are you kidding? Even though the young man before him was younger than him, the young man's strength wasn't something he could compare to. Even an existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage was killed at the hands of this young man, not to mention him who was a mere 3rd level origin core stage. So, before this young man, he even didn't dare have the thought of fleeing. Because he knew that even if he wanted to flee, he wouldn't be able to. No. Duanling Tian's face sank when he heard this Migres Peak disciple, and a dense killing intent spread out from his body, as if transforming into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped the Migres Peak disciple before him. Instantly, the face of the Migres Peak disciple went ghastly pale, and he felt himself seeming to be in an Azura battlefield. The icy coldness that directly entered his heart caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling, and he hurriedly circulated his origin energy to withstand it. Only then did he slightly ease up. Who asked you to follow me? Duanling Tian looked at the Migres Peak disciple and asked once more, with a tone that was slightly cold. I didn't follow you. The Migres Peak disciple gritted his teeth to forcefully endure the killing intent, and said with a trembling voice, Thick head. Duanling Tian's gaze went cold when he saw this Migres Peak disciple didn't want to speak, and his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a string of afterimages. Bang! His leg hit directly on the Migres Peak disciple's chest, kicking him flying, then fiercely falling into the nearby bushes. After he kicked the Migres Peak disciple flying, Duanling Tian's body flashed out to follow up. When this Migres Peak disciple wanted to crawl up, Duanling Tian raised his leg, then fiercely stomped upon his chest, stomping him back to the ground. Bang! The body of the Migres Peak disciple collapsed on the ground once again, and was shocked by the force to the point his face went deathly pale, then looked at Duanling Tian with a pair of eyes that were filled with fear and dread. Who sent you? Duanling Tian's tone was still calm, but his gaze that became even icy colder undoubtedly told this Migres Peak disciple that he already didn't have too much patience left. There's really no one who sent me. Really? The Migres Peak disciple's gaze focused, and he hesitated for a moment before seeming to have some apprehensions as he said with a panicked expression. Very good. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold when he saw the Migres Peak disciple still being thick-headed even at such a time, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade that flickered with an icy cold light appeared out of thin air in his hand. No, don't. The Migres Peak disciple's pupils constricted when he saw Duan Ling Tian withdraw a sword, and his face went deathly pale. I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, if you don't speak, then I'll kill you. You ought to know that even though the 7-Star Sword sect prohibits fellow disciples from killing each other, but so long as no one sees me kill you, nothing will happen to me. Duan Ling Tian weighed the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, then lightly extended his hand to stroke the blade of the sword, as if he was gently caressing his lover. When Duan Ling Tian's words that didn't contain the slightest emotion entered into the ears of the Migres Peak disciple, it caused his face to go even paler, and traces of fear was mixed within his eyes. He naturally knew what Duan Ling Tian said was true. If he really died here with the remoteness of this place, even if someone found his corpse, it would probably a matter of another few days from now. At that time, even if the resources of the 7-Star Sword sect were any greater, and the strength of the 7-Star Sword sect high-ups any stronger, it would still be impossible to investigate who killed him. So, even if he really was killed by Duan Ling Tian here today, he would have died for nothing. You still have 5 breaths worth of time. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the eyes of the Migres Peak disciple that were struck with panic, and a bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. The sword in his hand matched him to draw a pattern with his sword, a pattern that was dazzling and magnificent. 3 more breaths. After another time of 2 breaths, Duan Ling Tian's voice went slightly colder. The sword in his hand slightly rose up, as if he would attack at any moment. I'll speak. I'll speak. Finally, the Migres Peak disciple was unable to endure the mental pressure imposed on him by Duan Ling Tian, and had a face full of terror as he said with an incomparably panicked tone, deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian's sword would ruthlessly descend upon him if he was slow. Speak. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Migres Peak disciple and said in a cold voice, If I notice you lying, then don't blame me for being merciless. I don't dare. I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare lie. The Migres Peak disciple was shocked to the point he was slightly unable to speak properly, and after he caught his breath, he continued. It's Elder Zhao Lin who asked me to monitor your tracks, and so long as I saw you appear in Migres Peak, I should report to him at the first possible moment. Besides that, he also said that if I'm able to find out about your place of cultivation, then he'll bestow an extra 10,000 gold to me. Zhao Lin? Duan Ling Tian's face sank. He never expected that it was Zhao Lin who was behind this again, that Zhao Lin had repeatedly sent people to deal with him for the sake of a fictitious cultivation method, but in the end went for wool but came home shorn. Now Zhao Lin actually hadn't given up yet. Duan Ling Tian, I've spoken of everything you wanted to know. Let me go. The Migres Peak disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian's hesitant expression, and was slightly struck with panic, deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. Duan Ling Tian raised his leg and swept the Migres Peak disciple with his cold and indifferent gaze. You better not tell that Zhao Lin of what happened today. Or else. I won't, I surely won't. The Migres Peak disciple swore solemnly. Scram. Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm as he said cold and indifferently. Yes, yes. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded, then crawled up before fleeing in a sorry state, and before long he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. After seeing the Migres Peak disciple leaving, Duan Ling Tian moved back and forth between the small mountain paths, then finally ascended the peak of the mountain before returning to the stalactite cave. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he sat cross-legged on the stone platform. That Zhao Lin actually still hasn't given up on the thoughts of seizing my cultivation method, now that I've revealed a strength capable of annihilating a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Even 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples ought to not dare help him. Looks like he intends to investigate my tracks, then make a move himself. Duan Ling Tian guessed Zhao Lin's intentions. At the same time he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Luckily there was that Migres Peak disciple today, Otherwise, he wouldn't know that Zhao Lin was still targeting him. He could imagine how under the circumstances that he wasn't on guard in the slightest, if Zhao Lin secretly followed him. Once he entered a place that was devoid of people, he would surely be unable to flee death. He was convinced that facing the temptation of the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll, Zhao Lin would be ruthless towards him without a doubt. Unfortunately, Xiong isn't by my side. The strongest method in my possession, the Blaze inscription, is unable to deal with him. Duan Tian's face slightly sank as he took a deep breath. Looks like I have to be extremely careful when I move about within the 7-Star Sword sect in the future. Otherwise, once I allow that Zhao Lin to find an opportunity, I would die without a doubt. Under his serious mood, Duan Tian withdrew and consumed an origin-strengthening pill, then closed his eyes to start cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python Form. Duan Tian knew very well that the true way of kings was to have his own strength being sufficiently strong. If he was a void-prying stage martial artist as well now, why would he have to be afraid of Zhao Lin? Cultivate. Cultivate. The hot blood in Duan Tian's body completely boiled, and the origin energy in his body violently roiled as well. His cultivation was advancing with an extremely swift pace. With this speed of cultivation, he was convinced that it wouldn't be long before he could smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. Migra's peak, in a gorge that was adequately brightened by ray of sunlight. What? He's appeared. Zhao Lin asked indifferently as he looked at the Migra's peak disciple that entered with haste. Yes, Elder Zhao Lin. He returned from Dubhe Peak. The Migra's peak disciple hurriedly nodded. What? You didn't follow him? If you can investigate his place of cultivation, I will bestow 10,000 gold to you. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at the Migra's peak disciple, seeming to be tempting him. 10,000 gold? The Migra's peak disciple couldn't refrain from cursing in his heart when he heard Zhao Lin. Just for the sake of you 10,000 gold. I nearly lost my life. Luckily that Duan Tian didn't take further action. Otherwise, I would have been killed because of you. However, this Migra's peak disciple was still calm on the surface, and laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao Lin, I want your 10,000 gold as well, but I'm completely unable to follow him. Zhao Lin nodded and didn't think it to be strange. As far as he was concerned, even he was once thrown off while following Duan Tian, let alone a 3rd-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Are you sure he returned to Migra's peak? Zhao Lin confirmed a step further. I'm sure. The Migra's peak disciple hurriedly nodded and said in affirmation. You continue helping me keep an eye out for him. Come report to me right away if he leaves Migra's peak. This is what you deserve. Zhao Lin nodded, then raised his hand to pass 1,000 gold to the Migra's peak disciple. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lin. The Migra's peak disciple hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and didn't mention a word of Duan Tian catching him, because he knew that once he mentioned it, not only would he offend Duan Tian, but he wouldn't even be able to obtain this 1,000 gold. Do things for me in the future and I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Lin nodded, then waved his hand. Leave. Yes. The Migra's peak disciple hurriedly left, and secretly wiped off some cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. There were 2 great clans within Black Bamboo City, and they balanced each other out to control 1/3 of all businesses within Black Bamboo City. As for the other 2/3 of businesses, they were instead controlled by the 7-Star Sword sect. The Sher clan was one of the 2 great clans of Black Bamboo City. Outside the Sher clan estate, a figure that was like wind flashed swiftly, desiring to enter the Sher clan gate. Who? The faces of the 2 guards at the Sher clan gate went grim, and hurriedly obstructed the figure. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds echoed out, and the 2 guards were kicked flying to knock on the gate. Right when they stood up in panic and intended to call for help, they inadvertently clearly saw the appearance of the young man with a frosty expression that stood at gate, and the panic and rage on their faces vanished, replacing it was respect. Eldest young master. The 2 guards bowed and addressed him respectfully. You 2 are really competent. even daring to obstruct this young master. The young man's features were distorted and hideous, and his triangular eyes revealed traces of a gloomy aura. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely recognize him with a glance. This young man was precisely the young man who dashed like the wind, and Duan Ling Tian encountered on the road to Dubhe Peak after returning to the Seven-Star Sword sect from the primeval forest. Elder young master, spare us, we didn't know it was you. The two guards hurriedly kneeled on the floor and begged for mercy in panic. Their faces were filled with anxiety, as if this young man was a dreadful monster. Enough. I don't have the time to fuss about it with the two of you today. Let me ask you two, has the young miss returned? After I returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect, I didn't see her, and the gorge she usually lives in has been vacant for a long time. Even the azure stone tablet outside the gorge was shattered. As he finished speaking, the young man frowned and was vaguely worried. Unexpectedly, the two guards had bitter smiled on their faces when they heard the young man. Has something happened to the young miss? Speak. The young man's face went grim, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Elder young master, young miss has... Her dantian was crippled by someone. One of the guards smiled bitterly as he spoke. What? The young man's body trembled and his triangular eyes emitted a gloomy cold light. Who? Who did it? Who the heck was it? Actually daring to cripple my house, sister. No matter who it is, I will make him die. I will make him die a graveless death. Duan Ling Tian didn't know how long he'd cultivated, and only until the medicinal effect of the origin-strengthening pill was completely absorbed did he slowly open his eyes and wake up. Who? Duan Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and glanced at the cold stalactite cave, then shook his head before walking out with large strides. I wonder how those two little fellows are now. Duan Ling Tian stood atop the tilted tree and enjoyed the baptism of morning dew, and his gaze passed through the mist and cloud in the sky to gaze at the direction of the primeval forest. His heart was always slightly not at ease due to the two little pythons. I'll go see little Fei and Ku Er. Little Fei ought to have broken through. After returning to his sense, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile, and after he used his sharp spiritual force to sense the mountain peak for a while, he leaped up, then walked down the Migres peak. In next to no time, he once again arrived at the vast platform that the trade hall was located on. He'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he noticed a few gazes descending onto him, seeming to intentionally focus on him. Humph! A cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. If he didn't guess wrongly, these people ought to be people that Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, ordered to monitor him. However, he didn't mind, as all these people posed no threat to him. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended into the distance. Now, a young man stood there, and was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Lu Yu. Duan Ling Tian recognized this young man with a glance. It was precisely the outer court disciple that obstructed him nearby the trade hall and desired to help Zhao Lin forcefully seize that fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll in his possession. This Lu Yu was a 5th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. He still remembered that at that time he straightforwardly asked to battle Lu Yu on the life and death arena when he was faced with Lu Yu who obstructed his way, and in the end, Lu Yu chose to shrink back. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Lu Yu, then turned around to walk towards the chain bridge and left with large strides. Since the beginning till the end, he didn't have the intention to pay any attention to Lu Yu. Lu Yu stood on the spot and gazed at Duan Ling Tian, who slowly went off into the distance. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his legs were like they were filled with lead, unable to move for an extremely long time. Luckily, I didn't agree to his life and death arena invitation that day. Otherwise, I would die for sure. In these few days, he dreamt back to that day many times, and in those dreams, Lu Yu would dream the scene of Duan Ling Tian inviting him to battle on the life and death arena. Every time, he would be scared awake. Then his body would be covered in cold sweat. When he recalled his choice that day, only now did he realize how wise his choice was. Duan Ling Tian was even able to kill a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, let alone he who is only a 5th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. He could imagine how if he had ascended to the life and death arena with Duanling Tian that day, he would surely die without a doubt. Duanling Tian was too terrifying. The few Migres Peak disciples that watched Duanling Tian leave gathered together. That Duanling Tian had gone on the chain bridge? Who's going to follow him? One of the Migres Peak disciples asked in a low voice. For a moment, besides one of them being able to maintain his composure, the other few Migres Peak disciples all lowered their heads. Duanling Tian was an existence that was capable of killing a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. They didn't dare take the risk to follow him. I'll go. Before long, the Migres Peak disciple with a composed expression spoke out to offer his service. Duanling Tian had only just passed the chain bridge when he noticed a tail behind him. It's him again. Duanling Tian's sharp spiritual force allowed him to notice this person at the first possible moment. And it was precisely that Migres Peak disciple that followed him the last time and was uncovered by him. Duanling Tian's eyes became cold and fierce. This Migres Peak disciple was actually still working for Xiaolin? Moreover, he still dares follow me? Duanling Tian arrived at Dubhe Peak in next to no time, and wound around Dubhe Peak before quickly entering into a remote place. Right when Duanling Tian prepared to conceal himself nearby and intended to play the same trick again to draw the Migres Peak disciple out. Duanling Tian, I know you noticed me. The Migres Peak disciple walked forward a few steps, then said in a low voice, I don't have any other intentions for following you. I just want to warn you that Elder Xiaolin has found another few people and wants us to cooperate to track you. The other few people have gone to notify Elder Xiaolin. Before long, Elder Xiaolin will come to Dubhe Peak. Take care. Duanling Tian walked out slightly surprised, then looked at the Migres Peak disciple. Why are you helping me? The Migres Peak disciple was slightly embarrassed. You could have killed me yesterday, but you didn't. I owe you my life. Duanling Tian glanced deeply at the Migres Peak disciple. What's your name? Huang Ji. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly replied. He didn't dare be slow. Whoosh! Duanling Tian raised his hand, and 10,000 gold appeared on his hand. Huang Ji, I presume you're helping Xiaolin do things for the sake of money. Now I'll give you 10,000 gold. In the future, if that Xiaolin wants to follow me, then bring him to take a good circle around 7-Star Sword Sect. Give him a line of hope, then make him come back empty-handed. As he spoke to this point, a trace of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. Huang Ji happily received the 10,000 gold and hurriedly agreed. Since he'd gotten back his life from under the hands of Duanling Tian, resentment towards Xiaolin had arose in his heart. Now, he had an opportunity to make Xiaolin suffer, and he even can obtain so much gold, so he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. I hope you don't disappoint me, or else. Now, Duanling Tian was akin to giving Huang Ji a piece of candy to eat, then giving Huang Ji a slap, and his tone was filled with a threatening intention. Don't worry, I'll surely do this thing well, and won't disappoint you. Huang Ji swore with all sincerity. Go! Duanling Tian waved his head, and he left after Huang Ji left. In next to no time he'd arrived at the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, and then arrived at Alcade Peak. When Duanling Tian once again arrived at Elder Bai's residence, he saw a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance. He'd met this young woman twice. The first time was before the outer court disciples test. He'd seen this woman following behind Elder Bai. The second time was at Alcade Peak. At that time, she was following behind Elder Bai as well, and seemed to be a disciple of Elder Bai's called Zuoqing. She could be considered to be Li Fei's senior sister. Senior sister Zuoqing. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the woman. Since she was Little Fei's senior sister, then she was naturally his senior sister as well. Duanling Tian. A smile appeared on Zuoqing's face when she saw Duanling Tian. You came to look for junior sister, right? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded with a light smile. I'll go get her. Zuoqing turned around and left, and it wasn't long before she once again returned. this time with a young woman that had an extremely beautiful appearance that could be called peerless. The woman had a face like an angel, body like a demon, and caused anyone who glanced over to be unable to refrain from having their imaginations go wild, having a desire to push her down and ravage her. Scoundrel! The woman saw Duanling Tian, and her watery beautiful eyes lit up, then threw herself towards Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian only felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and softness entered his embrace. He slightly smiled as he took the woman that threw herself at him into his arms. Little Fei. It has been nearly 3 months since we've seen each other. Li Fei lightly nodded, and buried her head in Duanling Tian's strong chest, unwilling to raise her head for a long time. Duanling Tian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's smooth back, and traces of a warm smile appeared on his face. Suiqing glanced at Li Fei with admiration when she saw this scene, then turned and left. She knew that this moment only belonged to this pair of little lovers. She felt happy for her junior sister, as if a woman was able to find a man like Duanling Tian in their lifetime, then they wouldn't have lived in vain. For a moment, only Duanling Tian and Li Fei, who quietly embraced each other, remained within the entire vast gorge. Little Fei, Elder Bai isn't here, right? Duanling Tian's mouth nestled up to Li Fei's earlobe and lightly blew upon them. Li Fei's delicate figure trembled, and seeming to have realized something, she lightly shook her head. Master had something to do and went out. Duanling Tian's lower regions went hot when he heard Li Fei, and he breathed heavily as he extended his hand to hold Li Fei up in his arms, then directly rushed into the wooden house that Li Fei stayed in. The young man and woman, who hadn't seen each other some a long time, claimed each other to their heart's content. After the storm stopped, Duanling Tian embraced Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression, and lay on his shoulder. Little Fei, when I came the last time, Elder Bai said you were at the critical juncture of breaking through. You seem to have broken through. The angelic face of Li Fei, who had a face full of happiness, now went rosy, and she lightly nodded. Yes, I've broken through. Have you seen Ku-Er lately? Duanling Tian thought of the delicate and touching woman that always stayed by his side, and his voice was gentle like water. Little sister Ku-Er followed the Peak Master and went for a distant travel. She came to look for me, and we both went to Migra's Peak, but no Migra's Peak disciple knows where you live. So, she left with her disappointment. Li Fei extended her jade-like hand and placed her slender and smooth finger on Duanling Tian's chest, then lightly moved her finger around. Duanling Tian nodded. Ku-Er had the protection of the Alcade Peak's Peak Master by her side, so he wasn't worried of Ku-Er's safety. Li Fei looked curiously at Duanling Tian. Scoundrel, where do you actually live? I and Ku-Er asked tens of Migra's Peak disciples, but there actually isn't a single person who knows where you ordinarily stay. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Not to mention Migra's Peak disciples, even the Peak Master of Migra's Peak or the Sect Master of the 7-Star Sword Sect, it would be impossible for them to know the place I'm staying at. Li Fei's beautiful face had a sense of curiosity when she heard Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian naturally didn't hide anything from Li Fei, and slowly spoke of the matter of discovering the stalactite cave that day. So it turns out that the 10,000-year stalactite milk you gave me and little sister Ku-Er comes from there. Scoundrel, your luck is really too good, right? Even that sort of place could be found by you. If the 7-Star Sword Sect higher-ups were to know of this matter, wouldn't they be angered to death by you? Li Fei couldn't refrain from sighing with emotion, and as she finished, her peerlessly beautiful face had a slight smile. Yeah, my luck isn't bad. Duanling Tian nodded, and when he spoke of the stalactite cave, he couldn't help but think of the 2 little pythons. He wondered where they were now, and what they were doing. Scoundrel, what are you thinking of? So deeply absorbed in it. Li Fei noticed Duanling Tian's unnatural expression, and asked with a wondering expression. Her tone seemed to have concern mixed within. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. Duanling Tian shook his head, and didn't tell Li Fei about the disappearance of the 2 little pythons. He didn't want Li Fei to be worried like him. Duanling Tian and Li Fei chatted, and unknowingly, they chatted about the outer court martial competition 3 months from now. Scoundrel. I heard the outer court martial competition's rules have been changed. Li Fei suddenly said to Duan Ling Tian. Rules have been changed? What rules have been changed? Duan Ling Tian was stupefied and asked. I heard from Master that when all is said and done, the change of the rules this time is because of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian, although she knew her man's ability was great. But when she heard her man was able to kill even a 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, she couldn't help but be shocked in her heart. If Duan Ling Tian used an offense inscription, she wouldn't feel it to be strange. But the problem was, Duan Ling Tian didn't use an offense inscription from the beginning until the end, and completely used his true strength to kill his opponent. Because of me? What Li Fei said caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely puzzled. What has the 7-star sword sect outer court martial competition changing rules have to do with him? Yes. Li Fei nodded, then looked at Duan Ling Tian with a wondering gaze, and didn't continue beating around the bush and directly said, I heard from Master that since the news of you killing the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, was spread out, besides out Alcade Peaks and your Migres Peaks Peak Masters, the Peak Masters of the other 4 Great Sword Peaks specially started a meeting of the 6 peaks last month. The content of the meeting was targeted towards the Outer Court Martial Competition 3 months from now. In the past Outer Court Martial Competitions, Outer Court disciples must have entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years to participate. But this time, the Peak Masters of the 6 peaks instead decided to remove this limitation. This time, so long as one is an Outer Court disciple, anyone from the 6 peaks of the 7-star sword sect are able to participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition. Li Fei finished in a single breath. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit. He'd never imagined that killing Xiaoying would cause such a chain reaction. Is there any need to go to such lengths? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that he had such great face as to be able to make the Peak Masters of the 6 peaks of 7-star sword sect to specially hold a meeting for him. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was able to guess the intentions of the Peak Masters of the 6 Great Sword Peaks in doing this. It was none other than thinking if they didn't change the rules, the Outer Court Martial Competition this time would be without suspense, as he, Duan Ling Tian, would surely become the first place in the Outer Court Martial Competition. They're precisely afraid of you obtaining the first place, so they intentionally tried to obstruct you. Li Fei grunted in a low voice and had a displeased expression. All right, this is nothing to be unhappy about. They did this because they don't hope for the first place of the Outer Court Martial Competition to be known already before the martial competition has even begun. If it's really like this, then the confidence of the other Outer Court disciples would surely take a blow. Duan Ling Tian laughed. He was completely able to understand the intentions of the Peak Masters of the 6 Great Sword Peaks. Still laughing? If it's really like this, then at that time, there will surely be some 7th-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples that would be participating. During the Outer Court Martial Competition, you can't use any external sources of strength besides spirit weapons. In other words, your inscriptions can't be used. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian, seeming to be slightly unhappy. In that way, you'll be unable to obtain first place. Li Fei was extremely unhappy in her heart towards the first place that originally ought to be Duan Ling Tian's being deprived from him like this. In her heart, the man of her, Li Fei, was always the most outstanding. Can't use inscriptions? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Inscriptions were after all not similar to spirit weapons, as to a certain extent, the existence of inscriptions did indeed affect the fairness of the Outer Court Martial Competition. What? Little Fei, you're so not confident of your man. Duan Ling Tian's mischievously placed his hand on the little girl's delicate body that didn't have a bit of excess flesh, and felt her up. The little girl's delicate body trembled, and her cheeks blushed rosy. Duan Ling Tian's breathing became hurried when he saw this, and once again turned over on top of her, and galloped to his heart's content. Duan Ling Tian only left after being intimate with her for an entire day. A house of pleasures, a tomb of heroes, our forefathers didn't lie. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally in his heart when he left the Alcade Peak, as although he'd been intimate with Li Fei for the entire day, but as far as he was concerned, it only seemed like an instant. Duanling Tian shook his head and his mind cleared slightly. Then he stepped onto the chain bridge to return to the main peak, Dubhe Peak. The sun had already set in the west when Duanling Tian arrived at the stone platform which the chain bridge that led to Migra's Peak was located, and he noticed that many Migra's Peak disciples were stepping onto the chain bridge to head towards Migra's Peak. Humph! A cold snort sounded out nearby. Duanling Tian turned over to gaze over, and only now did he notice the Migra's Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, on the stone platform, staring at him with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian also noticed Huang Ji standing nearby and was winking at him. Duanling Tian snickered in his heart. Looks like Huang Ji really did take Zhao Lin to go around the Seven-Star Sword sect the entire day. Seeing Zhao Lin's exasperated appearance, Duanling Tian suddenly felt that spending that 10,000 gold was worth it. Elder Zhao Lin, it's been a long time. Duanling Tian stood in the stream of people that flowed ceaselessly and looked at Zhao Lin as he greeted him with a light smile, as if he was greeting an old friend. Zhao Lin paid no attention to Duanling Tian, and his expression was as unsightly could be. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, the only reason he came back empty-handed today was because of Duanling Tian being too cunning, causing him to have no tracks to find. He didn't suspect Huang Ji, who led the way. Duanling Tian shrugged when he saw Zhao Lin having no intention of responding to him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provoking smile as he deeply glanced at Zhao Lin before stepping onto the chain bridge and heading towards Migra's Peak. There were too many people here currently, so he wasn't worried that Zhao Lin would make a move against him. In next to no time, Duanling Tian noticed Zhao Lin following him from behind. He didn't pay any attention. Relying on his counter-tracking methods, it would be extremely easy if he wanted to escape Zhao Lin's pursuit. After Duanling Tian returned to Migra's Peak, he wound a few circles around the trade hall that streams of people surged through, and successfully threw off Zhao Lin, then swaggered off back to the peak of Migra's Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. Within the trade hall, after noticing Duanling Tian's tracks vanishing and searching for another half an hour without gain, Zhao Lin's face was incomparably gloomy. Duanling Tian, I'll find a chance sooner or later. You just wait. His wait was a wait of an entire 3 months. Alioth Peak. On the chain bridge, a young man with a gloomy expression walked swiftly into the Alioth Peak platform. This young man had an extremely special appearance. His features were distorted and hideous, and his pair of triangular eyes seemed to be always flickering with a gloomy sheen. He stood there, and his entire person seemed like a venomous snake that was waiting for a chance to swallow one up. However, when the young man passed them, the groups of Alioth Peak disciples all respectfully greeted him. Senior Brother Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How. At the same time that these Alioth Peak disciples greeted him, expressions of respect and fear appeared on their faces. They were clear in their hearts that this young man with an appearance that was intolerable to the eye was in existence with an extremely formidable strength. He was also a famous person of their Alioth Peak, and even was the disciple that was publicly acknowledged by most disciples as the #1 disciple in the outer court of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How's expression seems to be slightly unsightly. Isn't his expression always like this? I don't see any difference. Take a careful look again. Also, looks at his eyes. Don't they have rage mixed within? I wonder who offended him. It really is so. 2 Alioth Peak disciples stood at the side and looked at Sure How walk to Alioth Peak from afar as they whispered in discussion. Sure How. Outside the Alioth Peak trade hall, a figure walked like the wind and arrived near the chain bridge in the blink of an eye to stand before Sure How. This was a robust middle-aged man with a thick build, and his eyes were radiating vigor. Elder Zhong Bing. Sure How lowered his arrogant head before this robust middle-aged man. Sure How. There's something I want to tell you. The outer court martial competition 3 months from now doesn't impose the restriction of only allowing outer court disciples who have entered the Seven-Star Sword sect for less than 3 years to participate. So long as one is an outer court disciple, one can participate. You can also participate. Zhong Bing, the outer court elder of Alioth Peak smiled as he said to Sure Hao, "This time, my Alioth Peak will be relying on you." As far as he was concerned, with Sure Hao's strength, taking the first place in the outer court martial competition 3 months from now was something that was without any suspense if nothing unexpected happened. What's going on? Sure Hao was slightly absent-minded earlier, but now when he heard Zhong Bing, his spirit was roused. The rules of the outer court martial competition always had restrictions. Why were changes made suddenly this time? It was difficult for him to understand. This has to be told starting from an outer court disciple of Migres Peak. When Zhong Bing spoke up to hear, a trace of envy flashed within his eyes. 3 months ago, a black horse appeared within the batch of new outer court disciples that our 7-star sword sect recruited. That's a young man around the age of 20, and he later went to Migres Peak. He hadn't come to Migres Peak for long when he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples in the Migres Peak's life and death arena. The 2 Outer Court disciples were both Migres Peak disciples. They both joined forces to deal with that young man, but the result was they were killed by the young man in a single move. The natural talent of this young man is simply shocking. The luck of the Migres Peak is really good, actually able to obtain such a monstrous outer court disciple. Sure Hao, what's wrong? Why's your expression so unsightly? Zhong Bing talked for a long time, and in the end he noticed Sure Hao's face sank suddenly. Sure Hao's originally distorted and hideous features now seemed to have completely entangled together. It looked extremely terrifying. Elder Zhong Bing, you said that young man entered the 7-star sword sect 3 months ago? Finally, Sure Hao spoke with a voice that had a sense of coldness mixed within. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhong Bing noticed that Sure Hao's expression was off, and asked slightly curiously. Around 20 and killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage disciples. How's his cultivation? Sure Hao took a deep breath and asked. Seems to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Zhong Bing sighed. He didn't only kill 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Even a 6th-level Origin Core Stage disciple of the Fecta Peak was killed by him. What? Sure Hao pupils constricted and has an astonished expression. Elder Zhong Bing, didn't you say he's only at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage? He is at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, but he did indeed kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. You ought to have heard of that 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. It's the Fecta Peak's Xiaoying. Zhong Bing slowly said. Even now when he mentioned this matter, his heart couldn't help but surge. He even felt that he might be dreaming. Xiaoying. Sure Hao had naturally heard of Xiaoying, and knew that Xiaoying could be considered as outstanding amongst the Fecta Peak Outer Court disciples. Moreover, he was supposedly about to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage soon, and would become a 7-star sword sect Inner Court disciple sooner or later. Could it be that Xiaoying didn't use a spirit sword? Whereas that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple used a spirit sword. Sure Hao asked in a low voice. It was difficult for him to imagine that if it wasn't like this, how could a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist be able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? No. Xiaoying used a grade 7 spirit sword and fought with his full strength. As for that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, he used a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Allegedly, the disparity of strength between the two of them was extremely large during that battle, a difference of the strength of over 10 ancient mammoths. But at the critical juncture, that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple instead shattered the bones of Xiaoying's entire body with a single finger strike. I wonder what martial skill he used. As he spoke up to hear, Zhong Bing, this existence at the void-prying stage couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. As far as he was concerned, that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Migres Peak was too strange. Could he have used an offensive inscription to kill Xiaoying? Sure Hao frowned and was slightly not daring to believe it. A mere martial skill was so heaven-defying? Even if it was an Earth-rank martial skill, it still might not be so heaven-defying, right? Moreover, unless it was a void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended force, Otherwise, it was utterly impossible to cultivate Earth-rank martial skills. As for the Heaven-rank martial skills of legend, the required conditions are even harsher. So, the martial skills that an Origin Core Stage martial artist was able to cultivate was at most a profound rank martial skill. But would there be such a strange and terrifying martial skill amongst the high-grade profound rank martial skills? He was extremely doubtful in his heart. Absolutely not. Zhong Bing shook his head. After the incident, some Fekta Peak Outer Court elders had inspected Xiao Ying's corpse and confirmed that Xiao Ying's injuries were absolutely not caused from offensive inscriptions. The bones of that Xiao Ying's body were completely shattered by origin energy. It's difficult to imagine what martial skill that was. Around 20, even able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Shi Hao took a deep breath. His triangular eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring cold light, and his heart trembled. It ought to be him. What? Shi Hao, you know him? Zhong Bing felt the killing intent emitted from Shi Hao's body, and had a bewildered expression. Elder Zhong Bing, besides him, among the outer court disciples that had just entered 7-Star Sword Sect 3 months ago, are there any other existences that are around 20 and have stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage or above? Shi Hao wanted to confirm a step further. I've never heard of it. Moreover, this is practically impossible. Our 7-Star Sword Sect being able to recruit such a genius martial artist can already be considered as luck. A genius martial artist like this isn't like cabbage sold in markets. Zhong Bing shook his head, and he felt sure Hao was thinking too wishfully. Elder Zhong Bing, what's the name of this Migres Peak Outer Court disciple? Shi Hao looked at Zhong Bing and asked. Duan Ling Tian, Zhong Bing said, as he deeply remembered this name the first time he heard it, only because this was the name of a monstrous martial artist. Thank you, Elder Zhong Bing. Shi Hao nodded to Zhong Bing, then turned around and left, once again stepping onto the chain bridge, heading towards Dubhe Peak. Why does Shi Hao feel slightly strange after returning from his trip to train and gain experience? Zhong Bing gazed at Shi Hao's figure that disappeared into the distance, and frowned. It's him. It's surely him. On the chain bridge, Shi Hao walked like the wind, and his triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Duan Ling Tian, you actually dared cripple my sister's Dan Tian. I won't let you off. You will surely die. Under his extreme rage, Shi Hao's distorted and hideous face completely entangled together, causing some of the Alioth Peak disciples that passed by on the chain bridge to feel coldness arise from deep within their hearts from just a single glance at him, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Senior brother Shi Hao. When they greeted Shi Hao now, they were afraid to the point their voices trembled. Shi Hao didn't stop after he arrived at Dubhe Peak, and stepped onto the chain bridge that headed to Migres Peak. He wanted to go to Migres Peak, to drag out the person that crippled his sister Shurian's, Dan Tian. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to take revenge for the sister he doted on the most. Duan Ling Tian didn't know that not long after he returned from Alcade Peak, the entire Migres Peak was in an uproar. The Alioth Peak Outer Court disciple, Shi Hao, the #1 disciple in the 7-Star Sword Sect's Outer Court, spread word of wanting to battle Duan Ling Tian in the life and death arena, until only one party remained. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know all this. But, on the Migres Peak, after not seeing a trace of Duan Ling Tian for a long time, even more people thought Duan Ling Tian was afraid of Shi Hao and didn't dare reveal himself. Actually, it's normal that Duan Ling Tian is afraid, as senior brother Shi Hao is the #1 disciple in our 7-Star Sword Sect's Outer Court, and there's practically no Outer Court disciples that are capable of rivaling him. You're right. If I'm Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't reveal myself as well. Even though Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the 6th-level Origin Core Stage Xiaoying, but senior brother Shi Hao is in existence at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. The 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage is a divide, and there's a difference of an entire 20 ancient mammoths worth of strength amongst the two. Once it's amplified by a spirit sword, the difference is even larger. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian is able to hide forever, and not participate in the Outer Court martial competition 3 months from now? The prizes of the outer court martial competition are extremely generous. Allegedly this time there's even an extremely valuable spirit fruit as the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition. How do you know? I know a senior brother from the inner court. He had some relationship with an inner court elder, and it was he who told me. Along with the arrival of Shi Hao and the upcoming outer court martial competition, the entire Migra's Peak was completely bustling. But even though Shi Hao had waited in Migra's Peak for many days, but from beginning till the end, Duanling Tian didn't appear, and in the end he temporarily left. However, before he left, he put down some harsh words. Duanling Tian, I, Shi Hao, the brother of Shi Yan, swear to not stop until you die. Within the 7-star sword sect. If there's you then there's no me, and if there's me then there's no you. When Duanling Tian received these words, it was already 3 months later. At the peak of Migra's Peak, on the tilted tree that's concealed within the clouds and mist, a figure that was swift like the wind seemed to transform into an agile spirit serpent as it flashed out of the cave passage behind the tilted tree, and firmly stood on the tilted tree. The tilted tree didn't even sway a bit. It's been 3 months. Duanling Tian gazed past through the clouds and mist to gaze at the direction where the primeval forest was located. After a long time he sighed. Those 2 little fellows actually still haven't returned. After returning from Alcade Peak the other time, Duanling Tian had been cultivating within the stalactite cave ever since, and time slipped by. In the blink of an eye it was already 3 months later. Swoosh! Duanling Tian's figure moved, using the tilted tree to leap up to the peak of Migra's Peak. That outer court martial competition ought to be starting soon, right? Duanling Tian came down from the peak, and quickly arrived at the vast platform that the trade hall was located on. As far as he was concerned, it would be easiest to obtain information of how the outer court martial competition's rules had changed in the trade hall that streams of people flowed through. But he'd only arrived nearby the trade hall when he noticed odd gazes coming from the crowd of Migra's Peak disciples, all descending onto him in unison. Is there something on my face? Duanling Tian couldn't help but be dazed when he saw this scene. Right when his heart was filled with questions, a figure walked towards him from afar. Duanling Tian. He Chun. Duanling Tian recognized this Migra's Peak disciple. It was precisely Hu Li's friend, He Chun. Duanling Tian, you finally appeared. I even thought that you'd hidden yourself and didn't intend to participate in the outer court martial competition this time. He Chun sized up Duanling Tian for a while, then shook his head and smiled. Hide! Duanling Tian was puzzled when he heard He Chun. What does He Chun mean by this? Hide from what? Huh? He Chun asked when he saw Duanling Tian's stunned expression. Could it be that it wasn't because of hiding from that Shi Hao that you didn't reveal yourself for 3 months? Shi Hao. Duanling Tian frowned. Who's that? I don't know him at all. He Chun was speechless. Are you sure you don't know him? It can't be. If you don't know him, then why did he spread word that he wanted to invite you to battle in the life and death arena? Invite me to battle in the life and death arena? Duanling Tian's frown grew deeper. His heart lightly sank. Could it be something that outer court elder Zhao Lin did? Exactly, he came 3 months ago, and even stayed on our Migra's Peak for some time. In the end, he left after being unable to wait for your arrival. After that, he successively came another few more times, and still you didn't arrive. All of us thought that you didn't appear because you were hiding from him. He Chun nodded, then slowly said, Wait, you said earlier that he came? He isn't from our Migra's Peak. Duanling Tian discerned some clues from He Chun's words. Could it be that he's an inner court disciple that Zhao Lin found? Duanling Tian, you've really never heard of him? He's Shi Hao. He Chun's gaze was slightly strange, and he felt that Duanling Tian had entered the 7-star sword sect for nearly half a year in any case, but actually hasn't even heard of the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, Shi Hao. It was truly inconceivable. Is he very famous? Duanling Tian noticed He Chun's surprised expression, and asked with a bewildered and dazed expression. Shi Hao? Not right. This name seemed like he'd heard it somewhere, but for a moment he was unable to recall it. Of course he's famous. He Chun discerned that Duanling Tian really hadn't heard of Shi Hao before and couldn't help but explain. Shi Hao, it's the disciple that's publicly acknowledged by most disciples as the #1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. There's practically no one in the outer court disciples that is his match. #1 in the outer court. Duanling Tian's pupils constricted. He'd finally recalled it. He remembered that Shi Yan had once bawled before him when he crippled her Dantian that day. She said something about having a brother who was the #1 in the outer court. Moreover, her brother was in existence that was about to become an inner court disciple, a quasi-inner court disciple. Later on, Elder Bai had warned him that he should be careful of Shi Yan's brother Shi Hao. So it turned out to be that the person He Chun mentioned who wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle him was precisely that Shi Hao, Shi Yan's brother. He Chun thought Duanling Tian was afraid when he saw Duanling Tian's expression that was ceaselessly changed, and hurriedly warned, Duanling Tian, if you don't have any urgent matters, then continue hiding. It probably wouldn't be long before that Shi Hao will know of the news that you appeared here, and at that time he will surely come find you at the first possible moment. Then let him come. Duanling Tian shrugged and had an indifferent expression, then looked at He Chun and asked with a light smile, He Chun, Hu Li ought to have returned already, right? Ha! He Chun saw Duanling Tian's indifferent expression and laughed bitterly. His only thought was that Duanling Tian was like a newborn calf that didn't fear a tiger. He asked me to tell you that in the future, he will let you see a new him. Besides that, the Hu clan he's from is at Clarity City. Duanling Tian nodded, and remembered it in his heart. He was happy for Hu Li as Hu Li was able to be so optimistic. At least, Hu Li didn't sink into the shadows of the past. Duanling Tian, I think you should hide for a while. He Chun felt his scalp go slightly numb when he thought of Shi Hao. As far as he was concerned, the strength of Shi Hao was too formidable, and was far from something Duanling Tian could go against. You can hide at the beginning, but you can't hide forever. Some things have to be faced. Duanling Tian shrugged and shook his head as he smiled. He Chun went silent. Right, He Chun, when is the outer court martial competition starting? Besides that, what do I have to do if I want to participate? Since He Chun happened to be here, Duanling Tian took the opportunity to ask. He left the stalactite cave this time precisely for the sake of the outer court martial competition this time. Not only did he want to participate in the outer court martial competition, he wanted to obtain the first place. This was the promise he made to Hu Li. A man's promise. The first round of the outer court martial competition is 3 days from now. So long as you're Amigre's peak disciples, you can participate in the first round of the outer court martial competition, and you don't have to do anything. At that time, people who want to participate can all gather at the Migre's platform to receive their number token, then undergo elimination battles to decide on the strongest 10. He Chun said to Duanling Tian. But the outer court martial competition this time is different from the previous years, as if doesn't have restrictions like before. This time, many 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples will participate. Duanling Tian nodded. This was something he'd already heard from Li Fei earlier, and was mentally prepared. 7th level Origin Core stage? So what? Since he'd promised Hu Li that he would seize the first place in the outer court martial competition, then he would surely do it. Duanling Tian's gaze was incomparably firm. He Chun, then I'll be returning first. See you in 3 days. Duanling Tian bid his farewells to He Chun, then turned around and left, disappearing before the eyes of all the Migre's peak disciples. Coming and going without a trace, elusive. It wasn't long before a figure that dashed like the wind arrived at Migre's peak, and under the guidance of some Migre's peak disciples, he found He Chun. You know Duanling Tian? The young man with a distorted and hideous expression sprung his triangular eyes wide open as he stared fixedly at He Chun. He Chun never imagined that Shi Hao would actually find his place of cultivation, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he nodded. Take me to him. Shi Hao's eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen, and his voice was cold as ice. I don't know where he cultivates. He Chun shook his head. Hmm. Hao's face sank, and his triangular eyes stared at He-chun, and in the end noticed that He-chun seemed to not be lying. What did he look for you for? It was only a chance meeting. He asked me some things about the outer court martial competition, then left. He-chun didn't conceal anything. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to conceal this, as all the Migra's peak disciples would know 3 days from now. In other words, he will participate in the outer court martial competition this time? Hao's triangular eyes shone, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile that had a trace of gloominess, as if Duanling Tian was already within his grasp. Yes. He-chun nodded. This time he could be sure. He was able to discern that Duanling Tian appeared nearby the trade hall today precisely to obtain information about the outer court martial competition. That's good. Hao's triangular eyes flickered with a cold light. He raised his hand to directly hit He-chun flying, and he only coldly snorted and left after he saw He-chun crash onto the ground. Pooh! He-chun wan injured and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. This Hao was as overbearing as the rumors said after all. 3 days later, the first round of the 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition started. The outer courts of the 6 great sword peaks would decide on the 10 strongest outer court disciples today. Then they would participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. The second round of the outer court martial competition was the true outer court martial competition. Disciples that are outstanding in the second round of the outer court martial competition will be able to obtain generous prizes that was bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. This was the reason that caused all the outer court disciples to flock towards the outer court martial competition. Whoosh! On the peak of Migra's peak, a figure dashed like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the figure flashed down to arrive nearby the trade hall. Where's the Migra's platform? The person that come down from the peak was precisely Duanling Tian. Follow them. Duanling Tian, who didn't know the location of the first round of the outer court martial competition, merged into the stream of people that were on the Migra's peak mountain path. Instantly, some of the nearby Migra's peak disciples recognized Duanling Tian. It's Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you actually still dare to appear. Could it be that you aren't afraid of senior brother Hao? Yeah. Duanling Tian, if senior brother Hao knows that you've appeared, he would surely not let you off. A burst of similar words entered into Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian only smiled indifferently towards this and paid no attention to it. His figure flashed, dashing like the wind as he flashed down the mountain while following along the stream of people. Before long, Duanling Tian passed the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Continue down. Finally, Duanling Tian arrived at the Migra's platform. Duanling Tian's gaze flickered as he looked at this Migra's platform that occupied an area far larger than the platform the life and death arena was on. This Migra's platform is rather huge. The Migra's platform was extremely large, and on it stood 10 spacious stone arenas. Any one of these stone arenas weren't inferior to the life and death arena. Based on Duanling Tian's guess, these stone arenas ought to be the combat rings that were used to carry out the elimination battles for the first round of the outer court martial competition. Before long, many outer court disciples had gathered on the Migra's platform. These outer court disciples were brimming with vigor and rubbed their fists and palms together, wanting to become one of the 10 people that advance in the end, today. Only in this way would they have a chance to obtain the prizes bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Duanling Tian stood there, and naturally attracted many gazes. In Migra's peak, Duanling Tian was absolutely considered as a famous person currently, but amongst the people that looked at Duanling Tian, some of them had a trace of pleasure in Duanling Tian's misfortune mixed in their eyes. This Duanling Tian actually dares participate in the outer court martial competition. Even if he successfully advances, he would surely encounter senior brother Hao in the end. Based on the hatred senior brother Hao has towards him, even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled. If I was him, I'd surely not participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Yeah, what he should do now is hide and cultivate, and come out when his cultivation breaks through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, it ought to not take him too long. At that time, senior brother Sure How might not be able to do anything to him. I really don't know what he is thinking. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples whispered amongst themselves. Duanling Tian could vaguely hear some of it, but he didn't pay any attention. Hide? If he did that, then he wasn't Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Before long, Duanling Tian saw He-chun had arrived. But he noticed that there was an injury on the corner of He-chun's mouth, and he frowned. He-chun, who injured you? It was Sure How. It's not a big deal, it's only a flesh injury. He-chun shook his head and smiled, with an indifferent expression. Sure How. Duanling Tian frowned, and felt it to be slightly strange. Why did he injure you? Do you have a dispute with him? He-chun shook his head. No. 3 days ago, some people saw me talking to you nearby the trade hall, and they told Sure How. Sure How found my place of cultivation and asked me about you. I told him about you participating in the outer court martial competition. I'm sorry. As he finished speaking, He-chun had a face full of an apologetic expression. It's only a small matter. Even if you didn't say so, he would know today. Duanling Tian lightly smiled and didn't mind. How about it? Do you have any confidence in advancing today? Don't kid around. I never had the intention of participating when I came here today, and I only came to cheer you on, but wanting to advance with your strength is extremely easy. He-chun's words were filled with confidence to Duanling Tian. It's senior brother He-dong. Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded out, causing many Migres Peak disciples to turn and look. Duanling Tian looked over as well. He saw a young man around the age of 25 walking over swiftly from a side of the mountain path. All the Migres Peak disciples fervently greeted him everywhere he passed. Senior brother He-dong. Senior brother He-dong. Senior brother He-dong. After the young man walked into the Migres platform, he stood at the side and closed his eyes to rest his mind, ignoring everything in his surroundings. 7th level origin core stage? Duanling Tian thought inwardly and was slightly surprised. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, Duanling Tian was able to discern that this He-dong was a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. The nearby He-chun noticed Duanling Tian's gaze descending onto He-dong's figure, and hurriedly said, Duanling Tian, this is senior brother He-dong. He's one of the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples of our Migres Peak. Our Migres Peak had 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, and his strength is the strongest. Duanling Tian's brows knit. He-dong's strength would surely be extraordinary as he was able to stand out from amongst 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. He's inferior to Sure How? Duanling Tian asked. Since Sure How is the publicly acknowledged number 1 in the outer court, then he presumably would surpass this He-dong. Senior brother He-dong's strength is slightly inferior to Sure How, but he always never admitted Sure How as the number 1 in the outer court. Supposedly, he's participating in the outer court martial competition this time because he wants to defeat Sure How and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. He-chun slowly said, defeat Sure How and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a trace of a faintly discernible smile. Did this He-dong really think that amongst the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciples, he was the strongest besides Sure How? In next to no time, more and more Migres Peak disciples gather on the Migres platform. Meanwhile, 10 outer court elders had arrived. Amongst the 10 outer court elders, Duanling Tian only recognized 2, Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin. Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin walked over shoulder to shoulder, so there ought to be some relationship between the two of them. Duanling Tian. In next to no time, Lu Qiu saw Duanling Tian from within the crowd, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his face as he walked over in large strides. Elder Lu Qiu. Duanling Tian saw Lu Qiu being so enthusiastic and instantly lightly smiled as he greeted him in return. Duanling Tian, I really misjudged you. Lu Qiu looked at Duanling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze. That time, it was he who received and led Duan Tian to Migres Peak. Although he felt at that time that this young man around the age of 20 was different to the other new disciples, but he never imagined that Duan Tian would actually be so abnormal. Duan Tian hadn't even arrived at Migres Peak for a few days before he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. 2 months later, he once again killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, spreading his name throughout the entire 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court. Of course, even in the Inner Court, there were many people who knew that a monstrous disciple, Duan Tian, had appeared in the Outer Court. Work hard. Get a good placing in the Outer Court martial competition this time. Lu Qiu lightly smiled to Duan Tian before greeting the other Outer Court elders. If the rules of the Outer Court martial competition this time wasn't changed, he didn't doubt it in the slightest that Duan Tian would be able to obtain the first place in the Outer Court martial competition. But this time, because Duan Tian showed his ability, the peak masters of the 6 peaks of the Outer Court temporarily changed the rules of the Outer Court martial competition and didn't establish restrictions anymore. After changing the rules, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage disciples of the 6 Great Sword Peaks in the Outer Court were able to participate in the Outer Court martial competition this time. This also caused the competition to become even fiercer. Even though Duan Tian had once killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage disciple 3 months ago, but the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was a divide, and he didn't think that Duan Tian would be able to defeat a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Humph! Along with Lu Qiu walking off, Zhao Lin followed and his icy-cold gaze focused onto Duan Tian, as if waiting to swallow Duan Tian up. Duan Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest as he crossed gazes with Zhao Lin, and the corners of his mouth curled into a light smile, causing Zhao Lin's expression to become even more unsightly. "You're Duan Tian?" Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Tian's ear, and he noticed that it was Hidong who'd originally closed his eyes to rest his mind in the distance, had actually come to his side unknowingly. Duan Tian looked at Hidong and lightly nodded. "I heard that you killed the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago. Your natural talent isn't bad." Hidong nodded to Duan Tian. His face was stiff and spoke in a reserved manner. "Your natural talent isn't bad either. It ought to be not long before you're able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage, right?" Duan Tian's gaze was incomparably profound, and it descended onto Hidong, as if able to see through everything. Relying on his sharp spiritual force, Duan Tian could feel the slight changes on Hidong's body, although Hidong's expression didn't change, but his pupils couldn't help constrict as he noticed that before this Outer Court disciple that was a little over 20, he seemed as if he was completely without any secrets. The gaze of this Outer Court disciple seemed able to see through everything. "Looks like I've still looked down on you." Hidong took a deep breath, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his stiff face. Then he nodded to Duan Tian. "Hidong." Hidong was introducing himself. Duan Tian. Duan Tian didn't have any bad impression towards Hidong, and now that Hidong was courteous, he naturally wouldn't be discourteous. "Your reputation is well deserved." Hidong smiled to Duan Tian, and at the same time that he turned to leave, he added, "Feel free to ask if you need my help on the matter with Sure How." "Thank you." Duan Tian lightly smiled. This Hidong was slightly interesting. The nearby He-chun was stunned. "Duan Tian, senior brother Hidong, actually took the initiative to greet you earlier. Moreover, he even had the intention of helping you." Duan Tian lightly smiled. Even if Hidong was willing to help him, he still wouldn't ask for it. He would deal with his own things. Moreover, according to He-chun, Hidong's strength seems to be inferior to Sure How. If Hidong suffered any injuries because of him, then he would really owe him a huge favor. After Lu Qiu and Hidong successively greeting Duan Tian, for a time, Duan Tian became the center of attention for the gazes of many. Along with the starting of the first round of the Outer Court martial competition, the gazes of these people left Duan Tian. In the first round of the Outer Court martial competition, everyone would receive a number token, then take turns to battle. The number token Duan Ling Tian received was number 189, belonging to the 7th combat ring. A ring master would be born from every combat ring, a ring master that would advance in the end, and obtain the qualification to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. It was unknown whether it was done intentionally by the group of Migres Peak outer court elders, but all the 5 7th level origin core stage disciples including Hidong were respectively divided to the 1st combat ring until the 5th combat ring. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all had faces full of bitter smiles. After the outer court martial competition began, the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples stood there atop the 1st to the 5th combat ring, like undefeatable war gods. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all directly admitted defeat, as no one had the courage to ascend to the combat ring. Because they knew that even if they ascended to the combat ring, they would just be looking for a bashing. They could only wait for the ring master of the other 5 combat rings to be born, then carry out challenges. Once a challenge was successful, they would be able to replace the ring master and become the new ring master. They'd then obtain the qualification to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. So they weren't discouraged. The 7th combat ring. The combat ring Duan Ling Tian belonged to, number 181 and number 182 had ascended the combat ring and were carrying out an elimination battle. Both of them were 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that practically all the outer court disciples on the 1st to 5th combat ring, the 6th combat ring, the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring were all 5th level origin core stage disciples or 6th level origin core stage disciples. He couldn't see a single outer court disciple that was below the 5th level of the origin core stage. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It was practically impossible for outer court disciples below the 5th level of the origin core stage to obtain the final 10 places. So, even though there were many outer court disciples on the Migres platform, most came to watch the excitement. The outer court disciples that were truly participating in the first round of the outer court martial competition were only around 300 people. These 300 people were all outer court disciples at the 5th level of the origin core stage or above. Duan Ling Tian gaze returned to the 7th combat ring. Meanwhile, the results of the battle between the 2 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples had come out. One of them relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to firmly defeat the other outer court disciple that only possessed a grade 8 spirit sword. Such a pity. His strength wasn't inferior to his opponent, but he lost just because his spirit sword was inferior to his opponent. He Chun sighed and felt slight pity for the outer court disciple that lost. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Spirit swords are a part of strength as well. In next to no time, a few elimination battles were carried out successively on the 7th combat ring. 10 combat rings, and there was a Migres Peak outer court elder standing beside every single one of them. The duty of these outer court elders was to prevent outer court disciples from being killed during these elimination battles. After all, swords and blades had no eyes. Number 189. The outer court elder that stood beside the 7th combat ring abruptly spoke. It's my turn. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, and his figure moved to ascend the 7th combat arena. Duan Ling Tian. The gaze of the outer court elder suddenly lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Presently, the outer court disciple that stood atop the 7th combat ring was a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and when he saw Duan Ling Tian, his originally composed expression was instantly slightly flurried. Duan Ling Tian had once killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple 3 months ago. Duan Ling Tian attracted the gazes of many people as soon as he ascended the combat ring. The outer court disciples that were originally surrounding a side of the combat arena to watch on had now flowed over towards the 7th combat ring. It's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has entered the ring. 3 months ago, I didn't see with my own 2 eyes the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing the 6th level origin core stage disciples. Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Today, I can finally see his elegant demeanor. Allegedly, Duan Ling Tian relied on a cultivation at the 5th level of the origin core stage to kill Xiaoying 3 months ago. I've always been extremely curious about how he did it. You don't have to be curious now, as you're about to be able to see it. Streams of people flowed around the 7th combat ring, and everyone's gazes descended onto Duanling Tian. Elder, how about we temporarily stop the battle here? We want to see Duanling Tian battle as well. After the 2 outer court disciples on the 6th combat ring discussed amongst themselves, they said to the outer court elder that stood at the side of the ring, "Okay, I just happen to want to see this Duanling Tian skills." The outer court elder nodded and didn't have any objections. The outer court disciples and the outer court elders that were responsible for presiding over the battles on the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring all imitated the 6th combat ring. The 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that stood on the 1st to the 5th combat rings, including Hidong, shot their gazes towards Duanling Tian. They were extremely interested in Duanling Tian as well. A young man that's a little over 20 had killed a 6th level origin core stage disciple on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena 3 months ago. They'd heard of this. Supposedly, the young man didn't utilize an inscription that day, and completely relied on his own strength to kill his opponent. Simple, inconceivable. At least, they felt that at that age it would be absolutely impossible for them to do this. Duanling Tian. Lu Qiu stood at the side of the 3rd combat ring, and his gaze descended onto the 7th combat ring, focusing on that figure that remained rooted to the ground. He saw the hope of the Migres Peak on this young man. He saw the hope of the 7-star sword sect. At the side of the 4th combat ring, Zhao Lin's face sank as he snorted lowly, and his eyes emitted an awe-inspiring cold light. As far as he was concerned, the only reason Duanling Tian had such achievements at such an age was because Duanling Tian cultivated that miraculous cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. If Duanling Tian didn't cultivate that cultivation method, he might not have such accomplishments. So he wanted to obtain that cultivation method no matter what, at any cost, using every means possible. In the 7th combat ring, Duanling Tian raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. This was a grade 7 spirit sword. Duanling Tian's opponent, the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. He felt slightly nervous in his heart when faced against Duanling Tian, who had a carefree expression, and the hand which held his grade 7 spirit sword was slightly wet. That was cold sweat. Even though Duanling Tian was only a young man that was a little over 20, he brought an extremely huge pressure to him, to the point that he couldn't catch his breath. This was an existence that had once killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Moreover, the strength of the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple wasn't inferior to him. You won't kill me, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the young man gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked slightly difficulty. Of course not. There's no ill feelings between the two of us. Why would I kill you? Besides that, aren't there elders looking from the side? Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly, as he never imagined that he'd waited so long for his turn in the ring. But what he got were these words from his opponent. He was speechless in his heart. Do I look like that type of fierce person that kills people easily? Hee. The young man laughed embarrassedly, and under the shroud of the extremely impatient gazes from the surroundings, he finally moved. Whoosh! The young man's figure moved, his footsteps incomparably light, as he pulled out a string of afterimages and flashed to Duanling Tian's location in an instant. Above him, 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Whoosh! A sword strike flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of thunder that appeared for a short instant, and it smashed down towards Duanling Tian with an imposing manner that can pierce through the sky. In the sky, another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Duanling Tian stood on the spot with a calm expression. When the young man arrived before, Duanling Tian's outer court disciple's attire was blown by the wind caused by his opponent's swiftly moving figure, causing it to flutter and whistle in the wind. Duanling Tian still isn't making a move? The spectating crowd wondered in their hearts, when they saw the young man's sword transform into a bolt of thunder, smashing down towards Duanling Tian. Finally, Duanling Tian moved. Sword-drawing arts. Everyone only felt something flash before their eyes, when a sword light that was swift to the limit instantly moved to intercept the sword strike of the young man that had transformed into a bolt of thunder. Above Duanling Tian, only 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, Duanling Tian was using the strength of a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist, and relying on his grade 7 spirit sword to execute the sword skill. At this instant, all the surrounding spectators held their breaths. The strength of Duanling Tian's sword strike had a difference of strength of 11 ancient mammoths compared to his opponent. Could he win? If it was before, no one would think Duanling Tian was able to win. But 3 months ago, Duanling Tian had once used this strength to kill a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Finally, clang! The grade 7 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand, knocked onto the young man's grade 7 spirit sword, had transformed into a bolt of thunder. The two terrifying forces knocked each other, causing the air to shake. A smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. The young man's sword descended, and he felt that Duanling Tian's strength seemed to be far weaker than his strength, and his face couldn't help but reveal an ecstatic expression. He was about to defeat Duanling Tian. He was excited in his heart, but in next to no time, the smile on his face froze, because he noticed that a terrifying vibration energy suddenly surged out from Duanling Tian's grade 7 spirit sword, and the frequency at which the energy vibrated became higher and higher. "Let go!" An explosive shout sounded in his ears, and the young man whose palm gripped his sword had split apart and was hesitating whether to let go of his sword or not. Now didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly let go. After Duanling Tian warned the young man, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand trembled and flicked away his opponent's grade 7 spirit sword to crash onto the ground with a clang. If Duanling Tian's opponent didn't let go, then the bones in his entire body would have surely been shattered by the quake energy. Whoosh! The origin energy vibrating at a terrifying frequency on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand was withdrawn stealthily by him. Then the spirit sword transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's throat. The match was decided. The young man stood on the spot. The palm that he held his sword with had split apart, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground. But he instead seemed to have no reaction whatsoever. Cold sweat was ceaselessly coming out from his forehead. Even though he lost, but he didn't feel a sense of loss in the slightest, and instead felt rejoiced that he didn't die. The outer court elder at the side of the 7th combat ring was the first to recover from his shock, and he restrained the shock on his face as he announced, "Number 189, Duanling Tian is victorious. He becomes the ring master of the 7th combat ring." Hua! A stone causes 1,000 ripples. Unbelievable! Simply too strange. Duanling Tian used a sword strike. He swung out with the strength of 90 ancient mammoths to actually suppress an attack executed with the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Truly beyond belief. 3 months ago, Duanling Tian used a weaker force to defeat a stronger enemy, and killed Xiaoying on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Now, he once again used a weaker force to defeat a stronger enemy, and defeated Armigrez Peak's 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Too terrifying. At Duanling Tian's age, even the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's young generation seems to have been far less heaven-defying. Of course, looks like our 7-star sword sect has really gotten a peerless monster this time. All the outer court disciples had shocked expressions. Their gazes were extremely complicated. But even more, it was gazes of joy. Duanling Tian was an outer court disciple of their Migrez Peak. In the future, even if Duanling Tian became an inner court disciple and headed to the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he would still have come from their Migrez Peak, and would be the pride of their Migrez Peak. What a strange skill. Hidong stood on the first combat ring, and looked at Duanling Tian, who had put away his sword and stood there in a proud and aloof manner, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. The other 4 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples now looked at each other as well. Did you all see any inklings from his sword strike? One of the 7th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples couldn't refrain from asking. Including Hidong, all the other 4 of them shook their heads. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the 10 Outer Court elders of Migra's Peak weren't able to see through what was special about Duanling Tian's sword strike. What a terrifying skill! Zhao Lin's burning gaze seemed as if able to see through Duanling Tian's body. And his mood surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Even I can't see through the skill this Duanling Tian executed, but I can be sure that it ought to be a skill from within the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scrolls. The Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll? I must obtain it. At this moment, Zhao Lin seemed as if he'd become a devil. Duanling Tian felt Zhao Lin's gaze, and his body slightly inclined, his eyes just happening to cross Zhao Lin's. He saw the madness and greed in Zhao Lin's eyes. This Zhao Lin, he really is going on and on. Duanling Tian's face sank, as he naturally was able to guess Zhao Lin's thoughts. Zhao Lin probably had attributed all the miracles that happened on him towards that fictitious cultivation method that he made up, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I wonder what sort of expression Zhao Lin would have if he knew that there was no Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in this world. Duanling Tian thought inwardly, and cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. SSSS amongst the spectating Outer Court disciples. One of the Outer Court disciples was stunned for a very long time before unable to stop himself from letting out a breath of cold air in the end. He was precisely Tang Bai. He was the Tang Bai who was once entrusted by Zhao Lin to look for trouble with Duanling Tian, and he agreed to Duanling Tian's invitation to a battle on the life and death arena, but didn't dare come on the day. That time, Tang Bai had heard of the news of Duanling Tian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple, Xiaoying, and it was because of this that he didn't dare come and carry out a battle on the life and death arena with Duanling Tian. Now when he thought back to it, Tang Bai suddenly felt that he was so wise. Even though during these past 3 months, he'd suffered much contempt and he was extremely aggrieved in his heart. But now, the grievances in his heart vanished. Compared to his life and possessions, everything else wasn't worthy of being mentioned. The first round of the Outer Court martial competition continued. For a time, the 7th combat ring which Duanling Tian was at was similar to the 1st to the 5th combat rings, and had become a forbidden area that no one dared set foot in. There wasn't another Outer Court disciple that was allocated to the 7th combat ring that dared ascend to the 7th combat ring to battle Duanling Tian. They all admitted defeat, and waited for the ring masters of the remaining 4 combat rings to be born. At that time, so long as they had the strength, they would still be able to obtain the chance to advance. Duanling Tian stood in the 7th combat ring, and looked left and right in boredom, sometimes looking at the elimination battle of the 6th combat ring, sometimes looks at the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring. Time silently elapsed. In the time of merely a morning, the 10 Migra's Peak disciples with the strongest strength and had obtained advancement had been born. Among the 10 Migra's Peak disciples, 5 were at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, and 4 were at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. The remaining 1 person was Duanling Tian, who was at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. The 10 of you head to Mizar Peak early tomorrow morning. The Outer Court martial competition this time will be held on the Mizar Peak's Mizar platform. When the time comes, it will be presided over personally by the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. After the first round of the Outer Court martial competition ended, the Migra's Peak Outer Court Elder, Wuxia, looked at Duanling Tian and the other 9 disciples, and spoke slowly. Duanling Tian and the others nodded to express their understanding. In next to no time, with Wuxia in the lead, the 10 Migra's Peak Outer Court elders left successively. Congratulations, senior brother Hidong. Congratulations, senior brother Hidong. Subsequently, the crowd of Outer Court disciples started to congratulate the Outer Court disciples that had advanced. Especially the 5 7th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples with Hidong in the lead were even surrounded by the crowd of Outer Court disciples. All the Outer Court disciples were incomparably zealous, as they all wanted to build good relations with Hidong and the other 4. After all, these 5 people would surely become Inner Court disciples in the future. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. He Chun had arrived beside Duan Ling Tian as well, and congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Although he'd already known since long ago that with Duan Ling Tian's strength, Duan Ling Tian would surely be able to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition, but when this moment really came, he was still happy for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to He Chun. Then the two of them walked shoulder to shoulder as they followed the crowd of Migra's peak disciples to leave the Migra's platform. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewell to He Chun, then left. After leaving, Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, then merged into the flowing stream of people as he moved back and forth through the crowd, and only after half an hour did he conceal himself within a remote path within the mountain. Now, it's impossible to follow me no matter who it is. Duan Ling Tian's actions earlier weren't unnecessary, and he was precisely worried about being followed. Of course, it was mainly taking precautions against Zhao Lin. Today, Zhao Lin's behaviors caused Duan Ling Tian to feel pressure. He was convinced that so long as Zhao Lin didn't achieve his goal, then Zhao Lin would not let him off. So he had to take precautions. If he really allowed Zhao Lin to get even the slightest opportunity, then he would surely die beyond redemption. Zhao Lin. Coldness flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and only then was he able to ease up his rage and surging mood, then headed towards the peak of Migra's peak, returning to the stalactite cave. And now, a figure flashed out on a mountain path on Migra's peak. Zhao Lin's figure appeared. Zhao Ling's face was as unsightly could be. That Duan Ling Tian is actually able to throw me off. Looks like it wasn't a coincidence or luck that he was able to throw me off in the past. In other words, he can discover my presence. At this moment, besides coldness, there was traces of greed mixed within Zhao Lin's eyes. Truly shocking. Duan Ling Tian, I never expected that you still had such ability. Or perhaps, the reason you're able to discover my presence is because of that miraculous cultivation technique, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Now, Zhao Lin attributed all the things that were difficult to imagine or the miracles that happened around Duan Ling Tian to the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. His yearning in his heart towards the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll became stronger and stronger as well. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely obtain your Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lin thought in his heart. Then, seeming to have thought of something, he left Migra's peak. After stepping on the chain bridge and arriving at Dubhe Peak, he continued to head towards the distance, and in the end arrived at Alioth Peak. Within a spacious gorge in Alioth Peak. Elder Zhao Lin? The young man with triangular eyes and a distorted and hideous appearance, noticed the middle-aged man that walked in, then slightly frowned. He recognized the person before him, the Migra's Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Shi Hao. Zhao Lin saw Shi Hao and lightly nodded. Even though Shi Hao was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, but he was only a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, and in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect elders, he was no different than an ant. Elder Zhao Lin, may I know why you've come look for me? Shi Hao went straight to the point and asked, as he didn't think that this Migra's Peak outer court disciple came just to visit him, even though he and this Migra's Peak elder recognized each other. But they'd never spoke even a word to each other. Shi Hao, I won't beat around the bush. I came here to find you because of Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin went straight to the point, and his eyes flickered with a dense, fierce light. Ha! Shi Hao frowned. His originally distorted and hideous features now were entangled together, and his triangular eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. He noticed the fierce light in Zhao Lin's eyes. He thought that the fierceness in Zhao Lin's eyes was aimed towards him, and his face instantly sank. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry. If it's about the matter with Duan Ling Tian, then there's nothing to discuss between the two of us. Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migra's Peak. Duan Ling Tian was a Migra's Peak disciple. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lin surely came here to ask him to dispel any thoughts of dealing with Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Shi Hao, and his eyes revealed dense coldness. Whoosh! Zhao Lin raised his hand. His sleeve abruptly shot out to sweep towards Shi Hao. Instantly, hundreds of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. Bang! A loud sound echoed out. Sure Hao was swept flying by Zhao Lin, like an arrow that left the bowstring. Bang! Sure Hao crashed onto the floor in a sorry state, his mouth ceaselessly spitting blood out, but his triangular eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Lin, and within them was an awe-inspiring coldness mixed within. Zhao Lin, you dare lay a hand on me? Lay a hand on you? Zhao Lin sneered. His body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived before Sure Hao. Then origin energy surged and condensed in his hand. Do you believe that if my hand descends, you'll surely die? He'd already held back when he swung out his sleeve earlier. If he were to attack at full force, then Sure Hao would have died earlier without a doubt. Even if he killed Sure Hao within this gorge, no one would know that it was he who did it. Thus he completely didn't have to worry about the Seven-Star Sword sect blaming him. Sure Hao's face sank, and the coldness in his triangular eyes grew colder. So what? I won't let that Duan Ling Tian off even if I die. He crippled my sister's Dan Tian. I must kill him. No one is able to stop me. Sure Hao's words caused Zhao Lin's face to freeze. You thought I want you to let Duan Ling Tian off. Could it be that you aren't? Sure Hao sneered, and his triangular eyes were icy cold as before. Humph! Zhao Lin snorted coldly, then scolded. Idiot! I wish for nothing more than to kill that Duan Ling Tian. You actually thought I want to ask you to let him off? What a joke! The enraged expression on Sure Hao's face completely froze, then looked at Zhao Lin in doubt. Elder Zhao Lin, are you telling the truth? Do you think I have any need to deceive you? Zhao Lin raised his hand, and a grade 7 gold injury pill flew out to descend onto Sure Hao's hand. Consume it. Sure Hao took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, and he stood up after his injuries recovered, then had a slight apologetic expression. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry. It's Sure Hao who misunderstood you, but I wonder why Elder Zhao Lin came here today. I naturally came here to give you a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin's gaze went cold as he slowly said. Zhao Lin continued when he saw the bewildered expression on Sure Hao's face. Sure Hao, you wouldn't be thinking that if you're able to encounter Duan Ling Tian tomorrow, you'll be able to kill him, right? The outer court martial competition had always strictly prohibited killing between fellow disciples. If you really dare to directly kill Duan Ling Tian, the trouble you'll have to face probably wouldn't be little. Humph! Sure Hao's face sank, and trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. So what? For the sake of my sister, Sure Yen, I will surely burn the bones and scatter the ashes of Duan Ling Tian. No matter the cost. The rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect can't stop me. Then what if you're able to kill Duan Ling Tian, and don't have to violate the rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect? Zhao Lin said indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Sure Hao frowned, and had a puzzled expression. If I have a way to make the outer court martial competition tomorrow become a life and death competition, what do you think of it? Do you have the feeling of being a stranded fish put back into water? The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth secretly contained a plotting smile. For real? Sure Hao's eyes lit up. If this was really possible, then even if he killed Duan Ling Tian, it wouldn't violate the rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect. After all, since it's understood to be a life and death competition since the beginning, then even if someone died, there would be no ground for blame. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Zhao Lin had a confident expression. Sure Hao took a deep breath, then looked at Zhao Lin with a burning gaze. Elder Zhao Lin, you specially came to look for me, and spoke to me of this. You ought to have not only come here to tell me of this good news, right? Zhao Lin nodded. Of course. My request is simple. After you kill that Duan Ling Tian, I want his spatial ring. Just this. Sure Hao was stunned. This request was simple indeed. Although he realized that there ought to be something Zhao Lin required within Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. But he didn't care. He only wanted to take revenge for his sister. Just this. Zhao Lin nodded. How about it? Elder Zhao Lin, I agree. So long as you can make the outer court martial competition tomorrow become a life and death competition, Sure Hao agreed. As far as he was concerned, this matter was a great matter that delivered itself to him. Good. Zhao Lin started laughing, then left in satisfaction. As far as he was concerned, so long as he obtained Duanling Tian's spatial ring, he would surely be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. From the accomplishments that Duanling Tian had obtained until now, he could perceive how the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll was extraordinary, and he was practically sure that Duanling Tian would surely bring along such a cultivation method on his person. After all, the more profound a cultivation method was, the more complicated it was, and was difficult to memorize. This was why it would normally be carried on one's person. At the side of the cliff on the peak of Migres Peak, Duanling Tian was lying on the tilted tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, lying on the strong tree branch of the tilted tree. Two little fellows that make me worried. Duanling Tian drank monkey wine as he gazed at the direction of the primeval forest, and he thought of the two little pythons again. I wonder if Ku-Er has returned. Duanling Tian's face revealed a smile when he thought of Ku-Er. That delicate and touching young girl that he met on the street of Fresh Breeze City all those years ago had not only become able to act alone and take responsibility, and at the same time that he felt gratified, he also felt love. That was his woman. His first woman. Early in the morning the next day, Duanling Tian bathed in mountain dew before leaving the Migres Peak's mountain peak. It was the first time Duanling Tian had gone to Mizar Peak, so he didn't know its location. However, after he'd arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he could see the flowing stream of people moving towards a direction. He understood in his heart that these people were surely heading towards the Mizar Peak's platform. So he followed the stream of people and walked over. On the way, he could hear various discussions. I never expected that the outer court martial competition this time would actually have its rules changed, and stopped the restriction that only outer court disciples who had entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years are able to participate. Yeah, I originally thought that I'm at the 5th level of the origin core stage after all, and ought to be able to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. But now that the rules have been changed, the disciples that advanced from the first round of the outer court martial competition are either at the 6th level of the origin core stage or the 7th level of the origin core stage. Now that the rules have changed, the first place of the outer court martial competition this time would surely be the Alioth Peak's senior brother Sure Hao without a doubt. That might not be the case. Don't you forget the Migres Peak's senior brother He Dong, the Alcade Peak's senior sisters Wuqing, and the Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Their strengths aren't inferior to senior brother Sure Hao. I heard that a while ago, the Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuefeng had a grade 7 spirit sword that amplifies strength by 29% bestowed upon him by his master, the Peak Master of Merak Peak. What? A grade 7 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 29%? Are you sure? Grade 7 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 29%? Duanling Tian walked on the chain bridge that lead to Mizar Peak, and was slightly moved when he heard the discussion of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that passed by. The higher the grade of a spirit weapon, the more difficult it was to refine. That time at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Swallow Mountain County's County City, he had a life wager by weapons refinement with the second elder of the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan's second elder being able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon capable of providing an amplification of 19% was already extremely hard to come by. It could be considered as top quality amongst the grade 8 spirit weapons. Whereas a grade 7 spirit weapon being able to provide an amplification of 29% was even harder to come by than the former. Even if it's me, when my cultivation steps into the 7th level of the origin core stage and I become a grade 7 weapons craftsman, at most I would be able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon with an amplification of 31%. And if I were to go all out, I could refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an amplification of 22% now. So Duanling Tian deeply knew how hard it was to come by a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. I never expected that there's a weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword which provides an amplification of 29% in this tiny azure forest imperial kingdom. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be slightly surprised in his heart. In next to no time, the discussions of those people once again entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Allegedly, the Peak Master of Merak Peak specially headed to Darkstone Empire and asked a great weapons craftsman there to refine it for senior brother Hu Shuifeng. Even if it's the Darkstone Empire, a great weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 29% is surely not a nobody. I'd long since heard that the Peak Master of Merak Peak was extremely fond of senior brother Hu Shuifeng, but I never imagined that he was fond of senior brother Hu Shuifeng to such an extent. With that grade 7 spirit sword to rely on, the strength of senior brother Hu Shuifeng has surely increased a lot. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29% was refined by a weapons craftsman of the Darkstone Empire. Darkstone Empire. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is the subordinate kingdom of the Darkstone Empire. This was something that Duan Ling Tian had knowledge of. But, even then, it still caused Duan Ling Tian to be surprised. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, even in the foreign lands, weapons craftsmen capable of refining grade 7 spirit swords that provide an amplification of 29% were rarely seen. Duan Ling Tian could be sure that weapons craftsman surely had his own unique originality. Before long, Duan Ling Tian had followed the stream of people to arrive at Mizar Peak and arrived at his destination, the Mizar platform, in the end. The Mizar platform of Mizar Peak was similar to the Migres Peak's Migres platform, and was an extremely vast platform that had 10 spacious combat rings atop it. At the Migres platform yesterday, there were only Migres Peak disciples. Thus, although there were many people, it didn't seem crowded. But today, on this Mizar platform, streams of people surged, causing it to be difficult for one to move a single step. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a voice sounded into his ears, causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help from turning his head to look behind him. It was an extremely unfamiliar 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that had greeted him. You are. Duan Ling Tian didn't recognize this outer court disciple. Duan Ling Tian. I'm a disciple of Migres Peak. On the Migres platform yesterday, that sword strike of yours that was as if being assisted by the gods was too formidable. This Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression when he saw Duan Ling Tian actually replying to him. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, then returned a smile. Duan Ling Tian? He's Duan Ling Tian? The Migres Peak's little freak? Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian noticed that along with the Migres Peak disciples greeting him, for a moment, the surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples kept a good distance from him as they surrounded him and sized him up. So young. He's at most a little over 20. It's he who killed the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. Xiaoying? All the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' words were filled with interest towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he didn't like this sort of feeling. Scoundrel! Suddenly, a voice that was moving like the voice of an oriole sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He'd only heard the voice, and not seen the owner, but Duan Ling Tian already knew who it was. Duan Ling Tian's slightly stiff face emitted a trace of a light smile as he walked out of the crowd in large strides. Perhaps it was because the surrounding people knew of Duan Ling Tian's identity and were afraid. So the crowd of people automatically opened up a path wherever Duan Ling Tian passed. Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the Mizar platform and looked at Li Fei, who stood there with a happy expression, and his eyes were filled with tender love. Little Fei. Duan Ling Tian. I thought junior sister was seeing things when she said she saw you earlier. A delicate and beautiful woman by Li Fei's side smiled mischievously. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Li Fei's face instantly blushed from embarrassment. Senior sister. Duan Ling Tian looked at the woman and lightly smiled as he greeted, and in his heart he was secretly shocked. Earlier, he only knew that little Fei's senior sister was called Zuoqing, but on the way here earlier, he instead heard many outer court disciples mentioning Zuoqing, and their discussions places Zuoqing at a position in the 7-star sword sect's outer court to be merely inferior to the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, Sure how. Placed side by side with the Migres Peaks Hedong and the Merak Peaks He Shuefeng. Only at that time did he realize how extraordinary this senior sister's Wuqing was. Wuqing looked at Duanling Tian and returned a smile. The young man before her was the man of her junior sister, and under the extension of her love for Li Fei, she didn't take Duanling Tian to be an outsider. Its senior sister's Wuqing. Before long, many Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples on the Mizar platform recognized Wuqing and exclaimed out in surprise. The junior sister by senior sister's Wuqing's side is so beautiful. Too beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. One smile to overthrow a city. Two to overthrow a kingdom. It's nothing more than that. The gazes of all the Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples descended onto Li Fei, who was besides Wuqing. To them, Li Fei was really too beautiful, even though there were many female disciples within the Seven-Star Sword sect. But there was practically no female disciples that had a peerless appearance like Li Fei. In terms of cultivation, females were born weaker than males, so outstanding female disciples in the martial Dao was extremely rare. And a female disciple that was outstanding in both the martial Dao and appearance was 1 in a million. Thus, when the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples saw such a beauty in the Seven-Star Sword sect, they slightly forgot themselves. Even though everyone loved beauty, but now that so many burning gazes descended onto Li Fei, it still caused Duanling Tian to be displeased. Duanling Tian extended his hand to grab onto Li Fei's jade-like hand domineeringly and pulled Li Fei to his side, as if he was announcing his ownership of Li Fei. Scoundrel! Li Fei's beautiful face blushed from being pulled over by Duanling Tian like this in public, and her pink cheeks seemed as if they would break with a flick of the finger, causing the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples on the Mizar platform to be dumbstruck. But the strand of indistinct happiness within Li Fei's watery, beautiful eyes was extremely obvious. Instantly, the Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples that recovered from their shock shot killer gazes at Duanling Tian, wishing for nothing more than to kill Duanling Tian and take his place. A drop-dead gorgeous junior sister had finally appeared in our Seven-Star Sword sect, but I never imagined that someone had already outstripped everyone else. This Duanling Tian is simple a winner in life. Not only is his natural talent in the martial Dao shocking, but he's actually able to obtain the favor of this junior sister. Anyway, I'm afraid only a man like Duanling Tian deserves this junior sister. You're right. The undisguised discussion of the Seven-Star Sword sect male outer court disciples caused Li Fei's bright red blush to grow deeper. Little Fei, has Ku'er returned? Duanling Tian didn't pay attention to the jealous and envious gazes from the surroundings, and looked at Li Fei as he asked with slight anticipation. Li Fei shook her head. I asked Master yesterday. Master said the Peak Master and Ku'er haven't returned. Looks like little sister Ku'er won't be able to make it for the outer court martial competition this time. Duanling Tian lightly nodded. Before long, Duanling Tian, who only had Li Fei in his eyes, seemed to have noticed something, and his expression froze. Little Fei, you broke through? Li Fei's angelic face had a light smiled. I broke through a few days ago. Duanling Tian, you have to work hard. Junior sister has caught up to you now. Wuqing looked at Duanling Tian at the right moment, and joked. A few days ago, when she found out Li Fei had broken through, Wuqing was extremely shocked. After all, her junior sister had just broken through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage 3 months ago. And it's only been 3 months. But her junior sister actually broke through again, breaking through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Duanling Tian laughed when he heard Wuqing, seeming to not mind in the least that Li Fei's cultivation had caught up to him. Senior sister, even though I've broken through, but I still didn't have the ability to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. Li Fei faintly sighed, seemed to feel a slight sense of loss and regret. Wuqing shook her head and smiled. Junior sister, the outer court martial competition this time is comparatively special. No one imagined that the peak masters of the 6 peaks would temporarily change the rules. If the rules weren't changed, you could have surely advanced with your current cultivation and participated in the 2nd round of the outer court martial competition. As she spoke up to hear, Zuiqing deeply glanced at Duanling Tian, as if she was saying to him, "All this is your fault. If it wasn't for you, the outer court martial competition's rules wouldn't be changed temporarily." Duanling Tian smiled embarrassedly. This was something that even he hadn't expected. "Scoundrel, you and senior sister have to give it your all. And it's best if you take the first place." Li Fei quickly recovered from her sense of loss and cheered Duanling Tian and Zuiqing on. Her beautiful red lips were slightly rosy, causing others to be unable to stop themselves from having the urge to give her some kisses. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. He'd come participate in the outer court martial competition this time precisely for the first place. "Junior sister." Zuiqing shook her head and smiled. "It isn't so easy. All outer court disciples are able to participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Amongst them, I have no confidence whatsoever against the Alioth Peak's Sure Hao." "Sure Hao?" Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. "This name, why does it feel slightly familiar?" Duanling Tian shrugged when he saw Zuiqing looking over with a strange expression, and said to Li Fei, "This Sure Hao is the brother who's the #1 disciple in the outer court that Sure Yan spoke of." "Sure Yan's brother?" Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face couldn't help but sink when she recalled Sure Yan. She didn't have a good impression in the slightest towards that woman who had distorted features and a distorted heart. "I heard Sure Hao went looking for you at Migres Peak?" Zuiqing looked at Duanling Tian and asked, "Senior sister, you're really well informed." Duanling Tian was slightly surprised that Zuiqing knew about this. After all, even he only found out about this a while ago. Moreover, besides the disciples of Migres Peak, there didn't seem to be many people that knew of it. After all, he was a disciple of Migres Peak at any rate. In the eyes of the Migres Peak disciples, he was afraid of Sure Hao, so he didn't dare reveal himself. As the saying goes, the shame of the family should not be made public. On this matter, the Migres Peak disciples had reached a tacit understanding and didn't recklessly publicize the matter. "Scoundrel, Sure Hao has come looking for you? Are you all right?" Li Fei had an anxious expression when she heard that Sure Hao had come look for Duanling Tian, and her beautiful eyes squinted as she sized up Duanling Tian, seemed to want to carefully inspect if Duanling Tian was injured. Duanling Tian shook his head with a smile when faced with Li Fei getting anxious from concern. "Little Fei, you're still worried that I would suffer a loss in the hands of that Sure Hao?" Li Fei recovered from her anxious feeling when faced with Duanling Tian's confidence. Only now did she recall that her man had many sources of reliance in his possession. Not to mention those 2 nascent soul-stage little pythons. Even the pile of inscription in the possession of her man was sufficient to allow him to be invincible when fighting Sure Hao. Li Fei nodded and smiled. The worry on her face had vanished. Zuiqing noticed the changes in Li Fei's expression, and it caused her to be astonished. This junior sister of hers is actually so confident of her little lover? She wouldn't be thinking that her little lover is able to deal with Sure Hao, right? Even though Zuiqing knew that Duanling Tian's strength was extraordinary, and had even killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple on the Fecta Peak's Life and Death Arena 3 months ago. But even then, it didn't mean that Duanling Tian was able to deal with a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. As a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Zuiqing deeply knew that a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist was something a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist was far from being able to compare to. There was a divide between the two, an immeasurably vast difference. It's the Migres Peak's senior brother He Dong. In next to no time, the gazes moved off from Duanling Tian's group of 3, and descended on the young man that was slowly walking down Mizar Peak. This young man was precisely He Dong. He Dong saw Duanling Tian and nodded with a smile to him. Duanling Tian returned a smile. "He Dong is rather courteous to you." Zuiqing was slightly surprised when she saw this. But with a quick thought, she quickly came to an understanding. Although Duanling Tian might be inferior to 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples like her and He Dong now, but how old were they, and how old was Duanling Tian? When they were at Duanling Tian's age, they seemed to have not even stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage. She could imagine that with Duanling Tian's natural talent, when he was their age in the future, his strength would absolutely exceed their imaginations. Duanling Tian's natural talent was sufficient to obtain their respect. Before long, the 7-level origin core stage martial artists of the 7-star sword sect's outer court's 6 great sword peaks had arrived one by one. The arrival of these people also caused the Mizar platform to be bustling with noise and excitement. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng has arrived. It was unknown who shouted out. Instantly, on the Mizar platform, gazes gathered onto the proud and aloof figure that was walking over from afar. This was a handsome young man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes at the age of around 25. At the moment he appeared, he seemed to have seized the limelight of the other 7th-level origin core stage martial artists and become the absolute center of attention. Senior brother Shuefeng. Some of the Alcade Peak female disciples even lost their composure as they screamed out. He's Hu Shuefeng? Duanling Tian gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Although he didn't know Hu Shuefeng before today, and even had never heard of him, but on his way to Mizar Peak today, he'd heard many disciples discussing this Hu Shuefeng. He also knew that Hu Shuefeng was the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's Merak Peak's master. For the sake of this personal disciple, the Peak Master of Merak Peak had even asked a weapons craftsman of Darkstone Empire to refine a grade 7 spirit sword that amplified strength by 29%. The love of the Merak Peak's master towards this personal disciple could be obviously seen. Senior sister, what's wrong? Duanling Tian turned around when he heard Li Fei's voice that was moving like the sound of an oriole. And only now did he notice that when Zuoqing's gaze had coldness mixed within, when she looked at Hu Shuefeng. Duanling Tian was surprised. Although he couldn't be considered as familiar with Zuoqing, but he was able to discern from Zuoqing's behavior that she was a kind and pure woman. But now, Zuoqing seemed to be full of hostility towards Hu Shuefeng. This caused Duanling Tian to be bewildered in his heart. Could it be that there was some conflict between Zuoqing and Hu Shuefeng? This Hu Shuefeng is a complete pervert. Zuoqing's delicate and beautiful face was covered in a layer of ice, and was extremely cold. Duanling Tian and Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, and unconsciously looked at each other. They both saw a trace of a strange expression within each other's eyes. Senior sister, you and him? Duanling Tian looked at Zuoqing and was slightly hesitant. Zuoqing perceived the strangeness in Duanling Tian's eyes, then glanced at Li Fei, and when she noticed Li Fei's expression was similar to Duanling Tian, she couldn't help but shake her head. You two have misunderstood. There's nothing between me and him. The reason I said he's a pervert is because he's come to our Alcade Peak to seduce many female disciples. In the end, those female disciples were heartlessly abandoned by him, and some even committed suicide because of him. As she finished speaking, Zuoqing had a face full of rage. Such a person is still able to be warmly received by the Alcade Peak's female disciples? Duanling Tian saw a group of Alcade Peak female disciples enthusiastically greeting Hu Shuefeng and had a bewildered expression. Only from his outward appearance, Hu Shuefeng was handsome and extraordinary, with a graceful bearing. He was completely unable to perceive that he was such a person. This caused Duanling Tian to be unable to help himself from recalling the saying, "One may know a man's outward appearance, but not his heart." That's because he concealed it extremely deeply. Moreover, every time something happened to one of the female disciples related to him, he would cleanly wash his hands from the matter at the first possible moment, and his methods are extremely brilliant. Zuoqing grunted coldly as she slowly responded. Duanling Tian could sense that at this moment, the temperature of the air surrounding Zuoqing's body seemed to have went down slightly. There's actually such a shameless person. Li Fei had a furious expression when she heard Zuoqing, and angrily stared at Hu Shuefeng, who walked swiftly from afar towards Mizar platform. Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng as well. Suddenly, Duanling Tian frowned because he noticed that Hu Shuefeng's gaze had actually descended onto Li Fei. Deep within that pair of clear eyes, a strand of a flowing light of lust flashed briefly. Although Hu Shuefeng concealed it brilliantly, but Duanling Tian still saw it clearly. Instantly, he was practically able to be sure that this Hu Shuefeng was exactly as Zuoqing had said. a hypocrite that only posed as someone gentlemanly. The corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw Hu Shuifeng's eyes shine after seeing Li Fei. Then slowly walking over to them, Zuoqing's face went cold. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Zuoqing, it's been a long time. After Hu Shuifeng walked over, he warmly greeted Zuoqing. Hu Shuifeng, I'm not familiar with you. Scram back to from where you came. Zuoqing's face was enveloped in a layer of ice that was extremely cold when facing Hu Shuifeng, as if able to freeze the air. Zuoqing, is there any misunderstanding between us? A warm and brilliant smile hung on Hu Shuifeng's face from start to finish. He looked handsome and cheerful. Absolutely a perfect and elegant young master. If it wasn't for Zuoqing's warning beforehand, Duan Tian and Li Fei might have been deceived by Hu Shuifeng's refined and courteous appearance. Hu Shuifeng was too good at acting, without even the slightest flaw. Hu Shuifeng, we are neither familiar, nor have any misunderstanding between us. You're just unpleasant to my eye, and I don't want to see you. Scram. As she finished speaking, a wisp of rage appeared on Zuoqing's face. Hu Shuifeng instead seemed as if he completely didn't hear as Zuoqing said and had a warm smile on his face as he looked at the nearby Li Fei, then asked with a light smile, May I know your name, junior sister? Duan Tian noticed that when Hu Shuifeng noticed his hand holding Li Fei's hand, Hu Shuifeng swept Duan Tian with a gaze out of the corners of his eyes, and a slight sheen of gloominess and threat was obviously mixed within, waiting for a chance to swallow Duan Tian. The corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. This Hu Shuifeng thought that he could intimidate Duan Tian like this? Li Fei instead ignored Hu Shuifeng's polite greetings, as if she never heard it at all. The smile on Hu Shuifeng's face was slightly stiff, but he still maintained it as his gaze moved onto Duan Tian, and a trace of an awe-inspiring coldness was mixed deep within his gaze. Junior brother, what's your name? Little Fei. Let's go over. Duan Tian held Li Fei's hand and walked swiftly towards Mizar platform, and didn't even look Hu Shuifeng in the eye the whole time. Okay. The smile on Hu Shuifeng's face completely froze when he saw Li Fei obediently nodding, then supported herself on Duan Tian's sturdy shoulder like a little bird resting upon a man, and walked into the Mizar platform. The ice on Zuoqing's face seemed to instantly melt when she saw Hu Shuifeng's face slightly sink, then smiled and said, Hu Shuifeng, this junior brother is my junior sister's man. He is called Duan Tian. After she finished, Zuoqing followed up to Duan Tian and Li Fei. Duan Tian? These three words were like a thunderclap that resounded out by Hu Shuifeng's ears. He's Duan Tian? Hu Shuifeng's gaze squinted, then descended onto Duan Tian's figure and flickered with a ghastly sheen. An outer court disciple that has only entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year actually dares to ignore me? Does he really think that he can act willfully just because he killed a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple? After Duan Tian's group of 3 entered the Mizar platform, the outer court elders of Mizar Peak had finally appeared. These outer court elders clustered around a middle-aged man in embroidered clothing and walked over swiftly. This embroidered-clothed middle-aged man was also the only person amongst all the people present that didn't wear the 7-star sword sect's uniform attire. The embroidered-clothed middle-aged man had a firm expression, and dignity was emitted from between his brows. His eyes flickered with a bright light, seemed to be able to see through everything. Peak Master! The crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform opened up a path in succession, and respectfully bowed to the embroidered-clothed middle-aged man. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Duan Tian had already guessed the identity of the embroidered-clothed middle-aged man when he appeared. The facts proved that his guess was correct. Senior sister, he's the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan? Li Fei asked Zuoqing, who was beside her. Yes. Zuoqing nodded. Senior brother sure how has come as well. A low exclaim broke the temporary silence on Mizar platform, and everyone glanced over. Outside the Mizar platform, 2 figures walked over shoulder to shoulder. One was a young man with triangular eyes and an appearance that was distorted and hideous. One was a middle-aged man with an arrogant expression, whose head was held high and chest was puffed up. The person by senior brother Xiao's side seems to be the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin? Exactly, it's Elder Zhao Lin. Many people recognized the person by Xiao's side. Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian's brows couldn't help but frown when he saw Zhao Lin. As far as he was concerned, there surely wouldn't be any good thing that would come from Zhao Lin and Xiao being together. He's Xiao? He virtually seems to have been cut out from the same mold as Shi Yan. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Peak Master. After Xiao and Zhao Lin arrived, they successively bowed to the Mizar Peak's Peak Master, Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan lightly smiled as he nodded to Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I never expected that you would be so interested towards the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition and actually personally come here. Peak Master. The Outer Court Martial Competition this time is different from before, thus I naturally had to come and broaden my horizons. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth, seeming to be referring to something in what he said. Looks like you know about it. Zhang Fan glanced deeply at Zhao Lin, then looked towards Xiao who was beside Zhao Ling, and lightly nodded. Xiao, I hope you're able to accomplish something today, and not bring shame to the name of number 1 disciple in the outer court. Don't worry, Peak Master. My target today is first place. Xiao nodded, and his triangular eyes flickered with a sheen of confidence. Very good. Zhang Fan nodded, then his body moved, leaping up onto the combat ring at the center, then looked around at the surroundings before slowly speaking. I believe everyone knows that there were some changes to the rules for the Outer Court Martial Competition this time. Today, there's something I have to say beforehand to the 60 Outer Court disciples that are participating in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition. Zhang Fan's voice wasn't loud but contained thick origin energy, clearly spreading into the ears of everyone present, like thunder piercing their ears. For a moment, the gazes of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present had descended onto Zhang Fan, as they all wanted to know what Zhang Fan was going to say next. Could it be that there's a new rule? Duan Ling Tian's brows knit and he wondered in his heart. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Fan spoke once again. Today, the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition shall abandon the conventions of the past. For the sake of allowing all the Outer Court disciples that are participating in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition to be able to fight unrestrained and with their full might, when the 60 Outer Court disciples carry out the elimination battles for the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition, life and death will be disregarded. In other words, even if someone dies on the combat rings today, the sect will not punish the Outer Court disciple that killed him. Zhang Fan finished speaking in one go. It was deathly silent on the Mizar platform. Life and death will be disregarded? In next to no time, some people had reacted to Zhang Fan's words, and their face went ghastly pale. These people were all 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition. They came here in high spirits, but now, they were all dejected, like shriveled-up eggplants in autumn. The Peak Master said earlier that today's Outer Court Martial Competition will disregard life and death? In other words, it allows killing amongst disciples. Seems to be so. Oh my God. In this way, wouldn't people be dying today? The crowd of 7-star sword sect Outer Court disciples that stood on the Mizar platform were instantly in an uproar. The Outer Court Martial Competition disregarded life and death. This was something that had never once appeared in the past history of the 7-star sword sect. I give up. I give up as well. In next to no time, some Outer Court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition couldn't help but give up. These Outer Court disciples were all 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artists. Even though they wanted to show off in the Outer Court Martial Competition, but now that it involved their lives, they had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, slight carelessness might lead to them losing their lives. So they didn't gamble. Moreover, they knew their own limitations. This time, nearly half of the outer court disciples amongst the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition were at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Even if they participated, it would still be impossible for them to obtain a placing. Only the 10 people that placed in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition were able to obtain the corresponding generous prizes. The Zheng Fan had a calm expression, seeming to not be surprised in the slightest, as he said indifferently. Now, those among the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualification to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition and want to obtain a good result, or even compete for the top 10, come stand by my side. There will be elders to register you. As for the outer court disciples that have given up, it isn't necessary for you to come over. Zhang Fan's voice had only just finished sounding out when a figure seemed to transform into a ghost that instantly flashed onto the combat ring and stood beside Zhang Fan. It's senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Instantly, many people recognized the person that ascended the combat arena first. As expected of the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master. Even when facing the outer court martial competition that's a life and death competition, senior brother Hu Shuefeng still isn't afraid in the slightest. Supposedly, the peak master of Merak Peak bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 29% to senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Even senior brother Xianxia might not be able to compare to his current strength. No wonder he's so confident. Presently, most outer court disciples all looked at Hu Shuefeng with adoration. Hu Sufeng became the center of attention of everyone. Not bad. Even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, now nodded to Hu Shuefeng with a praising expression. Hu Shuefeng stood beside Zhang Fan, and a fierce gaze appeared within his eye. His gaze instantly found Duanling Tian from within the crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform and descended onto him. Duanling Tian's brows knit, and looked back at Hu Shuefeng without a shred of fear. He was able to perceive that Hu Shuefeng's gaze was filled with provocation and contempt when looking at him. As if he was sure that once Duanling Tian knew that the second round of the outer court martial competition was a life and death competition, Duanling Tian wouldn't dare participate. Whoosh! Right at this moment, another figure flashed onto the combat ring and stood beside Zhang Fan. Senior brother Xianxia. As expected of the number 1 outer court disciple of our 7-star sword sect. The crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform were in an uproar once again. The person that ascended the combat ring this time was precisely Xianxia. Whoosh! In the next moment, Hidong, the 7th level origin core stage disciple of Migres Peak, had gone up as well. Duanling Tian. Act within your limits, Zuoqing said to Duanling Tian. Then her figure moved to follow Hidong and descend onto the combat ring. In only a short moment, there were already 4 people who had ascended the combat ring and stood by the side of Zhang Fan. The 4 strongest disciples of our 7-star sword sect's outer court have all gone up now. The other 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples would be giving up as well, right? Under the clamorous noise of the crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform, many outer court disciples successively ascended the combat ring. These outer court disciples all had a similarity. They were all existences at the 7th level of the origin core stage. In next to no time, practically all the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the outer court martial competition had ascended the combat ring and indicated their determination. Including Xianxia, Hidong, Zuoqing, and Hu Shuefeng, there were a total of 28 people. That Duanling Tian wouldn't have been frightened and won't dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Zhao Lin stood on Mizar platform and easily located Duanling Tian's location. His heart jerked, as he schemed so much, but forgot this part. Duanling Tian was completely able to give up. Once Duanling Tian gave up, everything he had done secretly would have become useless. Could it be that he really was going to achieve nothing like drawing water with a bamboo basket? He was not resigned. Right when Zhao Lin had a burning anxiety. Duanling Tian. On the combat ring, Hao's voice was like a thunderclap. His pair of triangular eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring sheen as he swept his gaze on the Mizar platform, seeming to be searching for something. You wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Pussy! Hao's voice was filled with contempt and disdain. Pussy! When Hao shouted out, he was slightly agitated in his heart. Even though he didn't know Duanling Tian, nor had he met Duanling Tian before, but he had an impression of everyone in the group of 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that had ascended the combat ring now, and he was sure that Duanling Tian absolutely wasn't there. In other words, his main objective today, Duanling Tian, didn't come up. It was very likely that because of being afraid of death, Duanling Tian had given up. And this wasn't something he wanted to see. Along with Hao's cold shout, the entire Mizar Peak went silent. The group of Migres Peak disciples that had come to spectate couldn't help but shoot their gazes to gather onto the faraway Duanling Tian. In next to no time, the remaining 7-star sword sect disciples followed the group of Migres Peak disciples to look at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian frowned. He was just intending to ascend the combat arena when he heard Hao crying out. Now, when he realized that along with Hao crying pussy, he'd become the center of attention of everyone, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile. He is Duanling Tian? Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples that hadn't seen Duanling Tian before glanced at Duanling Tian in surprise, as they felt that Duanling Tian was even younger than the rumors. It was precisely this person that killed the 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple Effecta Peak. Unbelievable. Even though Duanling Tian's strength wasn't bad. But the Outer Court martial competition today was undoubtedly a competition between 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Even if he really participated, he could only be a sideshow, and even might be killed. Exactly. I think that giving up is his best choice. He's only a little over 20. It isn't a loss of face even if he gives up when facing a group of 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. The crowd of 7-star sword Outer Court disciples whispered amongst themselves in discussion. Right at this moment, the Mizar Peak's Peak Master spoke once again. The disciples who are placed in the top 10 of today's Outer Court martial competition are all able to obtain prizes bestowed by the sect. The person who obtains the first place will even be able to obtain an extra Profound Origin fruit. Profound Origin fruit? A single stone brought about 1,000 ripples. Hiss, 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 hiss. Sounds of people letting out breaths of cold air rose and fell on the Mizar platform. What was Profound Origin fruit? Even if the 7-star sword sect disciples present hadn't seen it, they'd heard of it. To Origin Core Stage martial artist, the Profound Origin fruit was a spirit fruit that could be encountered by chance but not be sought for. Allegedly, even if an 8th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist consumed this Profound Origin fruit, the martial artist would be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. Even if a 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist consumed it, the martial artist's origin energy would increase to the last bottleneck, and be infinitely close to the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Profound Origin fruit. It's actually the Profound Origin fruit. To an Origin Core Stage martial artist, the Profound Origin fruit is virtually a priceless treasure, and can be encountered by chance but not be sought for. Once a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist consumes the Profound Origin fruit, his cultivation would surely be able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage in one go, even to the extent it's very likely for him to come close to the bottleneck to break through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciple on Mizar platform were completely stirred, including Hao. All the 28 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that stood beside Zheng Fan on the combat arena had gazes that shone, as they were filled with yearning towards the Profound Origin fruit. Profound Origin fruit. I'm determined to obtain it. Hu Shuefeng's handsome face was covered in a layer of icy coldness. No matter who it is, if they dare obstruct me from ascending to the first place, kill. Hu Shuefeng's words were filled with confidence and arrogance. Humph. That will depend on if you have the ability. Xianxia grunted coldly. He was similarly determined to obtain the profound origin fruit. Dong and Wuxia glanced at each other in the eye, and their gazes clashed into fierce sparks. The profound origin fruit caused everyone to be filled with desire. I never imagined that the Seven-Star Sword sect actually obtained a profound origin fruit, and even brought it out to be the prize for the first place of the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Tian was slightly surprised. He was naturally clear of how valuable the profound origin fruit was. If it was said that before this, he wanted to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition this time for the sake of the pledge he made to Hu Li, then now he had another objective. He wanted to obtain the profound origin fruit. If I can obtain the profound origin fruit, my cultivation can directly break through. Duan Tian's eyes emitted burning flames that seemed as if able to burn everything, and was peerlessly domineering. Li Fei perceived Duan Tian's yearning, and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, the outer court martial competition prohibits the usage of source of external strength besides spirit weapon. Your inscriptions can't be used. If you're not a match for your opponent, then you must leap of the combat arena and admit defeat. Ku'er and I can't lose you." As she finished speaking, Li Fei looked at Duan Tian anxiously. Even though she knew that Duan Tian had many sources of reliance in his possession, like the two nascent soul stage little pythons, and the pile of formidable inscriptions, however, none of these could be used during the outer court martial competition. He could only rely on his own strength. Duan Tian stretched his hand out to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face that was smooth as jade, then smiled as he said in a light voice, "Little Fei, you have to be confident of your man. If you dare doubt me again, then be careful or I'll slap your butt." As he finished speaking, Duan Tian suppressed his voice until only Li Fei could hear it. Li Fei never expected that Duan Tian would actually tease her during an occasion like this, and her beautiful face blushed, as if blood would drip out of it. Humph! On the combat ring, Hu Shuifeng looked from afar at Duan Tian and Li Fei, especially when Li Fei revealed such a charming and shy appearance before Duan Tian. A ball of flames of envy inexplicably lit a blaze in his heart. He'd always been unhappy if he was without a woman, and his eyesight was extremely high. This woman was absolutely the most beautiful female disciple he'd seen since arriving at the Seven-Star Sword sect. When he saw her for the first time, he'd wanted to make this woman into his exclusive woman. But later on he instead noticed that this woman already belonged to someone. Duan Tian. So long as I kill Duan Tian, you will be mine. Hu Shuifeng looked at Li Fei, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of greed, as if Li Fei has already become his. Duan Tian. Hu Shuifeng's gaze focused and descended onto Duan Tian. Then he suddenly shouted in a low voice, "I heard that you'd once killed the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago. According to my knowledge, Xiao Ying was only a step away from the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. I presume that since you're able to kill him, your strength isn't inferior to us 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Now that 3 months have passed, your strength is surely even stronger. You wouldn't really want to give up, right?" As Hu Shuifeng finished speaking, his voice had a sense of ridicule. "Hu Shuifeng, whether Duan Tian gives up or not is his own personal choice, and has nothing to do with you." How could Wuxia, who stood nearby, not know what Hu Shuifeng was intending when she heard him? And her face was once again enveloped in a layer of ice as she sneered. Hu Shuifeng didn't reply to Wuxia, and instead looked at the nearby Duan Tian. "Haha, Duan Tian. Could it be that you only know how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection? If it's really like this, you're really the shame of us men. The shame of men." What Hu Shuifeng said could be called ruthless. Duan Tian. "Looks like the people you've offended are rather many." A wisp of bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of Xiao's mouth, waiting for a chance to swallow Duan Tian up. Along with Hu Shuifeng finishing, Duan Tian once again became the center of attention. This time it was different. Earlier, even though Xiao had provoked Duan Tian, But the people present didn't think that Duan Ling Tian giving up was inappropriate. And no one would look down on Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was there for all to see. He would surely be able to yield unusually brilliant results in the future, and become genius disciple that played a decisive role in the 7-star sword sect. But now, Hu Shuefeng had instead put a hat on Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian gave up, he would undoubtedly be admitting that he only knew how to hide behind women and rely on the protection of women, losing the dignity of a man. Everyone was curious. How would Duan Ling Tian choose under such circumstances? A trace of rage arose in Li Fei's beautiful eyes when she heard Hu Shuefeng and was about to flare. Duan Ling Tian's pinched Li Fei's palm and lightly smiled. Little Fei, no matter where it is in this world, there's never been a lack of mad dogs. You don't have to lower yourself to the same level as it. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice wasn't loud, but the Mizar platform was deathly silent now. Thus his words entered into the ears of everyone present. Mad dog? The corners of the 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but twitch. This Duan Ling Tian actually insulted Hu Shuefeng as a mad dog? They felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Ling Tian was insane. Duan Ling Tian is dead for sure. This was the thought in the hearts of most of the 7-star sword sect disciples. For a moment, Hu Shuefeng replaced Duan Ling Tian to become the center of attention of everyone. Hu Shuefeng's body fiercely shook, his incomparably handsome face lightly trembled, and his pair of eyes revealed dense killing intent, but it was quickly suppressed by him. Then he once again looked at Duan Ling Tian. I really don't know. A piece of trash that obtained the qualification to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, but doesn't dare to participate. Where does this arrogance come from? Hu Shuefeng's voice was incomparably chilly, and he said the word trash especially prominently. Hu Shuefeng's words resonated with many people. These people were mostly Alcade peak female disciples that were delusional towards Hu Shuefeng. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng is correct. A person that doesn't even have the courage to participate in the outer court martial competition doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Exactly, Duan Ling Tian, if you're a man, then ascend the combat ring and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. If you don't dare, then you're the pussy that senior brother Shao spoke of, and the trash that only knows how to rely on women like senior brother Hu Shuefeng said. Seeing the scene being controlled by him, Hu Shuefeng looked at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes slowly narrowed into a line, and the corners of his mouth had a complacent sneer, as if he was saying to Duan Ling Tian, "Kid, you're too inexperienced to fight me." Ha ha! Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. His eyes flashed with an awe-inspiring bright light as he glanced at Hu Shuefeng. Then his gaze descended onto Shao before he slowly said, "When did I, Duan Ling Tian, say that I wanted to give up? If memory serves me correctly, presently, Peak Master Zhang Fan seems to have not stopped other outer court disciples from choosing whether to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Right?" The instant that Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his figure jerked as he abruptly flashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. He seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he agilely flashed onto the combat arena, then descended by Wuxia's side. Duan Ling Tian used his actions to indicate his attitude towards the matter. He didn't give up. He wanted to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Duan Ling Tian actually really wants to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Is he unafraid of death? Some of the Migres Peak disciples were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Every time Shao came to Migres Peak during these past 3 months, they were able to clearly feel the surging hatred Shao revealed towards Duan Ling Tian. Shao wished for nothing more than to burn Duan Ling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. So, as far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian insisting on participating in the second round of the outer court martial meet was simply playing with his own life. They didn't look favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. After all, Shao was a 7th-level Origin Core Stage disciples, and was even the #1 disciple in the 7-star Sword Sect's outer court. Duan Ling Tian, your Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll will soon be mine. The gloominess on Zhao Lin's face vanished when he saw Duanling Tian ascend the combat arena, and replacing it was a smile of having his plot prevail. He suddenly felt that everything he'd done secretly wasn't done in vain. Everything was worth it. Duanling Tian, why have you come up? Suiqing looked at Duanling Tian, who was beside her, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned. You completely don't have to pay attention to what Hu Shuifeng said. Duanling Tian knew that Suiqing said this on because she was concerned about him, and at the same time that warmth arose within his heart, he lightly smiled. Senior sister, I didn't come up here because of what he said. I'd originally intended to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. I would still have come up even if he didn't say that. Suiqing was stunned, and when she saw Duanling Tian's incomparably firm gaze, she couldn't help but secretly sigh. As far as she was concerned, Duanling Tian was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He didn't know how high the sky was and how thick the earth was. He had an exaggerated opinion of his abilities. Not bad. Duanling Tian, you can still be considered as a man. Hu Shuifeng looked at Duanling Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, as a cold light flickered in his eyes. But whether or not you can survive the second round of the outer court martial competition will depend on if you have the ability. At any rate, if you encounter me, I won't show mercy to you. Duanling Tian didn't pay the slightest attention to Hu Shuifeng's provocation, and his gaze descended on the nearby Shi Hao. Shi Hao's distorted and hideous face was now tangled together, and his triangular eyes were staring fixedly at Duanling Tian as it flickered with dense killing intent. You're Duanling Tian? Meanwhile, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, sized up Duanling Tian with interest. I'd long since heard of your deeds, but even though you're able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court Disciple, but you might not be able to defeat a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court Disciple. Today, so long as you're able to survive, then in the future, the stage of the 7-star sword sect will be yours alone. Zhang Fan's words were filled with praise towards Duanling Tian. It caused Hu Shuifeng's face to sink and the killing intent in his eyes grew deeper. As for Shi Hao, he instead neither agreed nor disagreed. As far as he was concerned, what Zhang Fan said made no difference, because he would absolutely not allow Duanling Tian to survive today. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duanling Tian remained neither humble nor arrogant when facing Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan glanced deeply at Duanling Tian, then looked at the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform. Now, are there any more outer court disciples that have obtained the qualification to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition and want to participate in today's outer court martial competition? He waited for a while, but no one ascended the combat ring. Zhang Fan waved his sleeve, then announced in a loud voice, the second round of the outer court martial competition officially begins. The rules of the second round of the outer court martial competition is extremely simple. Zhang Fan looked at Duanling Tian and the other 28 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, and slowly said, I'll carry out drawing of lots in a moment. There's a total of 29 lots. The person who draws lot number 1 is able to obtain a buy for 2 rounds and temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. The other 29 people will decide on 14 people, then decide on 7 people. These 7 people will temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. In this way, there would be 8 people that are temporarily in the top 10 places. The 7 people that were eliminated earlier will once again draw lots, and the person that draws lot number 1 will temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. At that time, there would only be 1 remaining empty spot in the top 10 places, and the last person will be decided on from the other 6 people to fill up this empty spot. After the 10 people who are temporarily in the top 10 places are confirmed, if anyone from the remaining 19 people are unconvinced of the ability of any one of the 10, they can issue a challenge. So long as you can defeat your opponent or even kill your opponent, then you can replace your opponent to be placed in the top 10 places. When there's no more people issuing challenges, the people in the top 10 places would be the people that are in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time, and are able to obtain the prizes bestowed by the sect. Because the prizes for the top 10 people are different, so The specific placing of the top 10 has to be decided in the end. The person who is in the first place will additionally obtain a profound origin fruit. Now, is there anything that all of you are not clear on? Zhang Fan looked at Duan Tian and the others as he asked. Duan Tian and the others shook their heads, as Zhang Fan's introduction earlier was well organized and clearly states, and it was as clear as it could be. The person who draws lot number 1 in the beginning is undoubtedly the person with the best luck. The person is able to do without the first 2 battles, and temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. Duan Tian thought in his heart, and was full of interest towards lot number 1. Of course, even if one is able to draw lot number 1 at the beginning, it didn't mean that one can have no worries later on, as there would still people issuing challenges later on. They were only able to do without some effort. In next to no time, a Mizar Peak Outer Court elder walked up swiftly and placed the lot box that was prepared onto the ground. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Tian and the other then spoke indifferently. There's a total of 29 lot numbers within. All of you go up and draw it yourselves. In next to no time, an outer court disciple that was close to the lot box took the lead to draw out a lot number. Duan Tian and Zhuqing walked shoulder to shoulder and had arrived by the lot box. Then Duan Tian lightly smiled to Zhuqing. "Senior sister, you first?" Zhuqing nodded, and didn't be courteous as she directly withdrew a lot number. Number 9. Duan Tian put his hand into the lot box as well. Right at this moment, he instinctively extended out his spiritual force, and fused it into the lot box. Duan Tian originally didn't hold any hope, as his spiritual force wasn't eyes after all, and was unable to see the numbers of the lots. But when his spiritual force extended into the lot box, he instead clearly sensed that the aura of one of the lots within the lot box seemed to be different from the others. Could it be lot number 1? Duan Tian thought inwardly, then directly grabbed onto that lot and withdrew it. He glanced carefully at it. It was lot number 1 as expected. Duan Tian came to a sudden understanding when he looked at the number on the lot. No wonder his spiritual force was able to sense that the aura on lot number 1 was different from the other lots. So it turned out that the number on lot number 1 was written with red ink, whereas the numbers on the other lots were written in black ink. Presumably the reason lot number 1 was written in red ink was because it was much easier to differentiate it from the other lots. And it was precisely because of this that allowed Duan Tian to draw lot number 1 without suspense. 1. Lot number 1. Zhuqing stood by Duan Tian's side, and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when she saw the lot number Duan Tian had drawn. Lot number 1. Zhuqing's low exclaim spread throughout the silent Mizar platform, allowing everyone to hear it. Fuck! It can't be. Duan Tian's luck is so good? Lot number 1 was drawn by him from the 29 lots. This luck is too heaven-defying. It's just a coincidence. Moreover, so what if he's drawn lot number 1? It's only temporarily being placed in the top 10 places. If his strength is insufficient, then there will be others to eliminate him later. You're right. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples couldn't refrain from exclaiming in a low voice. Some people sighed emotionally about Duan Tian's luck. Some people felt that it didn't matter even if Duan Tian had drawn lot number 1. Lot number 1? Zhang Fan was slightly surprised of Duan Tian's luck. Lot number 1. However, the corners of the mouth of 2 people on the combat ring curled into cold smiles. It was precisely Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng. You can only blame your fortune for being bad for drawing lot number 1. So long as I temporarily admit defeat in the beginning and don't enter the top 10 place, then at that time I can directly challenge you, and even kill you. Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Tian as he thought in his heart, and a sheen of ruthlessness jumped about within his eyes. Traces of icy coldness appeared in Shi Hao's triangular eyes as well. His current thoughts were exactly similar to Hu Shuifeng. Duan Tian, your luck seems to not be so good. Meanwhile, He Dong had drawn his own lot, and he looked at Duan Tian as he shook his head. He's clearly noticed the killing intent and excitement that Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng's eyes revealed when they looked at Duan Tian. As far as he was concerned, solely on the surface, Duan Ling Tian obtaining lot number 1 was his good luck. But in reality, it gave Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng the opportunity to directly name him for a challenge. Duan Ling Tian naturally understood the deep meaning within He Dong's words, but he was indifferent to it and only lightly smiled. What ought to come will come. He Dong never expected Duan Ling Tian to still be able to be so composed at this time, and deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if you can survive today, I, He Dong, will become friends with you. Duan Ling Tian's age wasn't old, but he had such a sanguine disposition, and it shocked He Dong, causing He Dong to feel admiration that came from the bottom of his heart. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, and it could be considered as his reply. Duan Ling Tian, directly admit defeat if Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng challenge you. Zuoqing looked at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly worried as she spoke. Zuoqing, if he admits defeat, then he isn't Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even opened his mouth when He Dong had already spoken to Zuoqing before him. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. He Dong, you seem to know me very well? It can't be considered as knowing you, but I'm able to perceive that you aren't the type of person who flees in the face of danger. Moreover, I saw confidence within your eyes. He Dong deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian and slowly said, although, I don't know why you're so confident. Why would he have such confidence? Duan Ling Tian only smiled when he heard He Dong, but didn't give any added explanations. He believed that He Dong would soon know the answer for himself. A trace of astonishment flashed within Zuoqing's beautiful eyes when she heard He Dong, then seriously sized up Duan Ling Tian for a moment. In the end, she nodded and didn't try to persuade Duan Ling Tian anymore. She was able to perceive that Duan Ling Tian was indeed filled with confidence. A strong confidence. She thought inwardly, perhaps, this man of junior sisters would once again bring a miracle and make everyone shocked by it. In next to no time, all the outer court disciples that were participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition had drawn their own lots. Now, all 29 of you have drawn a lot number belonging to yourselves. Meanwhile, the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zhang Fan, slowly said, now, the disciples who obtained number 2 and number 3 go to the first combat ring. Disciples who obtained number 4 and number 5 go to the second combat ring. So on and so forth until lot number 19. There were a total of 10 combat rings on Mizar platform. Now, besides the center combat ring being empty, each of the other 9 combat rings had 2 figures appear on them. The 9 outer court elders of Mizar Peak successively went over to preside over the battle. Senior sister Zuoqing. Duan Ling Tian stood on the center combat arena in the center of Mizar platform that wasn't used, and looked at that beautiful figure that was on the 4th combat ring. Right at this moment, I admit defeat. Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded out, breaking the short silence on Mizar platform. On the 7th combat ring, a person had spoken out to admit defeat. Senior brother Shi Hao has admitted defeat? The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples stared blankly at Shi Hao leaving the 7th combat ring, and they all had faces of disbelief. They wouldn't find it strange if anyone else admitted defeat. But the one that admitted defeat now was Shi Hao, the number 1 outer court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Why did senior brother Shi Hao admit defeat? It's too strange. Some of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had bewildered expressions, and completely didn't know what had happened, as it was difficult for them to understand what was happening before them. You don't know? Let me tell you, senior brother Shi Hao is admitted defeat now for the sake of the challenges later on. If I'm not wrong, he surely wants to challenge Duan Ling Tian. Challenge Duan Ling Tian? Why? Because he wants to kill Duan Ling Tian. How do you know? I'm a Migres Peak disciple. Senior brother Shi Hao had come to our Migres Peak 3 months ago, and spread the word of wanting to battle Duan Ling Tian on the life and death arena. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was always hiding, and senior brother Shi Hao was completely unable to find an opportunity. Now that he has an opportunity, do you think he would miss it? So that's how it is. But how did senior brother Shi Hao and Duan Ling Tian become enemies? I didn't know of this at the beginning either, But later on, after inquiring many times, I found out that Duanling Tian had crippled the Dantian of Shi Hao's sister, Shi Yan, who in our 7-star sword sect outer court doesn't know of how fond senior brother Shi Hao is of his sister Shi Yan. Tell me, would he not take revenge for Shi Yan? Duanling Tian crippled Shi Yan's Dantian? The conversation between the two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly spread out. It wasn't long before practically everyone who stood on the Mizar platform knew of it. Duanling Tian crippled the Dantian of Shi Hao's sister, Shi Yan. Shi Hao hated Duanling Tian to the bones and wanted to kill Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you? Hidong, who stood beside Duanling Tian, had an astonished expression, although he knew that Shi Hao wanted to look for trouble with Duanling Tian, but he didn't know that there were actually such reasons for it. Duanling Tian shrugged, then lightly smiled. Is it very surprising? Hidong nodded. It's indeed rather surprising. Who within our 7-star sword sect's outer court doesn't know that Shi Hao is incomparably fond of his sister, and assents to her every demand? But you directly crippled her Dantian. It would be strange if Shi Hao didn't come risk his life to kill you. But you don't seem like an unreasonable person. Why would you cripple Shi Yan's Dantian? Hidong looked at Duanling Tian with a wondering expression. Actually, it's nothing much. That Shi Yao first humiliated and bullied my woman for no reason, then repeatedly proclaimed of wanting to cripple my Dantian, and even put it into actions. I could only give her a taste of her own medicine. Duanling Tian spoke very casually, as if what she said was of no importance. Hidong came to a sudden understanding. I'd long since heard of Shi Yan relying on Shi Hao's influence to act in an unruly and unrestrained manner in Alcade Peak. This time, she can only consider herself to be misfortunate for trying to bully you. The sound of their conversation wasn't loud, but it was still heard by Zheng Fan, who stood nearby. The corners of Zheng Fan's mouth slightly curled up. This Duanling Tian is really a genuine person. But his courage is really not little. Is he really not afraid of suffering Shi Hao's revenge? Shi Hao admitting defeat now was obviously because he was targeting Duanling Tian. Shi Hao returned, then looked at Duanling Tian with a vicious and ruthless gaze. Shi Hao, he's mine. Hu Shuifeng looked at Shi Hao, his eyes revealing a cold light, as he said with an overbearing voice, "Humph." Shi Hao swept Hu Shuifeng with a cold and indifferent gaze, then ignored him, as if entirely not taking Hu Shuifeng seriously. Hu Shuifeng's face sank. His eyes flickered with a fierce light as he angrily said in his heart, Shi Hao, besides killing Duanling Tian today, I'll also kill you. After today, I'll replace you to become the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Meanwhile, an intense battle between two evenly matched opponents unfolded atop the other 8 combat rings. So strong. Duanling Tian clearly saw Zhu Qing's figure flash on the 4th combat ring, dodging past the fierce and sharp sword strike of her opponent. Then the sword images in her hand enveloped downwards, as if transforming into rain that covered the sky, forcing her opponent to retreat. From start to finish, she didn't injure her opponent in the slightest. Thank you for showing mercy. The 7th-level Origin Core Stage male outer court disciples that was forced to retreat had cold sweat coming out from his forehead as he directly admitted defeat and walked off the 4th combat arena. Zhu Qing was victorious and advanced. In next to no time, the results of the other few combat rings had come out. Another 7 people successfully advanced. Only some people were injured, but no one was killed. Although the outer court martial competition this time disregarded life and death, but in the eyes of the outer court disciples that ascended the combat ring, their opponents were seniors and juniors of the same sect after all. Since there were no grudges or enmity between them, there was no need to really kill each other. The same order as before. The remaining 10 outer court disciples enter the combat rings. Zheng Fan slowly said, Duanling Tian, I'm going. Hidong said to Duanling Tian, then ascended the faraway combat ring. I admit defeat. This time, another person admitted defeat. Hu Shuifeng, because there was the precedent of Shi Hao, although the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were slightly surprised. But when faced with Hu Shuifeng admitting defeat, their surprise wasn't as exaggerated as when Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier. Senior brother Hu Shuifeng has admitted defeat? Could it be that it's because of Duanling Tian as well? This Duanling Tian first offended senior brother Shi Hao, and now offended senior brother Hu Shuifeng. Unless he takes the initiative to admit defeat today, he will die for sure. Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples glanced at Duanling Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. In next to no time, the other 8 people had decided on the victor. Yidong was victorious. The outer court martial competition continued. Besides Duanling Tian and the 14 people that were eliminated, the other 14 people started the second round of battles. This time, the 7 people that obtained victory would be placed with Duanling Tian to temporarily be placed at the top 10 places. The battles commenced. On the 7 combat rings, sword images flashed out unrestrained. Every 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, including Wuxia and Yidong, were revealing everything they had learnt to their heart's content. Sword skills that dazzled the eyes whistled out, penetrating everywhere. As time passed by, the battles on the 7 combat rings came to an end successively. Wuxia and Yidong had advanced. They and another 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples together were temporarily placed at the top 10 places. The 7 people that were eliminated drew lots once again. The person that drew lot number 1 would temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. The other 6 people would decide on the strongest person to occupy the last spot on the top 10. Henceforth, the disciples who were temporarily placed in the top 10 had been decided. Duanling Tian, Wuxia, and Yidong were impressively listed. Very good. Now the 10 people that are temporarily placed in the top 10 have been decided. Next, challenges will be carried out. The other 19 outer court disciples can challenge any of the disciples that are placed in the top 10. If you defeat your opponent, you can replace their position. Conversely, if you lose, then you'll lose the qualifications to issue a challenge. Every person only has one chance to issue a challenge. I hope all of you will choose carefully. Zhang Fan said in a clear voice. Now, the remaining 19 people will follow according to the order of the lot numbers in their hands to challenge their opponent. Hu Shuifeng's face sank when he heard Zhang Fan, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the lot number in his hand. His lot number was 25. According to the rules that Zhang Fan spoke of, he would need to wait for the people before him to finish choosing before he is able to choose. Everyone else didn't matter, but that Shi Hao was also before him. The first person to choose their opponent was the person in possession of lot number 2, a male outer court disciple. His gaze flashed past Duanling Tian and the other 9 disciples, and in the end descended onto Duanling Tian, as he looked back and forth, and he was only confident on defeating Duanling Tian. Humph! But, when a cold snort entered his ears, he instead noticed that Shi Hao's cold and indifferent gaze had descended onto him, causing him to feel as if he was sitting on pins. Only now did he recall that the only reason Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier was because of this Duanling Tian. He took a deep breath and didn't choose Duanling Tian in the end. He didn't dare offend Shi Hao. He could only choose another person. This resulted in him being defeated and losing the qualification to compete for the top 10 positions in the outer court martial competition. Duanling Tian watched all this coldly from the side. He knew that the first battle he would have today was bound to be facing Shi Hao, precisely like he had said to Yidong earlier. What ought to come will come. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he would go straight at it and fight to his heart's content. Besides Duanling Tian, Yidong, and Wuxia, in the following challenges for the second round of the outer court martial competition, the other 7 people that were temporarily placed in the top 10 were successively challenged. Some people were able to protect their place in the top 10, and some were replaced. In the combat arena, the battle became more and more intense. Sword images flashed out unrestrained, and the sounds of sword whistling in the wind continuously rose and fell. Although Duanling Tian was the weakest in the eyes of most of the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, no one challenged him. Everyone knew that he was the opponent that Shi Hao had decided on. If anyone were to dare challenge Duanling Tian, then they would undoubtedly be offending Shi Hao. They didn't dare offend Shi Hao. As for Hidong and Zuoqing, they were both outer court disciples that were famous within the Seven-Star Sword sect's outer court, and were equally famous to Hu Shuifeng, only slightly inferior the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. So, in the eyes of the group of 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples that were issuing challenges, challenging Hidong and Zuoqing was utterly wasting their chance to issue a challenge. Every disciple only had one chance to issue a challenge, so they had cherished it properly. So, they tried their best to choose opponents that they were confident against. Along with one of the outer court disciples that was placed in the top 10 losing, and was replaced, it was the turn of the next outer court disciple to issue a challenge. Right at this moment, the bustling and clamorous Mizar platform completely quieted down and became silent. Everyone's gazes descended onto a single person. This was a young man with a hideous and distorted appeared, and a pair of triangular eyes that flickered with icy coldness that was focused on a person that was on the combat arena in the center. It's finally Senior Brother Shi Hao's turn. Senior Brother Shi Hao is just waiting for this moment. Looks like this Duanling Tian is about to suffer. If I was him, I'd surely directly admit defeat. The gazes of the 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciples that were present all followed Shi Hao's gaze to descend onto Duanling Tian as they whispered in discussion. Duanling Tian stood there, no moving like a mountain, and had a carefree expression that seemed like it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed. Duanling Tian. At the same time Shi Hao shouted coldly. His body flashed as if transforming into a cheetah as he pounced onto the first combat ring, and his icy cold gaze never left Duanling Tian. He challenged Duanling Tian. He wanted to kill Duanling Tian. Utmost rage and killing intent was mixed within Shi Hao's icy cold gaze, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Duanling Tian into 1,000 pieces, then burn Duanling Tian's corpse and scatter the ashes. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. At the nearby corner of the first combat ring, Zhao Lin stood there, and his eyes emitted joy and greed, as if he'd already seen the scene of himself obtaining the miraculous cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. For the sake of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, he could be said to have exhausted all of his mental efforts. Especially the last-minute change in the rules of the outer court martial competition this time to become a life-and-death competition was also something he'd put in effort from behind the scenes. Everything he'd done was only for the sake of obtaining Duanling Tian's cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Technique. Now, he'd already seen the hope to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Technique. Humph! Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance. His face was incomparably gloomy, and his fierce eyes seemed to be waiting to swallow someone up. This Shi Hao actually dared seize his prey. His gaze descended onto Shi Hao, and he'd already made a decision in his heart. One Shi Hao killed Duanling Tian and replaced Duanling Tian to be placed in the top 10. Then he would directly challenge Shi Hao. In the past, he wasn't quite confident when facing Shi Hao, but it was different now. He had a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29% in his possession now, and his strength had increased greatly. He was confident in defeating and even killing Shi Hao. Scoundrel! Even though Duanling Tian had revealed strong confidence before Li Fei, but Li Fei was still slightly worried, and she bit on her seductive red lips as her gaze concentrated on Duanling Tian. After all, inscriptions couldn't be used in the outer court martial competition. The Mizar platform was in an uproar once again when they saw Duanling Tian standing there, and not moving even after a long time. Could it be that Duanling Tian intends to admit defeat? Looking at his current attitude, he ought to. He wouldn't, right? I still want to see him fight. I'm extremely curious of how the heck did this young man that's a little over 20 had killed a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, and how he passed the first round of the outer court martial competition to advance to the second round of the outer court martial competition. I'm curious as well. Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to see it. Most of the 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciples thought that Duanling Tian had already intended to admit defeat. The smile on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. This Duanling Tian wouldn't really want to admit defeat, right? Zhao Lin had a burning anxiety in his heart, and wished for nothing more than to rush over then drag Duanling Tian up and throw him onto the first combat ring, and make Duanling Tian and Shi Hao battle each other. Haha, Shi Hao, looked like you frightened Duanling Tian quite badly. Why don't you choose another person to challenge? How about you leave this Duanling Tian to me? Hu Shuifeng laughed loudly, and glanced in ridicule at the faraway Shi Hao who stood on the first combat ring. Shi Hao paid no attention to him, and his cold and fierce gaze descended onto Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, since you dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial completion, you wouldn't be not daring enough to accept my challenge, right? Looks like you really are a pussy. A pussy through and through. Pussy. Shi Hao once again willfully humiliated Duanling Tian in front of everyone. Right at this moment, Duanling Tian, who had once again attracted the gazes of everyone, finally took action. Duanling Tian took a stride forward, and his calm eyes descended onto Shi Hao, as he said in a deep voice, "Shi Hao, you hate me to the bone and wish for nothing more than to kill me right now to take revenge for you, sister. Shi Yan, I know all of this." Humph. Shi Hao's gaze went slightly cold, and his triangular eyes were filled with ruthlessness. It's good that you know, unless you want to be a pussy through and through today. Otherwise, once you dare ascend this first combat arena, I, Shi Hao, the brother of Shi Yan, will annihilate you. Duanling Tian's face maintained its expression when he heard Shi Hao's ruthless words, and he slowly said, "Do you know why I crippled your sister, Shi Yan's? Dantian?" Shi Hao was slightly impatient. "I don't care why you crippled my sister's Dantian. When you crippled my sister's Dantian, and crippled her entire cultivation, you were bound to be a dead man. You were bound to only be able to regret on the road to hell." This time, Duanling Tian's face finally changed. "What you mean is, even if there's a reason that I crippled Shi Yan's Dantian because Shi Yan initiated the provocation and initiated the attack, even then you wouldn't feel guilty? You wouldn't feel that it was Shi Yan who brought this all upon herself? You wouldn't feel that you didn't teach your sister properly?" Duanling Tian's face slightly sank, and his cold and indifferent gaze stared fixedly at Shi Hao as he spoke word for word. Whoosh! The Mizar platform was in an uproar, as all the 7-star sword sect disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that there was a reason for Duanling Tian crippling Shi Yan's Dantian. I'd long since heard that Shi Yan relied on the fact that her brother, Shi Hao, was the #1 disciple in the outer court to act willfully and unrestrained in Arcade Peak, and bullied others all over. Now it was seemed that all this was true. This time, Shi Yan could be considered to have bit off more than she could chew, and her cultivation was even crippled because of this. If it's really like this, then Shi Yan did indeed deserve it. Yeah, Duanling Tian doing this could be considered to be removing a tumor from the Arcade Peak, and even our 7-star sword sect. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples discussed animatedly. When Shi Hao heard Duanling Tian, his distorted and hideous face had already become tangled together. Now, when he heard the discussion of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples, his face seemed as if it had become a rope, completely entangled together. Duanling Tian, Shi Hao suddenly shouted explosively, with a voice that was like a thunderclap. His gaze that was icy cold to the limit passed through his triangular eyes to descend onto Duanling Tian. "I, Shi Hao, will tell you right now. No matter what my sister did, no matter if my sister was in the wrong, in my eyes, no matter what my sister did, you, Duanling Tian, don't have the qualifications to cripple her cultivation." "Don't have the qualifications?" Duanling Tian burst out laughing brilliantly. "Then what you mean is, your sister, Shi Yan, wanted to attack and cripple my Dantian. I can't resist? I can only stand on the spot and wait for your sister to cripple my Dantian? I can only be trampled on at the mercy of your sister." "Exactly," Shi Hao said in a cold voice. "This is your best choice. But unfortunately, you didn't choose this. If you'd choose like this, perhaps you would only become a cripple and wouldn't die. Whereas now, you are bound to die at my hands. Do you regret it? But unfortunately, there's no use no matter how much you regret it. Today you, Duanling Tian, will die without a doubt. Shi Hao said word for word, with a voice that contained grimness that revealed his determination to kill Duanling Tian. His words were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. This caused most of the Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples that were present to feel a chill run down their spines. Of course, there were also some Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples that were extremely furious. Shi Hao is so overbearing. Yeah, according to what he said, no matter whose Dantian his sister wanted to cripple, those people can't even resist. Otherwise, that person would be targeted by him and killed. Does he really think that the Seven-Star Sword sect is owned by his clan? Duanling Tian, don't pay any attention to him. No one will look down on you even if you admit defeat. Right, with your natural talent in the martial Dao, you'll be able to easily surpass Shi Hao in a few years. There's no need to throw away your life for the sake of a dispute caused by personal feelings. Your future is glorious, and is far from something Shi Hao can compare to. You must think carefully. Shi Hao's word was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, completely causing the Mizar platform to be stirred. At the same time that many Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples were enraged, they also ceaselessly advised Duanling Tian to admit defeat. There was a scale in everyone's heart, although they couldn't be considered to have any relationship with Duanling Tian. But at this moment, that scale within their heart was undoubtedly tipped towards Duanling Tian, the person who was in the right and was disadvantaged. Duanling Tian's encounter caused them to feel as if they'd experienced it themselves. Presently, even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, couldn't help but frown when he heard Shi Hao. Duanling Tian, admit defeat. There's no need to throw away your life for this. Duanling Tian's eardrum lightly trembled as he received a voice. Only he could hear this voice. Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Fan who stood nearby. Now, Zhang Fan lightly nodded to him. It was precisely Zhang Fan who condensed his origin energy into sound to speak to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was thankful in his heart towards Zhang Fan's good intentions and replied with a smile. Zhang Fan saw Duanling Tian nodded with a smile towards him, and he thought that Duanling Tian had accepted his opinion. But in the next moment, Duanling Tian's actions caused him to be unable to help himself from being stunned. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique, seeming to transform into a spirit serpent as he ascended the first combat ring in the blink of an eye and stood opposite to Shi Hao who stared fiercely at him. Duanling Tian actually didn't admit defeat. Is he courting death? Most of the Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform were stunned when they saw Duanling Tian's actions. As far as they were concerned, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to be Shi Hao's match now. Zhao Lin burst into a laugh. He was still worried that Duanling Tian would admit defeat earlier, as in that way, his plans would completely come to nothing, and everything he did in secret would be in vain. Now the worry in his heart vanished, and replacing his way joy. So long as Shi Hao kills Duanling Tian, I'll be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lin's gaze had a burning sheen mixed within. Scoundrel! Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face was slightly tense, as she anxiously looked at Duanling Tian with a slightly perturbed feeling in her heart. Although she ceaselessly told herself in her heart that she should believe in her man. But when this moment really came, she couldn't help but be worried in her heart. Unknowingly, this man had long since become her everything, and became her all. It was difficult to imagine how she would continue living if she lost this man. Perhaps she would go off with him. In the first combat ring, Duanling Tian calmly looked at Shi Hao. He had a carefree expression that remained unfazed. He had said what he should say. Since Shi Hao was thick-headed, he didn't feeling like wasting his breath anymore. If you want to fight, then fight. Suddenly, a strong battle intent was emitted from Duanling Tian's body, as if he'd transformed into an undefeatable war god. Shi Hao's triangular eyes emitted a sense of joy when he saw Duanling Tian ascend the combat arena. And the gaze he looked at Duanling Tian was like the gaze of a hunter targeting his prey. Duanling Tian, after I kill you, I'll wrench off your head and gift it to my sister. I presume she would surely feel gratified by it. Shi Hao's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. and in his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. A grade 7 spirit sword. Suddenly, Xianxia strode a step out. Instantly, dust suffused into the air at the location Xianxia's leg descended. Origin energy jumped about and raged atop the grade 7 spirit sword in Xianxia's hand. Now, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above Xianxia, and in the end, it condensed into 127 ancient mammoth silhouettes. 7th level Origin Core Stage. Grade 7 Spirit Sword with an amplification of 27%. Duanling Tian's expression became serious when he saw Xianxia starting to accumulate force, as Xianxia was a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Thus he didn't dare be careless. Swoosh! Duanling Tian's figure slightly jerked. The energy of heaven and earth surged above him, and 80 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into 4. 6th level Origin Core Stage. Instantly, waves of astonished voices sounded out atop Mizar platform as expected. This Duanling Tian is simply monstrous. A little over 20, and at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. I'm not dreaming, right? I really hope this is a dream. It's such a blow to our confidence. A little over 20, and at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Even that person who's at the lead of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to not be so monstrous all those years ago, right? If Duanling Tian was born another 5 years earlier, the person in the lead of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters would absolutely not be that person. Unbelievable! The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were shocked to the point their hearts seemed like they had stopped beating. And after they recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but cry out. The scene before their eyes caused them to be inexplicably shocked. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they would absolutely not be willing to believe all this was real. Scoundrel has broken through? Li Fei's face revealed a sense of joy when she saw this scene. As expected. He Dong's brows knit, as he thought in his heart. But, even if this Duanling Tian has really broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, there's a difference of the strength of 20 ancient mammoths between him and Xianxia. If it's amplified by a grade 7 spirit sword, the difference between him and Xianxia would exceed the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Hidong wondered slightly. Why would Duanling Tian still have such confidence under such a difference? Even though he'd heard of the matter of Duanling Tian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level Origin Core Stage disciple, Xiaoying, 3 months ago, and knew that Duanling Tian used a weaker strength to defeat Xiaoying's stronger strength. But the strength of Xiaoying at that time was only stronger than Duanling Tian by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Now, the strength of Xianxia was instead stronger than Duanling Tian by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Suiqing stood nearby, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned, as she looked at Duanling Tian with a slightly worried gaze. Now, she could only hope that Duanling Tian would create a miracle again. But was this possible? The difference was so huge. 6th level Origin Core Stage? From Zheng Fan to the group of Mizar Peak elders, and even the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, they were all dumbstruck now. This natural talent was too shocking. As expected, the rebirth within the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll has an effect that isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The desire in Zhao Lin's eyes became even more insane. And now, Duanling Tian, who was the person of concern, didn't mind in the slightest towards the stir he had caused. The strength of 80 ancient mammoths. He'd already mastered it not long after he killed Xiaoying 3 months ago. When he broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage at that time, at full force, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. The quake energy advanced with it as well, and the scope of effect rose to within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. But these were all matters of the past. Now that he'd cultivated for another 3 months, and with the natural talent in the martial Dao Duanling Tian possessed after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk and being reborn, his cultivation had broken through once again. 5 days ago, he'd once again broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. At the same time, he controlled a strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than ordinary 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artists. The strength of 91 ancient mammoths. Not only that, after he broke through to the 6th level of the Origin core stage, the quake energy had advanced once more. The scope of effect of the quake energy now had increased to the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of Duanling Tian's opponent didn't exceed his strength by the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, his quake energy could easily annihilate his opponent like crushing dried leaves. Now, Duanling Tian had utilized the strength of 80 ancient mammoths and concealed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, because he wanted to put up a false front in front everyone, and make people think that he was only an ordinary 6th level Origin core stage martial artist. Besides that, as far as Duanling Tian was concerned, even if he only used the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, through the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword and by relying on the quake energy, it was already enough to deal with How. There was no need to reveal his entire strength. There was no need to slaughter a chicken with a butcher's knife. 6th level Origin core stage? How was shocked by the cultivation Duanling Tian revealed. He wouldn't take an ordinary 6th level Origin core stage martial artist seriously. But the 6th level Origin core stage martial artist that stood before him was instead a young man that was a little over 20. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by such natural talent. He had to admit, the natural talent of this Duanling Tian was indeed shocking. Even throughout the entire history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been such a monstrous figure. I never expected then in the life of How, I'd actually have to chance to kill a genius martial artist that possessed such monstrous natural talent. How's heart was filled with excitement. This How, Duanling Tian could notice that besides hatred, the gaze that How shot at him vaguely had a trace of excitement. He could guess How's thoughts, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. How really thinks he's like meat on a chopping block. Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as a grade 7 spirit sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then it lightly trembled as origin energy flashed and raged atop it. Swoosh! Another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duanling Tian. In other words, relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, Duanling Tian was able to exert the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Haha! Duanling Tian, you would think that just this amount of strength is able to rival me? TSK, I'm really curious, will you be able to once again create a miracle like you did 3 months ago? How's gaze descended onto Duanling Tian, and the corners of his mouth lightly curled into a mocking smile. He'd heard of how Duanling Tian used a weaker strength to defeat a stronger strength 3 months ago, and killed a 6th level Origin core stage disciple. Now, the difference between us is the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Let me see how you're able to make up for this distance. At the same time that How spoke, his figure flashed like the wind as he rushed towards Duanling Tian. Whoosh! Origin energy twined around the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand as his sword whistles out, instantly condensing into 81 sword images. Only one amongst these 81 sword imagined was a real killing move. It's the high-grade profound rank sword skill, the 9-9 sword technique, at the perfection stage. Many 7-star sword sect disciples recognized the sword skill How executed. 81 exactly similar sword images tore through the air, causing the air to freeze up, and the whistling sound of the sword continued in succession, then gathered together, and were incomparably ear-piercing. The eardrums of some of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples with comparatively lower cultivations shook, and their face went ghastly pale. Whoosh! 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 The 81 sword images seemed like an extremely high-leveled sword skill as it locked onto Duanling Tian, then brought along a shocking aura as it swept out. A dense intent of slaughter followed to envelop Duanling Tian. The 81 sword images that were exactly similar whistled as they approached, causing Duanling Tian to feel a trace of pressure as well. Of course, it was only a trace. This sword skill is slightly interesting. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to see through. After merging with the lifetime of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, it was equivalent to being in possession of the lifetime worth of abundant experience in the martial arts of the rebirth martial emperor. Thus, with only a glance, Duanling Tian was able to discern how formidable this sword skill of Shi Hao's was. This sword skill stressed on transforming the real into the false, and the false into the real. With the naked eye of an ordinary person, it was utterly impossible to identify which sword image amongst the 81 sword imagines was real. But, to me who's an inscription master and knows how to utilize spiritual force, even though this sword skill isn't bad, but it's unable to hide before me. Duanling Tian thought in his heart, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He had to admit, the sword skill Shi Hao executed was extremely strong. Moreover, he was able to discern that this sword skill was extremely difficult to cultivate, let alone cultivate to the perfection stage. This sword skill would have provided quite a contribution for Shi Hao to become the #1 in the outer court and suppress the group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Die! Shi Hao's gaze went cold, accompanied by his figure flashing out. The 81 sword images surrounded Duanling Tian, and seemed to transform into incomparably swift flowing lights that pierced towards Duanling Tian from every direction. Even until now, not one of the 81 sword images had revealed even the slightest inkling. This was also the point of the 99 sword technique that was terrifying. Deliberately mystifying, Duanling Tian's spiritual force flashed out, and easily found the location of the true sword within the 81 sword imaged. He abruptly turned around, and his gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duanling Tian made his move. A sword strike that shot out like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The incomparably swift sword light quickly found the location of the true sword within the 81 sword images within the 99 sword technique Shi Hao executed. Clang! The two grade 7 spirit swords directly clashed, and emitted an ear-piercing sound of iron weapons clashing together. Impossible! The hand that grasped his sword shook, and it caused Shi Hao's face to go grim. Instantly, his triangular eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. No matter what, he'd never imagined that Duanling Tian was actually able to see through his sword skill, see through the location of the true sword strike within the 81 sword images, and make a move to block his sword strike in time. After all, since he'd cultivated the 99 sword technique to the perfection stage, not one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples could see through it. It could be said that the 99 sword technique was the foundation that allowed him to be undefeatable in the outer court. And now, his biggest reliance was seen through. Luck. It's surely luck. Shi Hao was unwilling to believe that Duanling Tian had the ability to see through his sword skill. His state of mind quickly eased up, and was in time to grasp his grade 7 spirit sword tightly. Luck was only a part of one's strength. The biggest thing that one's strength relied on was still formidable power, all-conquering power. Shi Hao's hideous and distorted face revealed a sense of madness. Swoosh! Instantly, origin energy suddenly increased explosively on the sword in Shi Hao's hand that was in a stalemate with the sword in Duanling Tian's hand. And it revealed a formidable and matchless strength. The strength of 127 ancient mammoths fully exploding forth. The terrifying strength flowed along the grade 7 spirit sword to whistle out, desiring to blast Duanling Tian and his sword flying. At this moment, Shi Hao seemed to have already seen the scene of Duanling Tian being blasted flying before being pursued and killed by him. His face revealed a mad and ferocious smile. Die! Want to use strength to suppress me? Duanling Tian's hand shook as he felt a formidable strength transmit over, instantly suppressing the strength on his grade 7 spirit sword. He guessed Shi Hao's intention. His face went cold, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Duanling Tian willed in his heart. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on Duanling Tian's grade 7 spirit sword fluxed in an unrestrained manner, and vibrated at an extremely high frequency. This frequency was still ceaselessly increasing. OM, 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 OM. The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword vibrated at an incomparably high frequency, but not a single person present was able to notice it. Even the Mizar Peak's Peakmaster, Zhang Fan, only shook his head and sighed when he saw Shi Hao exploding out, as he didn't have any expectations towards Duanling Tian. What a waste of a peerless genius. Zhang Fan shook his head. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he sighed. Since it was a life and death competition, he naturally wouldn't interfere. A man was nothing without his word. Not to mention that this was a life and death competition, so it wasn't just the credibility of himself, but it was related to the credibility of the entire Seven-Star Sword sect. As a top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Seven-Star Sword sect always complied with being credible, and only because of this could the sect have a foothold for thousands of years. This was the foundation of the Seven-Star Sword sect as well. Ah! Right at this moment, Zhang Fan heard a shrill cry sound out, and it pierced his eardrums to the point they trembled. For a moment, he instinctively thought that it was Duanling Tian who emitted the shrill cry. But in next to no time, he seemed to have noticed something and his figure suddenly trembled. Not right. This isn't the voice of Duanling Tian. When he raised his head and saw the faraway scene, his eyes instantly sprung wide open. At this moment, it wasn't only Zhang Fan. Even the group of Mizar Peak Outer Court disciples and the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect Outer Court disciples that were present. Their eyes sprang wide open as well, as they stared blankly as the faraway scene, and their faces were covered with an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? Scoundrel! Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this scene, and she smiled like a flower. Trash! Hu Shuifeng's face was gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into a line as a cold light flashed within. Then he spat out a word in disdain. In the first combat ring, the hand that Shur-Hao held his sword with had split open, and fresh blood scattered. As for his grade 7 spirit sword, it had already been sent flying, and dropped on the ground in the distance with a clang. A layer of fresh blood could be vaguely seen to have tainted the hilt of the sword, and the fresh blood formed red roses as it dripped onto the combat ring. No! Impossible! What is that? Shur-Hao shuddered, and his hideous and distorted features were covered in terror as he stared at the young man that stood before him. He had an expression of disbelief. He was even unable to speak properly, and his speech wasn't smooth. Whoosh! After Duanling Tian used the quake energy to suppress Shur-Hao and make him abandon his sword, Duanling Tian's kick flashed out. His leg moved like a bolt of lightning, with origin energy that increased explosively and raged. Quake energy appeared once again. Bang! His leg swept out and descended onto the arm Shur-Hao swung out in an attempt to block his kick. The terrifying quake energy poured out. Ah! Shur-Hao felt a terrifying quaking energy come from his arm. This was an extremely terrifying energy that vibrated at an increasing frequency, practically affecting the flesh, blood, and bones in his entire body, causing his face to go ghastly pale, and the origin energy within his body was difficult to utilize. Moreover, at the moment that Shur-Hao stood there and ceaselessly dances about, and caused all the people present in the crowd to not know what was happening, Duanling Tian's sword swung out. Whoosh! He didn't utilize a sword skill, and a straightforward and direct sword strike flashed straight out. The origin energy in Shur-Hao's body was currently being affected by the quake energy now, so he was utterly unable to utilize it, let alone obstruct Duanling Tian's sword strike. Poochie! A strand of blood bloomed like a flower, and the peerlessly swift and fierce sword strike directly entered into Shur-Hao's chest, penetrating through his body and coming out the other end. Shur-Hao's body that was quaked to the point it was limp and powerless, shook. He then looked at the young man before him with a lax gaze and an expression of disbelief. He struggled, wanting to say something. No, I'm Thos. In the end, Shur-Hao didn't finish what he wanted to say, as he directly collapsed with a pair of triangular eyes that were sprung wide open. Bang! A blast of dust surged to suffuse into the air on the first combat ring. Shur-Hao, the number 1 disciple in the Seven-Star Sword sect's outer court, dead. Duanling Tian coldly swept his gaze at Shur-Hao, who lay there with his triangular eyes sprung wide open, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Then he put away his grade 7 spirit sword. Of course, he didn't forget to put away Shur-Hao's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. These were all his spoils. And at practically the exact instant that Shur-Hao's corpse crashed onto the ground, the Mizar platform was deathly silent. Besides Li Fei, whose face revealed a smile of joy, The other people were all stupefied to the spot, and they seemed as if their throat were choked by someone. As their faces flushed red and couldn't make a sound for a long time, the shock from the scene before them was just too great. As far as they were concerned, Duanling Tian, who should have been killed by Shi Hao, actually relied on the strength of a mere 101 ancient mammoths to reveal a shocking reversal, and kill Shi Hao instead. At this moment, it was as if there were roaring torrents within their hearts, torrent that wouldn't calm down even after a long time. Finally, Zhang Fan was the first to recover from his shock, and his burning gaze descended onto Duanling Tian. If this gaze could light a flame ablaze, then perhaps it could light Duanling Tian ablaze. Such a monster has actually appeared in my 7-star sword sect. Merely a little over 20 and possessing a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. I'll just leave all this at that. But he actually relied on the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who exerted his full strength, a strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Even in the entire inner court, Shi Hao's 9-9 sword technique was something that the sword skill of very few inner court disciples were able to compare to, but he instead saw through it with a single glance. Even a nascent soul stage martial artist might not be able to easily see through Shi Hao's 9-9 sword technique. Presently, it wasn't just Zhang Fan who was excited. Even the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples all had excited expressions. Such a monster appearing within the 7-star sword sect was undoubtedly significant to the 7-star sword sect. They could imagine that after another few years, this monster would surely be able to compare to figures like the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. No, perhaps he would even surpass the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. For a moment, all the 7-star sword sect disciples that were present looked at Duanling Tian with burning gazes. Even though the 7-star sword sect was the strongest top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but the younger generations for these past few years weren't really outstanding, and were far inferior to the 5 great young masters whose fame had spread far and wide. Now, the 7-star sword sect's younger generation urgently needed a true young expert. A young expert that was able to compete with the 5 great young masters. They saw hope in Duanling Tian. Abnormal. Hidong stared blankly at Duanling Tian's location, and only after some time, he spat out a word. Suiqing stood near Hidong, and her delicate and pretty face went pale from fright. Her heartbeat slight quickened. Senior sister has really found an outstanding man. He actually really killed Shi Hao, and once again created a miracle. No, impossible, impossible. The Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, had recovered from his shock. He ceaselessly shook his head after he glanced at Shi Hao's corpse on the first combat ring, and was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Duanling Tian, who as far as he was concerned should have died in the hands of Shi Hao, actually domineeringly counterattacked to kill Shi Hao. Traces of unwillingness arose within his heart. He didn't care about Shi Hao's death, but now that Shi Hao had died, it also meant that everything he did this time was only a worthless effort. He fell short of success. Duanling Tian, I've still underestimated you. After a short while, Zhao Lin caught his breath and an awe-inspiring cold light arose within his fierce gaze, as it descended onto Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's strength exceeded his expectations. No, I didn't underestimate you. I underestimated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Now, the yearning in Zhao Lin's heart towards the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll was practically to the point he might go deranged from his yearning. Duanling Tian stood in the first combat ring, seeming to have noticed something, his brows knit, and with a glance he saw the faraway Zhao Lin. The insane yearning within Zhao Lin's eyes caused Duanling Tian's heart to jerk. Duanling Tian's face sank. This Zhao Lin seems to have not given up yet. Duanling Tian let out a breath of air and withdrew his gaze from Zhao Lin. Then his body flashed as if transforming into a spirit serpent to leave the first combat ring. Meanwhile, the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform had recovered from their shock. Duanling Tian's strength is too terrifying. The number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court was killed by him so easily. With the death of Shi Hao, the reputation of the number 1 in the outer court will change hands from today onwards. If Duan Ling Tian is able to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition today, then he would be the worthy of the title of #1 disciple in the outer court. I truly look forward to it. The gazes of all the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciples descended onto Duan Ling Tian and were filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had returned to the center combat ring. Not bad. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled. Duan Ling Tian returned a smile, then returned back to Zhuqing's side. Duan Ling Tian, how did you see through Shi Hao's 9-9 sword technique earlier? Hidong walked forward a few steps to stand by Duan Ling Tian's side. Then his brows raised as he asked slightly curiously. Zhuqing looked at Duan Ling Tian in curiosity as well. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, then said in a light voice, Shi Hao can only blame himself for being misfortunate. That sword skill of his is extremely extraordinary, and it would be difficult for an ordinary people to see through. But unfortunately, I once studied inscriptions from an inscription master for some time and know how to utilize spiritual force. My spiritual force extended out and I easily saw through his sword skill. Hiss! Hidong exhaled out a breath of cold air, and his face was filled with shock. You have this cultivation at such an age. I originally thought that you devoted your attention to cultivation, but you actually still studied inscriptions. Cultivators feared dividing their attention the most when it came to cultivation. Just like Hidong himself, although he had quite a strong natural talent in weapons crafting, but he didn't study weapons crafting to become a weapons craftsman, because his aspirations weren't in the Tao of weapons crafting. So he abandoned his natural talent in weapons crafting that was quite strong, and devoted his attention onto his cultivation in the martial Tao. I only studied it for a few days. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. But Hidong naturally wouldn't believe what Duan Ling Tian said. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was able to utilize his spiritual force. He could imagine that Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the Tao of inscription would surely be not be little. Even those Wuqing didn't speak, but in her heart, surging waves of shock had arisen. At this moment, she couldn't help but have a trace of admiration arise within her heart, admiring her junior sister for finding such a perfect man. Hidong's eyes flickered as he sighed with emotion. Shi Hao relied on that high-grade profound rank sword skill, 9-9 sword technique, to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and slightly surpass me, Zhuqing, and Hu Shuifeng. Today, it wasn't an injustice for him to have lost at your hands. Actually, what Hidong was most curious about in his heart was what method that Duan Ling Tian used to kill Shi Hao. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's methods had overturned his past knowledge on strength. In his eyes in past, as long as one's strength was sufficient, it would be enough to annihilate everything. But today, after seeing with his own 2 eyes, how Duan Ling Tian used the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who exerted the strength of 127 ancient mammoths, only now did he understand that strength wasn't everything. In the past, he was only a frog in the well. Yet Hidong didn't know that it wasn't just him. Even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, and the 10 Mizar Peak outer court elders present, all had similar feeling as Hidong now. Of course, although Hidong was curious of Duan Ling Tian's methods and yearned to get to the bottom of it, he didn't open his mouth and ask, because he knew what should be asked and what should not. Duan Ling Tian's method was obviously a method that transcended martial skills and strength. A method like this was the biggest trump card to anyone, and it was impossible to lightly show it to another. Humph! Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance with an incomparably gloomy expression. He'd never imagined that Duan Ling Tian actually killed Shi Hao. This was something he'd never thought of before this. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian going up against Shi Hao would surely be a road of no return. But the results exceeded his expectations. Duan Ling Tian counterkilled Shi Hao, although he was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that it would be impossible even for him to kill Shi Hao so simply. Damn it! How the heck did he do it? Hu Shuifeng noticed that when faced with Duan Ling Tian, traces of fear and dread actually vaguely arose deep within his heart. This caused him to feel incomparably ashamed and resentful. A kid that's a little over 20 actually caused him to unconsciously have such feelings. Damn it. All right. Continue the challenges. Before long, Zhang Fan spoke once again, announcing the continuation of the outer court martial competition. The following challenges continued to be carried out like a raging fire, but all the challengers had come to a joint tacit understanding. No one dared challenge Duanling Tian. What a joke! Duanling Tian had just killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, and even though they thought highly of themselves, but it wasn't to the point they thought they were stronger than Shi Hao. Moreover, they'd clearly seen the battle from before. From beginning until the end, that Shi Hao didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before he was killed by Duanling Tian. So long as they thought of the scene from before, they couldn't help from shivering. Duanling Tian's methods were truly too bizarre. Along with the challengers successively issuing challenges to the outer court disciples that were temporarily placed in the top 10. The top 10 disciples in the second round of the outer court martial competition had finally been confirmed. The group of 10 disciples that included Duanling Tian, Zuoqing, Hidong, and Hu Shuifeng were places in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time. Now, the top 10 disciples of the outer court martial competition has been decided. The placing battles will be carried out next. The specific placing of the top 10 disciples will be ranked based on strength. Along with Zhang Fan's voice sounding out, everyone knew that the outer court martial competition this time was drawing to an end. Everyone amongst the 10 of you will fight each other. In other words, any one of you will have to battle the other 9 people. There will be elders to register for you, and the person who fights and wins all 9 battles will be placed in the first place of the outer court martial competition this time. The person who fights and wins 8 battles will be placed in the second place. The person who fights and wins 7 battles will be placed in the third place, so on and so forth. Zhang Fan looked at Duanling Tian and the other 9 disciples, then spoke again. Duanling Tian thought in his heart, in this way, every one of the 10 disciples will battle one another. This rule was truly fair. Duanling Tian, you first. A voice sounded out by Duanling Tian's ears, and only now did he notice that it was Zhang Fan that was speaking to him. Duanling Tian didn't refuse. He nodded, then ascended one of the combat rings. Now, anyone amongst you who are confident in defeating Duanling Tian can go up and battle him. Zhang Fan looked at Hidong, Zuoqing, Hu Shuifeng, and the other as he said indifferently. But there was no one who took action. Earlier, the strength Duanling Tian revealed when he killed Shi Hao caused all of them to be afraid of it, and they had no confidence in winning. Even Hu Shuifeng now obediently stood on the spot. He didn't dare ascend the combat ring. Duanling Tian's methods were too bizarre, and even Shi Hao was easily killed by Duanling Tian. Even though he thought highly of himself, and felt he could defeat Shi Hao by relying on the grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. But he'd never imagined being able to easily defeat Shi Hao. Didn't senior brother Hu Shuifeng ask Shi Hao to leave Duanling Tian to him? He has the opportunity now, but why doesn't he ascend to the combat ring? Can't you even perceive this? Senior brother Hu Shuifeng didn't know of Duanling Tian's strength earlier, and now that he's witnessed the scene of Duanling Tian killing Shi Hao, he'd surely dispelled the thoughts of fighting Duanling Tian. Looks like senior brother Hu Shuifeng only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The voices of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples entered into Hu Shuifeng's ears, causing his figure to tremble as if struck by lightning, and his expression was incomparably unsightly. Duanling Tian. Hu Shuifeng's gaze descended onto Duanling Tian, and it was filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. As far as he was concerned, the cause of all this was Duanling Tian. He'd pushed all of the responsibility onto Duanling Tian. But, even then, he still didn't dare ascend the combat ring and battle Duanling Tian, because he was afraid he would be killed by Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian stood there on the combat ring, not moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an undefeatable war god that no one dared battle. Zhang Fan wasn't surprised at this scene, and said indifferently, if no one ascends the combat ring to battle Duanling Tian after 10 breaths, then the other 9 people will be considered to have admitted defeat. Duanling Tian's battle score would be 9 battle, 9 victories, The battle scores of the other 9 people will be 1 battle, 1 lost. During this time of 10 breaths, the atmosphere on Mizar platform was terrifyingly silent. The time of 10 breaths quickly passed. However, there was still no one that ascended to the combat ring to battle Duanling Tian. Such being the case, the first place of today's outer court martial competition is without suspense, and is Duanling Tian. The voice of the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zhang Fan, was calm as he announced. Duanling Tian had become the deserving first-place winner of the outer court martial competition today. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. After the Mizar Peak was silent for a moment, it completely went into an uproar. All the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had faces that flushed red, as they shouted out Duanling Tian's name in excitement. They were clear in their hearts that from today onwards, Duanling Tian would become a milestone in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. The number 1 disciple in the outer court at only a little over 20. In the thousands of years of history of the 7-star sword sect, there had never been someone who could obtain such an achievement at this age. Duanling Tian stood there with a carefree expression when faced with the fervent and excited 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. His face seemed as if it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai were to collapse. What a fellow! Zhang Fan had always been paying attention to Duanling Tian, and when he saw Duanling Tian being able to be so composed even at this time, he couldn't help but look even more highly of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Abruptly, Zhang Fan shouted out, with a voice that suppressed all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present. Under the concentrate gazes of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present, Zhang Fan raised his hand and a flowing light flashed out. Whoosh! Duanling Tian became vigilant when he heard Zhang Fan speak. And now when he saw Zhang Fan throwing something over, he hurriedly extended his hand to catch it. He looked carefully and noticed it was a spatial ring. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan said, "The prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time within this spatial ring, besides prizes that are about the same as the prizes from the previous outer court martial competitions. There's an additional prize, the Profound Origin Fruit." Profound Origin Fruit. Even though before the outer court martial competition started today, the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had heard that the Profound Origin Fruit would be the additional prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. But when it came to the moment the Profound Origin Fruit was really obtained by someone, their hearts were filled with jealousy and envy. Burning gazes successively shot onto the spatial ring in Duanling Tian's hand. There was a Profound Origin Fruit within it. "Thank you, Peak Master." Duanling Tian nodded with a smile to Zhang Fan, then put away the spatial ring in his hand, intending to look at it after he returned. Duanling Tian's figure flashed out to descend by Li Fei's side. "Scoundrel!" A wisp of a smile appeared on Li Fei's face, as she was happy for Duanling Tian being able to obtain the first place in the outer court martial competition. This was her man, Li Fei's man. Duanling Tian looked at Li Fei, and his sharp gaze turned warm, tender and soft as water, compared to his appearance when he was battling Shi Hao. He was like a completely different person. TSK. Duanling Tian and this Alcade Peak junior sister are a perfect match. A match made in heaven. Yeah, only a young genius like Duanling Tian is worthy of this junior sister, truly causing one to feel jealousy and envy. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples all sighed with emotion. Humph! Hu Shuefeng's expression was extremely unsightly. Earlier, flames of rage arose within his heart when he saw Duanling Tian obtaining the Profound Origin Fruit, because as far as he was concerned, that Profound Origin Fruit ought to have been his. But Duanling Tian came out of nowhere and seized away his Profound Origin Fruit. Disregarding that now, Duanling Tian was actually chatting and joking with this drop-dead gorgeous young woman that he coveted, and this caused another evil flame to arise within his heart. Duanling Tian. At this moment, Hu Shuefeng hated Duanling Tian to the point he gnashed his teeth. Duanling Tian naturally noticed Hu Shuefeng's gaze, but he completely disregarded it. Duanling Tian's eyes squinted as he looked towards the faraway Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's eyes were wide open and stared at Duanling Tian with his ghastly gaze for some time, then turned around and left the Mizar platform. Duanling Tian knew from Zhao Lin's gloomy gaze that in the future, for the sake of obtaining the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll cultivation method in his possession, Zhao Lin would surely try from every angle possible. Zhao Lin! Infinite flames of rage arose within Duanling Tian's heart towards Zhao Lin's caseless efforts. At the same time, besides Duanling Tian, the other 9 disciples continued to carry out the competition for their placement in the outer court martial competition. Even though the first place in the outer court martial competition was seized by Duanling Tian, but the higher their placing, the more the prizes that would be obtained, so the other 9 people still spared no effort. Amongst the 9 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples, Zuoqing, Hidong, and Hu Shuifeng were the strongest, and when the 3 of them fought the other 6, it was practically a one-sided battle. Duanling Tian was able to perceive that the only reason the 3 of them were able to firmly suppress the other 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples was because the sword skills they cultivated were much more brilliant. Just like Zuoqing's sword skill, every sword strike moved out freely, like a delicate touch. Hidong's sword skill was bold and unconstrained, but concealing killing intent within, causing it to be very difficult for one to guard against it. Hu Shuifeng's sword skill had a total of 13 sword strikes, one strike after the other, like overlapping waves, containing boundless might. The final result. Hu Shuifeng relied on the grade 7 spirit sword that provided a 29% amplification in his possession to exert a strength of 129 ancient mammoths, forcefully suppressing Zuoqing and Hidong to be obtained the 2nd place in the outer court martial competition this time, second only to Duanling Tian. As for the 3rd place in the outer court martial competition, it was obtained by Hidong. Zuoqing was 4th place, along with Zheng Fan distributing the prizes for the other 9 disciples. His clear voice resounded out. The outer court martial competition this time has come to an end. Those who didn't obtain any prizes, don't be dejected, as you still have a chance next year. The outer court martial competition of the 7-star sword sect was held once a year, unchanging no matter what. Duanling Tian, work hard, and enter the inner court soon. I think highly of you. Zheng Fan looked at Duanling Tian, and his face revealed a warm smile. Zheng Fan's attitude caused the group of Mizar Peak outer court elders to be shocked. As outer court elders of Mizar Peak, they naturally knew the temper of this peak master, and even when he was facing an outstanding inner court disciples, he had never once put off his haughty manner and been so amiable before. I will. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded, then held Li Fei's hand under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples, to walk shoulder to shoulder with Zuoqing and leave Mizar platform. They followed along the stream of people to arrive nearby the Mizar Peak's trade hall, then stepped onto the chain bridge to leave Mizar Peak. Duanling Tian followed Li Fei to return to her residence, and the pair of man and woman who were caught in a passion once again tangled together with each other for a while, then reluctantly parted. Profound origin fruit. Once I consume the profound origin fruit, I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage at this first possible moment. At that time, not only would my strength be comparable to an 8th level origin core stage martial artist, but even the quake energy will advance once again. On the way back to Migra's Peak after leaving Alcade Peak, Duanling Tian's mood surged. Most importantly, once I break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, I'll be able to condense grade 7 pill fire and grade 7 weapon flame, and become a grade 7 alchemist and grade 7 weapons craftsman. Now, Duanling Tian was impatient to return home, and after he stepped onto Dubhe Peak, he walked onto the chain bridge that headed to Migra's Peak and returned to Migra's Peak. Senior brother Duanling Tian. Senior brother Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had just stepped foot on the Migra's Peak stone platform when he noticed the crowd of Migra's Peak disciples that he encountered all respectfully greeted him. In terms of age, all these Migra's Peak disciples were older than him. But now, they all called him senior brother, calling incomparably fervently. In this world where the strong are respected, it's realistic like this. Strength is the foundation for one to obtain a foothold. When I just entered the 7-star sword sect, and just entered Migra's peak. I was unknown to the public and no one paid attention to me. Now that I've seized first place in the outer court martial competition, these people are sticking to me like ulcers growing on the bone. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. This was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to obtain the respect of others, then one must be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, one can only become the ant below another's feet, and let another trample upon them. The lives of the strong were loftier than the heavens. The lives of the weak were lowlier than grass. Duan Ling Tian slightly smiled when faced with the Migra's peak disciples, then lightly nodded before leaving. When he left, his heart constricted. That Zhao Lin is very likely to be concealed in the shadows, monitoring me, but wanting to follow me isn't that easy. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath when he thought of Zhao Lin's gloomy gaze from earlier, and he followed along the stream of people as his figure flashed out. He only appeared on a remote mountain path on Migra's peak after half an hour. Only now did Duan Ling Tian dare swagger back to the peak of Migra's peak, then return to the stalactite cave. Now I'll return and consume the profound origin fruit, and my cultivation will break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage in one go. Thinking and thinking as he walked on his way, Duan Ling Tian was excited in his heart. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian arrived at the peak of Migra's peak, on the side of a mountain path halfway down Migra's peak, a palm print that half condensed into form whistled out to descend onto an enormous rock. Instantly, the rock shattered and rubble flew out in all directions. He escaped again. Zhao Lin's expression was gloomy, and he was flustered and exasperated. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the peak of Migra's peak, he leapt downward as usual, letting gravity bring him down through the clouds and mist to descend onto the tilted tree. But he had just stepped into the tilted tree when his face went grim. His spiritual force clearly sensed that there seemed to be two formidable auras coming from within the cave passage. These two formidable auras were extremely terrifying. In next to no time, he noticed that these two auras came closer and closer, and at the same time, they were accompanied by a light sound of footsteps. Duan Ling Tian became vigilant and looked towards within the cave passage. With a glance, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Presently, a yellow-clothed young girl was walking slowly out of the cave passage. The young girl was around 15 or 16, with a slightly immature face that was as if carved and chiseled from jade. She had a tiny dimple beside the corner of her mouth, her skin soft and smooth, her smile like a flower, and her appearance beautiful and enchanting. "Who are you?" The young girl had a fragrant aura of orchids, and the more one looked at her the more beautiful she was, caused one to be reluctant to move one's gaze from her. "Who are you?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless when he heard the young girl. This place seemed to be his place of cultivation, right? Hiss hiss suddenly, a burst of familiar sounds echoed out by his ear, causing Duan Ling Tian's figure to lightly tremble, and his face revealed wild joy. He looked at the young girl's wrist that was bright white like jade, and he could see two small heads sticking out from there. There were two little pythons. One of the little pythons was completely black, with complex golden striations on its body, and on its head was a gold single horn that flickered with an icy cold sheen. The other little python was completely white, with silver striations on its body, and the single horn on its head was silver. Little black, little white. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged, and it was difficult to ease his agitated mood. These two little fellows have finally returned. Whoosh! Whoosh! A black and white bolts of lightning flew out from the young girl's hand and descended onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to their heart's content, as they licked Duan Ling Tian's face, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel itchy on his face. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a brilliant smile, even though he kept thinking earlier that once these two little fellows returned, he would surely teach them a good lesson. But at the moment that they really returned, his mood was completely replaced with happiness, and was utterly reluctant to teach the two little fellows a lesson. Duan Ling Tian grabbed the two little fellows from his shoulder and held them in his hand, then sized them up, and his face revealed a light smile. Even though you two little fellows haven't stepped into the half-step void stage, but it's obviously not far away. Looks like you two had some fortuitous gains in the primeval forest. Although the two little fellows had consumed quite a lot of 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only increase one's natural talent, and was unable to increase the cultivation. Relying on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of the rebirth martial emperor, Duanling Tian was able to perceive with a glance that the cultivation of these two little fellow now had obviously already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Compared to 5 months ago, they weren't just a little bit stronger. So, Duanling Tian could practically determine that these two little fellows had surely had some fortuitous gains within these 5 months' time. Earlier, the two auras that he'd sensed precisely belonged to them. Hiss hiss, the two little fellows held their small heads high as they swayed their heads at Duanling Tian, and their gold and silver eyes flickered with a luster of complacency. I know you two are formidable. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Little black, little white, were you two in the primeval forest all this time? Hiss hiss, right at this moment. Duanling Tian noticed that the two little pythons suddenly turned their heads. So it turns out that the two of you are called Little Black and Little White. No wonder you two didn't like the names I gave you two. A clear and melodious voice sounded out, causing Duanling Tian to feel refreshed. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian realized now that, because of the appearance of the two little pythons, he had actually neglected the yellow-clothed young girl before him. Duanling Tian once again scanned the young girl before him. The young girl's eyes ceaselessly moved about, and a sense of mischievousness was vaguely mixed within, giving one a cheeky feeling. The young girl's skin was snow-white and delicate, and rosy, better reflecting her charming countenance that was delicate and attractive, causing one to feel tender and protective towards her. Her body emitted a strand of light spirit energy, and within the spirit energy was a light fragrance mixed within, simply a unique treasure that the creator of life bestowed upon her. The young girl was around 15 or 16, and she stood there like a bloomed lotus flower, beautiful and refined, pure and bright, fresh and cute. With the appearance that the young girl revealed now, it was a wonder how much of a drop-dead gorgeous beauty she would become in a few years. May I ask, who are you? Duanling Tian took a deep breath, then withdrew his gaze from the young girl before asking in a light voice. He was convinced that since the two little pythons brought the young girl here, then they would surely trust the young girl very much. Moreover, his sharp spiritual force told him that this young girl didn't have any cultivation, and was only an extremely normal, ordinary person. The young girl being able to appear here was surely because the two little pythons brought her here. Even though he didn't know why the two little pythons would bring the young girl here. The yellow-clothed young girl revealed an innocent and charming smile when she heard Duanling Tian. She mischievously blinked her watery beautiful eyes that rippled like spring water, and was bright like the first ray of sunlight in spring. Big brother, I'm called Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai. Duanling Tian smiled. Such a pleasant name. Giggle. The young girl giggled when she heard Duanling Tian. Then her gaze descended onto the two little pythons on Duanling Tian's hand and asked curiously, Big brother, when did they start following by your side? Upon hearing the young girl, Duanling Tian lightly smiled and said, They started following by my side since birth. It's been more than 4 years. Duanling Tian's gaze became slightly distant, as if he'd returned to that time in Aurora City. The two little pythons were born in the Aurora City Li clan. No wonder they're so reluctant to part with you, and are unwilling to directly leave with me. The young girl muttered in a voice that only she herself could hear. What did you say? Duanling Tian heard that young girl seeming to be muttering something, but didn't hear it clearly, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. The young girl shook her head. Even when she wasn't laughing, her beautiful face still fully held a smiling expression, causing one to have an inexpressible fondness. Where the heck did Little White and Little Black bring this young girl back from? Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto the young girl's face and was slightly absent-minded as he muttered to himself in his heart. Big brother, what are you looking at? The young girl blinked her eyes that were clear like a lake, and had a pure and innocent face, as she asked curiously. Nothing. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The pureness of the young girl caused his heart to be calm like water. It was difficult for any intention to pollute her to arise in his heart, and he lightly smiled and asked, "Little sister, where's your home? Big brother will send you home." "I'm not called little sister. I'm called Xuanai Han Xuanai." The young girl pouted her cute small mouth, seeming to be angry, but her angry appearance made one feel tender and protective towards her. "All right, Xuanai." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He didn't fuss about it with a young girl and asked patiently, "Xuanai, where's your home?" "My home." Xuanai was like an adult and started pondering when she heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but crack a smile when he saw this, and at the same time he glared at the two little fellows in his hand, seeming to be asking, "Where the heck did you two kidnap her from?" Finally, Xuanai came back to her sense, and under Duan Ling Tian's gaze of anticipation, her cheeky eyes moved about as she slowly said, "Big brother, my home is at an extremely far place." Duan Ling Tian's face froze. "Extremely far place? Is this any different from not saying anything? Little black, little white, come." Right when Duan Ling Tian wanted to inquire a step further, Xuanai raised her hand, and the two little pythons that were on his hand flashed out to descend onto Xuanai's wrist, then flatteringly rubbed Xuanai's white wrist. This scene caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from being stunned. Among the two little girls, only Ku'er was able to make the two little fellows be like this. Even Li Fei, who had been together with the two little fellows for many years, was unable to make them be like that. Who the heck was this yellow-clothed young girl? Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that perhaps he'd underestimated the young girl from the beginning. Giggle. "So you two are called Little Black and Little White." Xuanai extended her wrist that was white like jade and lightly stroked the two little pythons as she giggled, then looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, "Big brother, when I named Little White as Little Silver, it only shook its head to express unwillingness. But when I named Little Black as Little Gold, why did it suddenly become restless? And Little White was the same. When it heard I called Little Black as Little Gold, it also—" Hiss hiss. Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when the two little pythons that were coiled on her rights had already become restless. "Look, they're restless again." Xuanai shook her head and smiled helplessly. "Little Gold." Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly strange when he heard Xuanai. He naturally knew the reason. Little Gold was the name of the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse by Ku'er's side, and these two little pythons had always taken Little Gold as their enemy, so they were naturally extremely sensitive to the name of Little Gold. Thus becoming restless because of this wasn't strange. "Xuanai, where exactly is your home? Tell Big Brother, and Big Brother will send you home." Duan Ling Tian looked at Xuanai and asked. He could imagine how her family would surely be worried for her after being out for so long. "Big brother, I've told you, my home is at an extremely far place. I came out with Qing Nu." Xuanai pouted her cute small mouth as she said, "Qing Nu." Duan Ling Tian naturally thought that the Qing Nu that Xuanai mentioned was surely the servant by her side. Earlier, he was able to discern that with Xuanai's disposition, she surely came from an extraordinary background. "Xuanai, then where is Qing Nu now? I'll send you over to look for her. She can't find you now and is surely extremely anxious." "Big brother, Qing Nu knows that I came to look for you with Little Black and Little White." Qing Nu originally wanted to come as well, but something came up at the last minute, so I brought Little Black and Little White here myself. Xuanai blinked her cheeky eyes as she slowly said, "Look for me." Duan Ling Tian's face froze when he heard Xuanai. "Yeah." Xuanai nodded. "Qing Nu wants to bring Little Black and Little White to leave with us, and Little Black and Little White want to leave with us as well. But they told Qing Nu that they wanted to seek your opinion, so I brought them over." Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when Duan Ling Tian's face went pale. Wanting to take the two little fellows from his side? "No. Little Black and Little White will absolutely not leave with the two of you." Duan Ling Tian's words were resolute and decisive, without leaving any room for discussion. As for what Xuanai said about Little Black and Little White wanting to leave with them, Duan Ling Tian utterly wouldn't believe it. What a joke! He'd watched as the two little pythons grew up, and it was impossible that they would choose to leave him. Moreover, what did the young girl say earlier? She seemed to have said that Little White and Little Black told Qing Nu that they were reluctant to leave him? Although Little Black and Little White were slightly capable of understanding human speech and feelings, but if one were to say that they communicated with someone or spoke with someone, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't believe it no matter what. As a person that had merged with the lifetime memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian deeply knew that nascent soul stage fierce beasts like the two little fellows would at most be capable of slightly understanding human speech and feelings, but it wasn't at the point they could directly communicate with humans, unless the one they faced wasn't human, and was instead a fierce beast. Or perhaps a demon beast. What the heck are you? Are you joking? Duan Ling Tian looked at the yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, and frowned. You said that Little White and Little Black spoke and communicated with Qing Nu, and said that they wanted to leave with you? Then ask them to tell me. You look to be quite young, but why did you learn to deceive others? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. He noticed that the young girl's expression instantly changed. Earlier she had a radiant smile on her face, but in this instant, she instead had eyes that contained tears that were about to drop, and her appearance seemed delicate and touching, making one feel tender and protective towards her. A bad premonition arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. As expected. Woo! Big brother is bad, you bullied me. Xuanai didn't deceive you. Xuanai didn't deceive you. The young girl started crying. Her tears seemed to flow unendingly, causing Duan Ling Tian to have a bitter smile on his face and was slightly flustered. All right, Xuanai didn't deceive me. Didn't deceive me. Big brother won't scold Xuanai. Don't cry. Don't cry. Unexpectedly, the moment Duan Ling Tian started to persuade her, the young girl started wailing, crying even louder than before. Duan Ling Tian frowned. The young girl was crying so loudly. If there was someone on the peak of Migra's peak, wouldn't it be heard by someone? Then isn't a good thing. Xuanai, don't cry, be good. It's Big Brother who's at fault. Big Brother is sorry. Okay? Duan Ling Tian helplessly gave in. He really was helpless against this cute and mischievous young girl that cried instantly without any signs. Really? The young girl temporarily stopped crying and blinked her cheeky eyes that were filled with tears as she asked Duan Ling Tian. Really? Duan Ling Tian helplessly nodded. Duan Ling Tian regretted it in the next moment. Giggle. The young girl wiped off her tears and giggled. Her pair of cheeky eyes emitted a sense of cunning, without a sign of the tender appearance earlier that caused one to be protective towards her. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly, as he knew he fell into her trap. Big brother, what's your name? Xuanai blinked her intelligent eyes as she asked Duan Ling Tian. I'm called Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian slowly said. Duan Ling Tian? Xuanai started pondering like a little adult, then smiled like a flower when she came back to her senses, and the two dimple on her immature face were cute. Xuanai will call Big Brother as Big Brother Ling Tian from now on. Okay? Big Brother Ling Tian. Big Brother Ling Tian. Then it's decided. How would Duan Ling Tian dare say no? He was truly afraid of the young girl's skill in crying at a whim. Even the actors in Duan Ling Tian's previous life on Earth would surely be unable to compare to her in crying. Truly a cry baby. Of course, Duan Ling Tian only dared think like this in his heart, as if he were to say it out. He didn't know what sort of consequences it would bring about. Xuanai, you said earlier that Little Black and Little White spoke to Qing Nu? Qing Nu is really able to understand Little Black and Little White. Duan Ling Tian recalled the matter from before, and the young girl spoke in an orderly fashion, not seeming to be lying. Big Brother Ling Tian, you're going to say Xuanai lied again? A strand of mist once again appeared in Xuanai's cheeky eyes, assuming a manner that if Duan Ling Tian dared say yes, then she would start wailing again. No, absolutely not. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly waved his hand. The thing he was most unable to bear to see was a girl cry, and moreover it was such a cute and young girl that caused one to feel protective towards. I only asked. If you're unwilling to say, then don't. Giggle. The young girl giggled. Then her eyes narrowed, curving into two crescents. Big brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu is different from us. We are humans, but she isn't human. So she can communicate with little black and little white. Isn't human? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stupefied when he heard the young girl. Xuan Ai, what do you mean by this? Big brother Ling Tian, you're too stupid. Aya. Big brother Ling Tian is so stupid. Stupid to death. Qing Nu isn't human. So she's naturally a demon beast. She ought to be able to be considered as a demon beast. Xuan Ai playfully nodded as her cheeky eyes revolved. And as she finished, her voice became lower and lower. Demon beast. What the young girl said caused Duan Ling Tian to heave a sigh of relief, then smiled bitterly. So it turns out that it's a demon beast that's following by your side. You called her Qing Nu, and I thought that she's a servant of yours. Although he spoke like this, but Duan Ling Tian's heart surged with waves of shock. Demon beast. An existence that could be called a demon beast. Even the weakest was an existence at the void-prying stage. This young girl that didn't have a shred of cultivation in his opinion, actually had a demon beast following by her side? Who the heck is she? Having a demon beast following by her side. Moreover, that demon beast faithfully carried out its duty to follow by the side of a young girl without cultivation. It was obviously a demon beast that had been completely tamed. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a power that could tame a demon beast to this extent could be counted with a single hand. Aya, big brother Ling Tian. Let little black and little white follow me and Qing Nu and leave. Look at them, they followed Qing Nu and cultivated for a period of time and had already broken through 2 levels. If they were to follow Qing Nu and leave, their cultivation would surely advance even quicker. Xuan Ai had a face full of anticipation as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then seeming to have thought of something, she giggled. Big brother Ling Tian, if you're reluctant to part with little black and little white, then follow us. Xuan Ai is so bored, as I normally don't have anyone to accompany me to play. As she finished speaking, Xuan Ai extended her hand to hold on to Duan Ling Tian's arm, then lightly swayed it, and her intelligent eyes were once again covered in a layer of mist. Duan Ling Tian smiled helplessly. Now that he knew the Qing Nu that Xuan Ai mentioned was a demon beast, he knew that what Xuan Ai said earlier wasn't a lie. He took a deep breath and looked at the 2 little pythons as he lightly asked, Little black, little white, you 2 little fellows really want to follow Xuan Ai and Qing Nu to leave? Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons flicked their tongues, and their eyes revealed traces of reluctance, but they still nodded. Duan Ling Tian forcefully endured his surging mood as he took a breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian once again opened his eyes and nodded heavily. I understand. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes seemed slightly wet. In his heart, he'd made an extremely difficult choice. Even though the 2 little fellows were only fierce beasts, but during these few years of being together, he'd long since taken the 2 little fellows to be like his own children. Now that they wanted to leave, Duan Ling Tian naturally was reluctant. But Duan Ling Tian also understood that if the 2 little fellows were to follow him, the advancement of their cultivations would surely be inferior to if they followed a demon beast. Even though he possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, but he only possessed scanty knowledge towards the cultivation of demon beasts. Thus, in terms of cultivating, he could only provide assistance like medicinal pills to the 2 little fellows, and was utterly unable to help in any other things. With his 2 lifetimes of experience, Duan Ling Tian deeply knew that it might not be a good thing to grasp on tightly and not let go of some matters or things. The 2 little fellows had followed him for a few years, and he understood their temperament extremely well. If it wasn't for them feeling they would have a better future from following by the side of Qing Nu, otherwise, they would absolutely not leave him. Big brother Ling Tian. The nearby Xuan Ai seemed to have sensed Duan Ling Tian's mood that had a sense of loss, and she said in a light voice, Follow us as well. As she spoke, Xuan Ai's eyes revealed a trace of hope. I won't be following all of you. Duanling Tian shook his head, then lightly smiled to Xuanai. Xuanai, although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what type of demon beast that Qing Nu is, but since Little Black and Little White want to leave with you too, I presume they have their own reason. They've made their decision, and I won't stop them. I only hope that you and Qing Nu can be good to them in the future. As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian sighed. The two little pythons were currently like a kite in his hand. If he didn't let go, they would only fly that high forever. But if he let go, they can fly even high, even flying up high to soar in the sky. Big brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu is very good to Little Black and Little White, and I'm even better to them. Xuanai had a slight sense of loss when she heard Duanling Tian refusing to follow them, but she quickly rearranged her mood and nodded solemnly like a little adult. Hiss hiss, seeming to have realized that farewells were at hand. The two little pythons were slightly restless and uneasy as they stared at Duanling Tian. At the same time that their tails moved, their eyes rotated as well, seeming to be expressing some sort of feeling. You two want to say your farewells to Ku Er and Li Fei? Duanling Tian asked slightly uncertainly. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons ceaselessly nodded their small heads. Duanling Tian lightly smiled, then stroked the small heads of the two little fellows. Ku Er and Little Fei didn't dote on the two of you for nothing, but Ku Er hasn't returned yet, so the two of you are temporarily unable to see her. As for Little Fei, never mind. I'll tell her for the two of you. Duanling Tian let out a long breath of air, then raised his hand. Go! Hiss hiss, the two little pythons once again glanced reluctantly at Duanling Tian, then flashed out to descend into Xuanai's hand. Let's go! Duanling Tian brought Xuanai to the tilted tree, intending to bring Xuanai along to ascend the peak of the mountain. After all, Xuanai was only an ordinary person. This was what his sharp spiritual force told him, but Duanling Tian was completely dumbstruck in the next moment. Big brother Ling Tian, I'll bring Little Black and Little White to come look for you to play in the future. We're going. Xuanai reluctantly waved her hand at Duanling Tian as she held onto the two little pythons, and directly stepped onto the air to rise and float mid-air, soaring in the sky to fly into the distance as she waved at Duanling Tian. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons hung on Xuanai's white wrists as they ceaselessly nodded to Duanling Tian, and their eyes had a sheen of reluctance to part with him mixed within, but unfortunately, even until they were flown out of Duanling Tian's line of sight by Xuanai, Duanling Tian's attention didn't descend onto them, only because at this moment, Duanling Tian stood stupefied on the tilted tree. Xuanai is a void stage expert. Duanling Tian couldn't help but fiercely gulp down a mouthful of saliva, and the shock in his heart was at its limit. The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, gave him too huge of a shock. When Han Xuanai had only just appeared, Duanling Tian's spiritual force didn't notice a trace of something amiss in her, and even determined that Han Xuanai was only an extremely ordinary young girl. But earlier, the scene of Han Xuanai controlling the air to fly and leave allowed him to deeply realize that he'd misjudged her. Not only was Han Xuanai not an ordinary young girl, but she was a formidable void stage expert. Logically speaking, with my current spiritual force, if I was facing a martial artist face-to-face, then even if it was a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist, I would still be able to slightly pry into the martial artist's cultivation. I was unable to discern Xuanai's cultivation, unless she's an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Or perhaps she used some sort of secret technique to conceal the aura of her void stage cultivation's aura. Duanling Tian currently pondered a myriad of thoughts and ideas, and his state of mind still hadn't recovered. Comparing these two possibilities, he leant more towards the latter. Han Xuanai was a void-prying stage expert, and she used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation and make his spiritual force be unable to discern it. If it was the former, it was truly difficult for Duanling Tian to imagine, and was beyond belief. Because, according to the lifetime worth of memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, it wasn't impossible to step into the void-prying stage at the age of 15 or 16, just like some of the formidable powers that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Their resources were incomparably abundant, and the treasures of heaven and earth that they'd stored and accumulated were countless. Even calling them extremely rich wasn't sufficient to describe them. The wealth they possessed was something that even martial emperors would covet. Of course, at the same time that these powers controlled so much of treasures of heaven and earth, their reserves were extremely terrifying, and there was no lack of existences at the martial emperor stage within those powers. If these formidable powers were willing to put emphasis on fostering a descendant, then they were completely able to use the countless treasures of heaven and earth on the descendant. Thus, allowing one to step into the void-prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't difficult, although extremely rare throughout Cloud Continent, but a 15 or 16-year-old void-prying stage martial artist wasn't non-existent. However, according to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, a 15 or 16-year-old void initiation stage martial artist was practically impossible, because it wasn't purely the transformation of one's strength when going from the void-prying stage to the void initiation stage, and was a transformation of a type of force. Precisely because of this, it was possible for a 15 or 16-year-old 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist to appear, but a 15 or 16-year-old first-level void initiation stage martial artist was practically impossible, because that transformation of force related to comprehension. Comprehension was normally said, comprehension in the martial Tao. Comprehension in the martial Tao was separate from natural talent in the martial Tao, but they were both supplementary to each other. Just like martial artists below the void-prying stage, if their comprehension ability was high, then the speed they cultivated martial skills and the advancement of martial skills was extremely swift. Conversely, if their comprehension ability was low, then the speed they cultivated martial skill and the advancement of martial skill would be extremely slow. As for martial artists at the void-prying stage or above, the level of comprehension ability even affected the comprehension of force. So, when a martial artist cultivated, natural talent and comprehension ability could not be lacked. A person's cultivation could be piled up by countless treasures of heaven and earth, but would at most be piled up until the 9th level of the void-prying stage. Because once one steps into the 9th level of the void-prying stage, if the comprehension of force hasn't reached a certain level, then it would be impossible to break through to the void initiation stage. All this was something Duanling Tian found out from the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. And according to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, even if a 15 or 16-year-old martial artist's comprehension was any higher, it would still be impossible to comprehend force to the extent of being able to break through to the void initiation stage. So, Duanling Tian determined that Han Xuanai ought to be in existence at the void-prying stage, and wasn't a void initiation stage expert. After all, Han Xuanai was too young. Young to the point it was shocking. But even then, the shock in Duanling Tian's heart was still as before, and was difficult to calm down. A 15 or 16-year-old void-prying stage. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth, as he suddenly felt that compared to Han Xuanai, his cultivation was nothing. No wonder Han Xuanai said her home was at an extremely far place. A power that's able to foster a 15 or 16-year-old void-prying stage expert is surely a formidable power in the foreign lands. To think that I was still guessing from which top power in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom she came from. As he finished thinking, Duanling Tian laughed in self-ridicule as he realized that he had still underestimated Xuanai. Also, no wonder those two little fellows wanted to follow Xuanai and that Qing Nu. Xuanai's strength is already so strong. Since that Qing Nu is a demon beast that's guarding by her side, it would surely be an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps it's a void initiation stage demon beast. Or perhaps a void interpretation stage demon beast. Or even a void transformation stage demon beast. Duanling Tian let out a breath of cold air, and he truly realized how terrifying Xuanai's background was. Who the heck is Xuanai? And what sort of identity does she have? At the same time that Duanling Tian's heart was filled with shock, it was also filled with curiosity. Xuanai was too mysterious. Mysterious to the point it caused one to be shocked in their heart. After some time, Duanling Tian returned to his senses and let out a breath of air, then returned into the stalactite cave. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but think about the two little pythons. and his face revealed trace of a bitter smile. Parting with the two little fellows today, he wondered when they would meet again. At that time, I wonder to what extent they would have grown. A trace of anticipation arose within Duanling Tian's heart. Anticipation towards seeing the two little pythons again in the future. After being silent for a while, Duanling Tian returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. Profound origin fruit. Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian withdrew a spirit fruit from his spatial ring. The biggest gain he obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. As for the other prizes for the first place in the outer court martial competition, it was nothing more than a pile of origin-strengthening pills and some other medicinal pills. In the eyes of ordinary outer court disciples, these medicinal pills would perhaps be extremely valuable, but in the eyes of Duanling Tian, they were a pile of trash. A pile of trash medicinal pills with purity that caused him to feel extremely dissatisfied. I'll go to the trade hall later and sell away these medicinal pills. At the same time that Duanling Tian planned in his heart, his gaze descended onto the spirit fruit in his hand. This spirit fruit, the profound origin fruit, was completely milky white, and its surface flickered with a light sheen. One was able to see how extraordinary it was with just a glance. Duanling Tian took up the profound origin fruit and directly took a bite. The juices of the profound origin fruit were cool and refreshing as it entered the mouth, and the flesh of the fruit dissolved upon entering his mouth. After a short moment, Duanling Tian had completely eaten the profound origin fruit in a few bites, and at the same time, a warm energy circulated along the circulation pathways of the WYRM Python form mental cultivation method. Time after time, without stopping in the slightest, after an unknown amount of time, Duanling Tian could clearly feel that the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was gradually merging with the origin energy in his body at an extremely swift speed. After his origin energy merged with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it gradually strengthened. His cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage that he had broken through to not long ago was increasing at the extremely swift speed. Before long, it was at the bottleneck before the 7th level of the origin core stage. Because the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage was a divide, so this bottleneck could be said to be the biggest cultivation bottleneck for an origin core stage martial artist. Once he charged through this bottleneck, his strength would increase by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Although the first charge through the bottleneck wasn't successful, but Duanling Tian wasn't anxious. Only a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been utilized. The second charge. The bottleneck loosened, but wasn't broken through. The third charge. Still a little bit more. Even Duanling Tian didn't know how many times he charged at the bottleneck, and only until the 2/3 of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was used did the vast origin energy within his body surge to eventually charge through that bottleneck. The bottleneck was charged through, and all his origin energy experienced a tremendous change. The origin energy poured into the Dantian, and the origin core within the Dantian underwent a change, and it enlarged slightly. 7th level of the origin core stage. Duanling Tian's mood surged and was slightly excited. He never imagined that it had only been a few days since he broke through, and he relied on a treasure of heaven and earth that could be chanced upon by luck but not sought for like the profound origin fruit, to once again break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. All of this seemed like a dream to him, but Duanling Tian was clear in his heart that all this wasn't a dream. He didn't awaken from his cultivation, because a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit still remained. The profound origin fruit was a miraculous spirit fruit, but its medicinal strength was extremely volatile. If Duanling Tian didn't absorb these medicinal strength now, then probably not even half would remain of it in another few days. The profound origin fruit was unable to compare to the monkey wine and monkey king wine after all. The latter was brewed by the stone monkeys, and had already condensed the medicinal strength of various spirit fruits together. It wasn't much different to a medicinal pill. Whereas the profound origin fruit was a natural spirit fruit that hadn't been tampered with in any way. Once this type of spirit fruit was consumed, one must completely absorb its medicinal strength at this first possible moment. Continue cultivating. The origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body continued to strengthen, and when it was soon to approach the bottleneck to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was finally completely absorbed by him. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. A fierce and sharp bright light flashed within. 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly became fierce, as if transforming into a sword, and directly flashed out. In an instant, swoosh, in the air above Duan Ling Tian, a total of 111 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were lifelike condensed into form. Relying solely on his own strength, Duan Ling Tian possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than an ordinary 7th-level origin core stage martial artists, and the strength of 1 ancient mammoth more than an ordinary 8th-level origin core stage martial artist. Even a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist only possessed the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Only a strength of 9 ancient mammoths more than me. Even though I don't know how much the quake energy has advanced now, but I can be sure that even if my quake energy didn't advance once I exert my full strength, it would be impossible for even a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist to be a match for me. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Even if a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist relied on a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 30%, the offensive strength would increase to the strength of 156 ancient mammoths, where even if Duan Ling Tian only relied on the grade 7 spirit sword he possessed currently, he would still be able to increase his offensive strength to the strength of 140 ancient mammoths, a difference of the strength of 16 ancient mammoths from the former. This bit of difference could completely be made up for by the quake energy. With my current strength, once I utilize the quake energy that the WYRM Python form bestowed upon me, I'm practically undefeatable under the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian was extremely sure of this. I wonder to what extent the quake energy has advanced. I'll find some time to head to the primeval forest to test it out on some fierce beasts. Duan Ling Tian stood up and intended to leave the stalactite cave. Drip. Right at this moment, a clear sound entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian glanced over, and he noticed that the 10,000-year stalactite had actually dripped down a drop of milk. It's been nearly half a year since the last time the 10,000-year stalactite milk dropped. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then withdrew a pill bottle, and put away this drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. Then he left the stalactite cave and left the peak of Migres Peak. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian appeared nearby the trade hall. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples would reveal gazes of reverence as they looked at him, and some of the Migres Peak disciples that were nearby to him even respectfully and fervently greeted him. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded along his way, causing all the Migres Peak disciples to be as if being bathed in spring breeze, and their faces all revealed brilliant smiled. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is really a nice person, actually lightly smiling in reply to us. Yeah, as the current number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, senior brother Duan Ling Tian doesn't have the slightest haughtiness. Too difficult to come by. Humph. I still remember that Sure How wasn't as capable as senior brother Duan Ling Tian, but was extremely arrogant. Like the heavens were the greatest and he was number 2. That Sure How deserved death. Number 1 disciple in the outer court. Is he even worthy? Exactly, if senior brother Duan Ling Tian was born earlier by 2 years, and entered our 7-star sword sect earlier by 2 years, then the number 1 disciple in the outer court would entirely have nothing to do with Sure How. The Migres Peak disciples were fervent like fire as they ceaselessly praised Duan Ling Tian. Their voices weren't loud, but Duan Ling Tian was walking towards the trade hall still heard them. Duan Ling Tian only shook his head and smiled towards this. Incomparably poised. In his previous life as a king of weapon specialists and a king of mercenaries, he heard similar praises countless times. He'd long since become immune to it. Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the trade hall, and the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all greeted him respectfully in succession. Duanling Tian nodded and replied with a light smile, then proclaimed his reason for coming here. I intend to sell away all the prizes from the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Is anyone interested? The prizes from the first place in the outer court martial competition. Sell away? The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples were all stunned when they heard Duanling Tian. Senior brother Duanling Tian, could it be that you intend to sell the profound origin fruit as well? One of the Migres Peak disciples had a burning gaze as he stared at Duanling Tian. Profound origin fruit? Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard this Migres Peak disciple. In next to no time, Duanling Tian noticed that the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all stared at him with burning gazes now, obviously filled with interest towards the profound origin fruit. The profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that's able to allow an 8th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. If it was given to an origin core stage martial artist with a low cultivation, it was even able to allow one to break through 2 levels in one go. Senior brother Duanling Tian, if you're selling the profound origin fruit as well, then I'm willing to pay 300,000 gold. In next to no time, a Migres Peak disciple voiced out. This Migres Peak disciple had clear and fair skin, with an extraordinary bearing. Obviously he had an extraordinary background. 300,000 gold was 30 million silver. It was a huge amount. Humph! To think that you would actually take out such a bit of money. That is a profound origin fruit, a spirit fruit that could be chanced upon by luck but not sought for. Senior brother Duanling Tian, I'll pay 1 million gold. Another Migres Peak disciple said. This Migres Peak disciple obviously had an extraordinary background. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to casually throw out so much money. 1 million gold? For a time, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar. 1 million gold was equivalent to 100 million silver. Laughable. Right at this moment, another Migres Peak disciple looked at the Migres Peak disciple that placed a price of 1 million gold. Then sneered. You said earlier that junior brother offering a price of 300,000 gold is cheap. Could it be that you think a price of 1 million gold isn't cheap? That's a profound origin fruit. A thing that is priceless. As he spoke up to hear, this Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression. I still remember that 3 years ago, a profound origin fruit had appeared in an auction house in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. At that time, it was auctioned to a high price of 3 million gold. 3 million gold. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were slightly numbed. The Migres Peak disciple that was ridiculed earlier sneered as he said, Humph! You said my price of 1 million gold is cheap. I'm curious, what price can you offer? Me? The Migres Peak disciple that had just ridiculed the other disciple instantly started laughing, then looked at Duanling Tian and cupped his fists. Senior brother Duanling Tian, so long as you say the word, I, Yi Xiaobei, am willing to use 10 million gold to buy all the prizes you obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. 10 million gold. The surroundings went deathly silent as soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking. Even Duanling Tian, who intended to explain that he'd consumed the profound origin fruit, was now shocked. 10 million gold straight away. Eft. The Migres Peak disciple that offered a price of 1 million gold earlier laughed in ridicule when he heard Yi Xiaobei. You said 10 million gold? Then it's 10 million gold? Who doesn't know how to make a verbal statement without any proof? I can say I'm willing to offer a price of 20 million gold to buy the prizes for the first place of the outer court martial competition in senior brother Duanling Tian's possession. As soon as this Migres Peak disciple finished speaking, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples nodded in agreement. Exactly, who know if this Yi Xiaobei is really able to produce so much gold? Verbal statement without any proof? Yi Xiaobei's face sank when he heard this Migres Peak disciple, and quickly walked over to stand before the disciple. What? Getting angry from embarrassment after I exposes you? The Migres Peak disciple looked at Yi Xiaobei who was before him and sneered. You said earlier that I gave a verbal statement without any proof? And you think that I can't produce 10 million gold, right? Yi Xiaobei looked at the Migra's peak disciple before him, and his gaze went cold. Then he raised his hand and a stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Yi Xiaobei moved extremely quickly and flung out the stack of gold bills onto the Migra's peak disciple's face with a bang, slapping out a nosebleed on the Migra's peak disciple. The gold bills scattered all over the floor. You! The Migra's peak disciple was enraged and was just about to attack Yi Xiaobei. That was 1 million gold bills earlier. Now, it's 2 million. The Migra's peak disciple didn't even have the chance to attack when Yi Xiaobei withdrew another stack of gold bills, and with a bang, he once again flung it onto the Migra's peak disciple's face. Bang! 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 A total of 10 stacks of gold bills were withdrawn by Yi Xiaobei, then successively flung onto the face of the Migra's peak disciple. Meanwhile, the rage of the Migra's peak disciple that Yi Xiaobei flung gold bills on to the point he was muddled had now completely vanished. His heart was trembling as he gazed at the gold bills with a 10,000 denomination on the floor. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold at one go wasn't someone he could offend. How about it? Are you convinced now? Do you need me to take out another 10 million gold for you to see? Yi Xiaobei looked down upon the Migra's peak disciple with a bloodied face as he spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. No, no need, no need. The Migra's peak disciple was terrified, completely terrified. Duanling Tian stood nearby and was now stunned as he saw the scene before him. Needless to say, to a certain extent, this Yi Xiaobei character would really get along with Duanling Tian's character. The stacks of gold bills sounded out with bangs as they were flung out, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling slightly amused. This Migra's peak disciple looked down upon others, and now brought disgrace onto himself. The surrounding Migra's peak disciples had long since been dumbstruck. The ground full of 10,000 denomination gold bills totaled 10 million gold. It was still the first time they had seen so much money in their entire lifetime. For a moment, their gazes towards Yi Xiaobei were completely different. It was absolutely impossible that a person who's able to take out 10 million gold and do this would be an ordinary person. Still not picking up these gold bills for me? Under Yi Xiaobei's angry gaze, the Migra's peak disciple with a bloodied face hurriedly squatted down and started to obediently pick up the pile of gold bills. Yi Xiaobei, right? Duanling Tian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. I forgot to add earlier that what I was to sell is the prizes besides the profound origin fruit. Those origin strengthening pills and the other medicinal pills aren't worth so much money. You should put away all this money. What caused Duanling Tian to be surprised was that Yi Xiaobei's expression didn't change as he shook his head and smiled. Senior brother Duanling Tian, you're joking. Even if there's no profound origin fruit, I'm still willing to offer a price of 10 million gold to buy the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition. Just take it as Yi Xiaobei, making friends with you. How about it? The surroundings went into an uproar as soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking. All the Migra's peak disciples were completely stunned. Although the prizes for the first place of the outer court martial competition isn't bad, but besides the profound origin fruit, it would at most be worth 10,000 gold. Now, this Yi Xiaobei actually wanted to spend 10 million gold to buy something worth 10,000 gold. Is this Yi Xiaobei stupid? This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Migra's peak disciples that were present. After all, as far as they were concerned, unless one was stupid, otherwise it was impossible to do such an absurd thing. Even if one had even more money, this wasn't the way to use it. Of course, they only dares think like this in their hearts, and no one dared say it out loud. Some Migra's peak disciples glanced at Yi Xiaobei in admiration. They were able to perceive that Yi Xiaobei spending 10 million gold to buy Duanling Tian's prizes was fake, and he wanting to be friends with Duanling Tian was the true thing. With the natural talent in the martial Tao that Duanling Tian revealed now, he would surely be an unsurpassed figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom once he matures in the future. Once Duanling Tian stands at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not to mention 10 million gold. Even if it was 100 million gold, Duanling Tian still might disregard it. Making friends with Duanling Tian at this time was undoubtedly the wisest choice. 10 million gold was only a wager Yi Xiaobei placed on Duanling Tian. In the future, when Duanling Tian matured, they could imagine that with his status as a friend of Duanling Tian's, there would probably be no one in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that would dare offend him. These 10 million gold, you keep it. Duanling Tian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. He was naturally able to guess Yi Xiaobei's intentions, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion towards Yi Xiaobei's boldness. 10 million gold. After all, even all the wealth in his possession now would only be 40 million gold in total. More than half of it was contributed to him by the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City's branch president, Xiaguang, at that time in Black Wind City. Yi Xiaobei was stunned when he saw Duanling Tian refusing him. Then he deeply glanced at Duanling Tian. Senior brother Duanling Tian isn't an ordinary person as expected. You're able to remain composed even when facing 10 million gold. But this 10 million gold is a token of my regard to senior brother Duanling Tian. Just take it as a meeting gift, how about it? I hope senior brother Duanling Tian can accept it. In terms of age, Yi Xiaobei was older than Duanling Tian by 1 or 2 years, but now when faced with Duanling Tian, he considered himself to be a junior brother. Because he was clear in his heart that Duanling Tian had the qualification. Meeting gift. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. I can't accept this meeting gift. If you have the intention, then spend 10,000 gold and buy those medicinal pills from the first place's prize in the outer court martial competition. How about it? Yi Xiaobei seemed to have realized Duanling Tian's resolution and nodded. I'll listen to senior brother Duanling Tian. In next to no time, Duanling Tian withdrew the medicinal pills he obtained from the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition and passed it to Yi Xiaobei, then put away a 10,000 denomination gold bill. He then smiled to Yi Xiaobei and intended to leave. Farewell, senior brother Duanling Tian. Suddenly, Yi Xiaobei stopped Duanling Tian. Is there something else? Duanling Tian turned around to look at Yi Xiaobei with an uncertain expression. Senior brother Duanling Tian, you can look for me, Yi Xiaobei. If you need any help in the future, I can't help you with anything great, but so long as it's something that can be settled with money, then it isn't a problem to me, Yi Xiaobei. Yi Xiaobei looked at Duanling Tian and slowly said. His speech was filled with confidence. So long as it's something that can be settled with money, then it isn't a problem? Needless to say, Yi Xiaobei was extremely arrogant. But the entire crowd of Migre's peak disciples, including Duanling Tian, all knew that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Not only did this Yi Xiaobei fling out 10 million gold onto the face of the Migre's peak disciple that doubted him, he even threatened that if the Migre's peak disciple wanted to see another 10 million gold, he could still take out another 10 million. In other words, the wealth that Yi Xiaobei brought around with him surpassed 20 million gold. Thank you. Duanling Tian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei, then turned and left. Since Yi Xiaobei had spoken like this, he accepted Yi Xiaobei's kindness. Moreover, Yi Xiaobei's character really got along with his. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobei put away the 10 million gold. As for the Migre's peak disciple that helped Yi Xiaobei pick up the gold that lay scattered all over the ground, he now stood nearby, not even daring to breathe heavily, as he was deeply afraid that Yi Xiaobei would make him pay for his actions after being done with Duanling Tian. However, Yi Xiaobei didn't have the intention to look for trouble with the Migre's peak disciple again, and only coldly swept the Migre's peak disciple with his gaze. Scram! The latter fled in panic when he heard this, not daring to stay for a single moment. And it was also from this moment onwards that the crowd of Migre's peak disciples found out that hidden within the Migre's peak was a Migre's peak disciple called Yi Xiaobei who had an extraordinary background. A few days later, Duanling Tian's mood had walked out from the gloominess from the two little pythons leaving. Little black, little white, you two have to work hard. Otherwise, perhaps I will surpass the two of you when we meet next. Duanling Tian stood on the tilted tree and gazed at the direction the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, took the two little pythons and left towards, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of anticipation. He anticipated meeting to two little pythons once again. At that time, they ought to have matured. With my current strength, I ought to be able to participate in the inner court test and become an inner court disciple. Duanling Tian slightly pondered, then planned to go inquire about the next inner court test. Unexpectedly, he had only just arrived at the trade hall when he saw an old man walking towards him. This old man wasn't inferior. The Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Wuxia. Duanling Tian. Wuxia had a face full of smiles when he saw Duanling Tian once again. He had heard of Duanling Tian killing Shi Hao in one go a few days ago and seizing the first place in the outer court martial competition while becoming the #1 disciple in the outer court. He still remembered that when he had just heard of this news at that time, he was stupefied for quite a long time. At that time, there was only one thought in his heart. Unbelievable. An outer court disciples he had personally brought into Migres Peak half a year ago had become the #1 disciple in the outer court after half a year. In connection with this, he even obtained a reward the Migres Peak's Peak Master bestowed to him. He was clear in his heart that all this was something that Duanling Tian gave him. So, when he faced Duanling Tian now, he completely treated Duanling Tian as an equal. Elder Wuxia. Duanling Tian lightly smiled to Wuxia. Duanling Tian, I really never imagined that your strength was so formidable. Wuxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and he looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze. Then Wuxia said, I've waited for you for 2 days but didn't see you appear, and I don't know where your place of cultivation is. Looks like even your place of cultivation is concealed very deeply. As he finished speaking, Wuxia glanced deeply at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian laughed and didn't provide any further explanation, and asked curiously, Elder Wuxia, you waited for me for 2 days? Do you have something you're looking for me for? It isn't me who's looking for you. Wuxia shook his head. Then, Duanling Tian had a wondering expression. It's the Peak Master that wants to see you. Wuxia didn't beat around the bush and directly went straight to the point. Peak Master. Duanling Tian's brows slightly jerked. Which Peak Master? Wuxia smiled. Naturally, it's the Peak Master of our Migres Peak. Are you free now? If you're free, then I'll take you the Migres Hall in Dubhe Peak to see the Peak Master right now. Since the Peak Master knew that you killed Shi Hao to become the #1 disciple in the outer court, and brought honor to Migres Peak, the Peak Master wanted to meet you in person. Migres Peak's Master? Duanling Tian nodded. I don't have anything to do. Since the Peak Master summons, then Elder Wuxia, please lead the way. Although he had been in the Migres Peak for half a year, he hadn't met the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He was rather curious towards that mysterious Peak Master of Migres Peak. Okay. Wuxia nodded, then walked shoulder to shoulder with Duanling Tian to leave Migres Peak, then stepped onto the chain bridge to head towards Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duanling Tian saw a group of people gather together, and were walking towards Migres Peak. The person in the lead was an old friend of Duanling Tian's, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. At the moment that Duanling Tian noticed Zhao Lin noticed him as well. Their gazes competed with each other without actual battle. They were on par with each other. 2 Migres Peak disciples followed behind Zhao Lin, and now that they saw Duanling Tian and Wuxia, they respectfully greeted. Senior brother Duanling Tian, Elder Wuxia, Zhao Lin. These are the new outer court disciples this time? Wuxia's gaze descended onto the 20 young men that were behind Zhao Lin and the 2 other Migres Peak disciples. These 20 young men were all in casual clothes, and were now looking around, filled with curiously towards everything before their eyes. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth when he saw these 20 young men, as if he saw himself from half a year ago. Yes. Zhao Lin nodded, then withdrew the chilly gaze he looked at Duanling Tian with before turning around to look at the group of hot-headed young men behind him. This is Elder Wuxia. He's an outer court elder of our Migres Peak as well. Are all of you still not saluting him? The 20 hothead young men that had just passed the 7-star sword sex outer court test shuddered, then hurriedly saluted Wuxia. Greetings, Elder Wuxia. Wuxia lightly nodded, then introduced Duanling Tian, who was beside him. This is your senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother? For a moment, the outer court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect all frowned as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. He's only a little over 20, right? Senior brother. Humph. He merely entered the sect earlier than us. His strength might not even be stronger than us, and he wants us to call him senior brother. Exactly. This young kid, on what basis is he our senior brother? When faced with Duan Ling Tian now, the 20 hot-headed young men all refused to give him a glance. Lu Qiu frowned when he saw this, then looked at Zhao Lin, seeming to want Zhao Lin to teach a lesson to these kids that had an exaggerated opinion of their ability. But Zhao Lin only smiled lightly and did nothing. Ask him to help Duan Ling Tian? Was that possible? Elder Lu Qiu, let's go. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and said to Lu Qiu. He utterly disregarded what these new Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples said. Lu Qiu glanced at Zhao Lin and was slightly displeased. Then when he heard Duan Ling Tian, he nodded. Okay. Since Duan Ling Tian didn't make a fuss about it, then he didn't have any reason to fuss about it with these new Migres Peak outer court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect. Why, afraid of being found out? Senior brother? Isn't he afraid of us now? Some of the new disciples couldn't refrain from laughing extremely complacently. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. He didn't fuss about it with these new disciples earlier because there was no need to. The height that he stood at had long since been different from these new disciples. If he were to make a fuss about it, then it would seem to be a loss of bearing, and would undoubtedly amount to bullying the weak. But now, these new disciples actually went on and on. Did they really think he was nice to bully? Afraid of being found out? Afraid of all of you? Duan Ling Tian abruptly turned around, and his icy cold gaze flashed past all of the 20 new disciples. Just all of you are worthy of that? Just all of you are worthy of that. Duan Ling Tian's voice was like a thunderclap, causing the 20 new disciples to be muddled. After a short amount of time, they returned to their senses, and were all enraged from embarrassment. Kid, do you think that because you entered the Seven-Star Sword sect before us that you actually have the qualification to be our senior brother? A face of a new disciple around the age of 23 or 24 sank, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Exactly. The Cloud Continent has always stressed upon respecting the strong. If you want to be our senior brother, then your strength must be stronger than us. Just a little whelp that's a little over 20 like you. Do you believe that I only need one hand to throw you down from here? Another new disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Even though the other new disciples didn't speak, but their gazes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian now all expressed the same meaning. They looked down on Duan Ling Tian. They didn't think that Duan Ling Tian's strength was able to be stronger than them. Only a mere outer court disciple that a little over 20. The two Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin were all dumbstruck. This group of hot-headed young men actually dared be so arrogant before senior brother Duan Ling Tian? Even the two of them had to reverently and respectfully call out senior brother Duan Ling Tian when they met Duan Ling Tian. But these hot-headed young men hadn't even arrived at Migres Peak, and had already offended the number 1 outer court disciple of their Migres Peak. No, it ought to be have offended the number 1 outer court disciple in the Seven-Star Sword sect. As far as they were concerned, these hot-headed young men were simple courting death. For a moment, they intended to shout at these hot-headed young men. Could it be that these hot-headed young men didn't hear them greeting Duan Ling Tian respectfully and reverently as senior brother Duan Ling Tian? But they hadn't even opened their mouths when they were stopped by Zhao Lin's fierce gaze. Although they didn't know why Zhao Lin wanted to stop them, but since Zhao Lin had interfered, they naturally could only obediently shut their mouths. Even though Duan Ling Tian was the number 1 disciple in their Seven-Star Sword sect's outer court, but in terms of strength and status, it was impossible for him to compare with the Migres Peak outer court disciple Zhao Lin. After all, Zhao Lin's age and seniority were there for all to see, and was something the current Duan Ling Tian was utterly unable to compare to. Perhaps, someday in the future, Duan Ling Tian would be able to fully surpass Zhao Lin, but he was unable to now. So, Between Duanling Tian and Zhao Lin, they chose the latter. You said earlier then you can throw me off here with a single hand? Duanling Tian looked at the new disciple that spoke earlier, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. If someone familiar to Duanling Tian was here and saw Duanling Tian's current smile, they would surely know that someone was about to suffer. However, the new disciple seemed to have not noticed anything off in the slightest, and looks down at Duanling Tian with a contemptuous gaze as he sneered. Exactly, just a whelp that's a little over 20 like you. I only need a single hand to throw you off from here. This new disciple had broad shoulders and a bulky build, and was a robust young man. Duanling Tian's spiritual force was able to vaguely detect that the cultivation of this robust young man ought to be at the third level of the origin core stage without a doubt. A third-level origin core stage martial artist saying that he's able to throw me down from here? Duanling Tian laughed in his heart. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the face of Wuxia, who stood beside Duanling Tian. As far as he was concerned, this new disciple was truly too arrogant. Did he really think that Duanling Tian was an ordinary outer court disciple? Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. Then let me see how you throw me off here. Duanling Tian looked at the robust young man, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanling Tian's figure flashed out to instantly appear before the robust young man, causing a gust of piercing strong wind to surge. Above Duanling Tian, 110 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This scene scared the robust young man to the point his face went ghastly pale and was completely dumbstruck, and the origin energy in his body that he'd just accumulated instantly dispersed. His legs were as if filled with lead, unable to move in the slightest. What a joke! An 8th-level origin core stage martial artist wanted to make a move against him. He was completely without any strength to strike back. Clap! Duanling Tian's hand slapped onto the shoulder of the robust young man and gripped his shoulder. Suddenly, Duanling Tian exerted force with his hand. Whoosh! Duanling Tian raised his hand. The robust young man was thrown out of the chain bridge, and Duanling Tian grabbed onto the robust young man's shoulder, hanging the robust young man in midair. Then Duanling's gaze went cold. What do you think now? Do you only need one hand to be able to throw me down? Duanling Tian's voice had an awe-inspiring icy coldness mixed within, causing the face of the robust young man that hung there midair to go ghastly pale. His gaze revealed despair as he pledged for mercy in panic. Senior brother, spare me. Senior brother, spare me. He was currently in midair, and there was no place for him to gain a foothold to move himself. He could imagine that so long as this 8th-level origin core stage outer court disciple that was a little over 20 let go, he would surely drop into the bottomless chasm, and even his corpse and body would be destroyed. Cold sweat flowed out of the robust young man's forehead, and he hated himself to the limit in his heart. Why did he have to be the one who took the lead? 8th level of the origin core stage. Meanwhile, the group of new disciples that were shocked from the strength Duanling Tian revealed had now recovered from their shock, and their faces went ghastly pale as they looked at the scene before their eyes, with eyes that revealed terror. They'd never imagined that this outer court disciple that was a little over 20, and was younger than any of them, actually possessed such terrifying strength. 8th level origin core stage martial artist at the mere age of a little over 20. Are all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples so abnormal? Now, most of the new disciples had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. They felt lucky that they didn't go too far when they spoke earlier, otherwise the person that was lifted out of the chain bridge and hung high in the air wouldn't be that robust young man, but them. For a moment, they started to silently mourn for that robust young man in their heart. 8th level of the origin core stage. Zhao Lin's face was extremely unsightly, as he never imagined that after Duanling Tian consumed the profound origin fruit, Duanling Tian would actually break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensing into form above Duanling Tian, when attacked, was obviously the symbol of the 8th level of the origin core stage. In comparison to Zhao Lin's unsightly expression, Wuxia instead had a pleasantly surprised expression. Although he knew that Duanling Tian had obtained the profound origin fruit, and guessed that Duanling Tian would undergo a breakthrough, but there was a divide that was like a chasm between the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. As far as he was concerned, after Duanling Tian consumed the Origin Profound Fruit, he would at most break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Unexpectedly, the facts weren't like this. Duanling Tian had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage in one go. How could Wuxia have known that Duanling Tian actually had only broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage like he thought? But because of him, the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duanling Tian cultivated, Duanling Tian instead had the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Even when he made a move now, and Duanling Tian had the intention to demonstrate his might, but he still concealed the strength of one ancient mammoth. However, even then, he was still misunderstood by others to be a martial artist at the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage. This was also Duanling Tian's objective. He precisely wanted others to know that he was an 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist now. The two Migres peak disciples behind Zhao Lin had dumbstruck expressions. Senior brother Duanling Tian actually broke through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage in one go. They were both shocked by it. Senior brother. Spare me. Spare me. The robust young man that had his shoulder grabbed by Duanling Tian to hang high above in the sky outer of the chain bridge had clothes that were not drenched in sweat, and his voice was dreary as he pleaded to Duanling Tian. What? Didn't you say you wanted to throw me down? I'm really curious. If I let go now. Duanling Tian's face was extremely gloomy, and he looked calmly at the robust young man that ceaseless begged for mercy. Senior brother. Don't. I was only joking earlier. Right, I was joking. The robust young man was frightened by Duanling Tian to the point his face was devoid of blood, and he ceaseless pleaded for mercy. Duanling Tian, enough. Zhao Lin's face sank and he finally interfered. He looked at Duanling Tian as he spoke in an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. Enough! Duanling Tian turned around to look at Zhao Lin when he heard Zhao Lin wanting to stop him, then sneered. Elder Zhao Lin, when they provoked me earlier, I didn't see you say anything. Now I'm only slightly punishing someone who spoke insolently to me, and you can't watch on any longer. Although the conflict between him and Zhao Lin wasn't little, but Zhao Lin's actions still caused Duanling Tian to be incomparably furious. In this matter, Zhao Lin had been prejudiced, and was unworthy of being a Migres Peak Outer Court disciple. Let him go! Zhao Lin looked at Duanling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze as he spoke with a low and deep voice. Elder Zhao Lin, are you sure you want me to let him go? Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Zhao Lin. Then he couldn't refrain his laughter, and he glanced at the robust young man that was held by him midair outside the chain bridge. Looks like Elder Zhao Lin wants you to go die. Tell me, should I listen to Elder Zhao Lin and let you go? No, don't. Don't let me go, senior brother. I beg you, don't let me go. The robust young man was terrified to the point he was on the brink of tears.